It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
the Mixed Martial Arts Hour back in your life on this Monday, June 26, 2017. Hello again, everyone. Welcome inside our New York City studio. Of course, I am Ariel Helwani. So very great to be here with all of you on another Monday afternoon. I was so excited to come back. Again, still has that new house feel and smell. This morning when I woke up, I was like, yes, I miss this place. I'm happy to be back here, and I really appreciate everyone's great feedback and all the love and support. Over the past week, it seems like pretty much unanimously everyone loved the new studio, the new digs, MMA Hour, MMA Beat, new logos, all that stuff and more. So thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Can't thank you enough for all your support. So a few things to get to right off the top before we get into the show. We have no time to waste because it is a super stacked one. I just want to let everyone know that if you're on Twitter right now, you can watch us for the very first time on twitter.com. Go to themmahour.twitter.com and we'll have a live feed of the show. So excited about this. Want to thank the people over at Twitter, the good people over there, and the good people here at Vox Media for getting this done because, as you know, of all the social medias, the Twitter has been my favorite since day one. That's the one I'm on literally 22 hours a day. I'm not kidding. I kind of wish I was kidding, but I'm not. So this is very exciting. The MMAhour.twitter.com. End of the show, we'll have 30 minutes extra exclusive segment for Twitter only, where we will be taking your questions and comments. So hit us up using the hashtag #TheMMAHour. Can't wait for that. I'll remind you about it as the show goes on. So, like I said, a lot to get to this week. Stacked weekend of MMA action. This past week, of course, you know, Bellator was in New York City. UFC was in Oklahoma City. So much has happened. So much to discuss. Let me quickly run down today's lineup, and then we shall get to our first guest of the day who is standing by. At 4:25, we'll be joined by Cortney Casey. Some good news for her late last week regarding her issue with the Texas Athletic Commission. We'll hear from her. She's been through a lot over the past couple weeks. James Gallagher, one of the breakout stars of Saturday night, will stop by at 4:05, talk about his big win over Chinzo Machida. Michael Chandler will actually be in studio. Yes, severely injured his leg on Saturday, lost his belt to Brent Primus, coming in studio. How great is that? That will be at 3:05. Derrick Lewis will be here at 2:45, not in studio, but via Skype to talk about what's next for him, the loss to Mark Hunt and all that stuff. Holm will be on at 2:25 to talk about her win over Bethe Correia last weekend. John Kavanagh will be on the Skype machine at 2:05. Can't wait to talk to him about James Gallagher's win and, of course, the much anticipated Mayweather-McGregor fight. And at 1:15, we'll be joined by Bellator President Scott Coker in studio to recap Bellator NYC. Can't wait for that. But first, let us go to the Skype machine and welcome in our very first guest of the day. He is the talk of the MMA world this morning. He is coming off a massive win over Michael Chiesa last night, just what, I don't know, 12 hours ago in Oklahoma City. It has been much discussed. It has been somewhat controversial in its aftermath, but there is no denying the fact that Kevin Lee stole the show, and it was without a doubt his best performance to date on the biggest stage yet for the Motown phenom, and there he is, sipping some what? Coffee, tea? What do you got there, Kevin?
Some coffee. You know, I give up a lot for this show. I ain't got to sleep last night. I went to sleep at 7. I got up at 10 when you text me.
For real? You went to sleep at 7? What were you doing on a Sunday night in Oklahoma City?
I drank too much coffee yesterday, so
okay.
You know, I just stayed there, bruised up and hurting for the rest of the night. But other than that, though, I'm feeling pretty smooth. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing great. Congratulations on the win. Thank you for squeezing us in before you head back home. I know you have a flight to catch, so we won't take up too much of your time. Yep. But let me ask you this. You were asked after the fight if you feel like the controversy, the decision by referee Mario Yamasaki to stop the fight kind of robbed you of a moment, and you came back with a tremendous answer, and you said you thought Michael robbed you of a moment because he didn't show up. But in hindsight, now that this is, you know, a lot of the chatter surrounding the Yamasaki decision, do you feel, because it really did feel like you were en route, but it needed to kind of stick with the choke just like a couple more beats. Do you feel like something was taken away?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really see what the controversy is. If you watch the video, it's pretty clear. You know, the ref tells you to intelligently defend yourself. He stopped defending. You know, he was defending the choking arm. As soon as I went and switched palm to palm, he stops defending, and Mario stops the fight. He's saying that he was waiting for me to burn my arm out you know, I'm not really sure, you know, I still had 45 more seconds. I was just going to keep choking him. The choke was fully locked in. The body triangle was fully locked in. He never addressed the body triangle. It was just bad defense on his part. So, I mean, he was there for 2 minutes taking a lot of punches anyway. You know, I was expecting a little more defense out the boy. I'm sorry. I was expecting a little more fight, but, you know, I think the fight, I think the ending was pretty clear. I really don't see no controversy to it. When you see him, he goes limp. And he stops defending himself. So, I mean, what you want me, you know, what they want me to do? You know, I woke up with more hate mail this morning than I did. And if I would have stayed on the choke as Mario's telling me to stop, then it would have been even more. So folks are going to hate regardless. But, you know, I'm still making the same amount of money, right?
Yeah, well, I don't understand the hate towards you. You did nothing wrong. You're doing exactly what you're told to do, which is stop when the referee tells you to stop. Did you guys say anything to each other afterwards? I saw there was a little bit of chatter. What was said?
Yeah. I mean, you know, I tried to be a good sport about it. You know what I mean? I came up to him, you know, I'm like, congrats, good fight, blah, blah. You know, he was still upset. I honestly don't think that he knew that he went out. But when you watch the video, it's pretty clear. You know, he goes out. And then you got guys like you know, Tony Ferguson and stuff. They're saying that you know, the body triangle's on the wrong side and I'm choking with the wrong arm. If you look at my last 3 finishes by rear naked choke, they're all the same choke. You know, top side, right arm, palm to palm on the back. And, you know, it's not even a squeeze. You know, I can break down the jiu-jitsu for folks because apparently MMA fans are stupid. You know, they're looking at Justine Kish that got out. But, I mean, she had a totally different choke. You know, Felice was choking with the forearm against the front of the neck. That's just a pain choke. You know, you can muscle your way through that. If you look at the pictures and the video, you can see my elbow is down. I'm choking between, you know, it's a blood choke. It's not a pain choke. There's no way that you can just tough that out, you know? Like I even said it before, you know, Mike is very mentally tough. He's one of the toughest guys that I think in the division. So I knew I had to break him physically before mentally. And, you know, there's no way to tough out a blood choke. You know, you're gonna sit in it for 45 seconds while my arm burns out. It's no squeeze.
Right,
you know what I mean? It's technique, Mike. Like, learn the technique. Like, let's get some jiu-jitsu down. You're supposed to be the black belt in MMA, apparently.
So, safe to say that the fight was easier than you expected it to be?
A little bit, you know. The man was slow. You know, he threw up. You know, he hit me with one punch, and I was like, oh, okay. You can even see me smile. Like, I was like, oh, okay, this is going to be fun. I was expecting a little more fight. I wanted it to go 5 rounds. I wanted to show some more wrinkles in my game. You know, I feel like the fans were more robbed, and they only got Mike to blame for that. So when I call out these tougher opponents, I'm really asking for them. I really want them to come out and show me a good fight. I want the man that's going to give me a bad fight, you know. So and Mike wasn't that man.
So 12 hours later, have you moved on? Like, is there any chatter about doing this again, or do you think that doesn't make any sense?
Yeah, it don't really make sense. You know what I mean? I think I beat him bell to whistle. I think the fans saw, you know what I mean, who was the superior fighter. They saw it before the fight who was the superior fighter. And, you know, I even said it. The best thing that happened to him is I made a mistake. You know, I damn near blew out my knee. As soon as I get back to Vegas, I got to look at this knee. I'm on crutches today. So,
whoa, what happened?
Somehow I slipped. I slipped. I don't know, you know, and just the way I was moving, you know, I don't know. I guess I got to go look at it. But that was the best thing that happened for Mike. And, you know, the man still couldn't take advantage. I slipped. I fell on the ground and still got back up in 2 seconds and put him on my shoulder.
Are you in a lot of pain?
And I guess this Tony Ferguson, he DDT'd me.
Yeah. And we'll get to that in a second here. Because that's getting maybe more chatter about that than the actual fight itself. But about the knee, are you in a lot of pain right now?
I'm cool. You know, it's sore, but
okay.
You know, as soon as I get back to Vegas, I'll see Dr. D. You know, I'll see the doc, and he'll tell me what to do on it. But I'm cool. You know, I'll fight on this bad boy if I got to right now.
So
my celebration didn't help. You know, I thumped the floor really hard. That didn't help at all. That actually hurt it way more than anything during the fight. So, you know, I guess I'm like one of these football players that hurt himself celebrating.
So I'm watching the post-fight show, and of course, people know that I used to be a part of these post-fight shows. And full disclosure, I never liked when they did the studio team talk to the guy at the arena, because let's be honest, like, these guys aren't used to asking questions for the most part, especially when you're bringing in a guy who doesn't do this full time, like a Tony Ferguson. Especially when he's in your division, you guys are going to fight eventually. There's some beef there, whatever. And so he starts asking you this question, and I just see the look on your face, and I was like, oh man, because I felt that on this show where you're like, let me be real with you for a second, and you just come at him.
Yeah.
I got to be honest, I thought that was a 10-8 for you. I thought you put all of them in their place, and you say can we get a real journalist on here? Bravo, my man, bravo. That was some great stuff right there.
know me, Ariel. I'm gonna keep it real.
Yes, I do.
You know? Like, so I even saw his little write up that he did before, and I just don't understand it. It's like, do the man even watch fights? You know, like, do we even watch? Like, I'm not even judging him on a fighter right now. When they bring you on to do that, you know, I would expect that you would put some effort and some time into it. If Fox want a real fighter to go and do it and actually like take the time and take the effort, you know, he was saying that he was going to hit me with the right hand. You know, I don't think he even realized Mike Chiesa is a southpaw. He was getting ready to fight Mike Chiesa. How do you not, study? Do you not watch the fights? Do you not study him? You know, and then he was saying that he kept taking me down and. You know, it just didn't make any sense, and I don't even know what the fuck a DDT is. I'm still trying to figure that out. Somebody had to somebody tagged me in it. It actually showed me what it is, and yeah, I don't. What can I say?
Do you feel like you were kind of being ganged up on because it's like 3 or 4 against 1, or do you feel like it was a fair fight?
Yeah, I mean, I think they kind of took away from it a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, I was a little disappointed the way they kind of handled it. You know what I mean? They kind of took away from the fight, from the win. You know, Ken Flo was trying his best, even though I like Kenny Florian, I do. But it seemed like he was trying his best to take away from the win. But what I'm gonna do? They gonna hate regardless. So I mean, apparently some people even in the industry hate. So I thought it was just the fans, but you know. It is what it is, you know. Like I said, even when I was talking to Dominic Cruz, I can kind of feel that, he thought I was like an asshole type deal. So I had to actually sit down, bro, listen, I'm a smart guy here. Like, let's talk, let's rap, you know. I give your fans, I give the listeners to this show because these are real MMA fans that listen to this show, you know. So I rap with them a little bit better than I do somebody else.
Well, last thing on this, my issue is if you're going to come in there and play studio analyst, you got to give you the respect that you deserve after you just fought. Like, you can't use this as a platform to pick a fight with you or to demean you or say you're not on my level. That to me is disrespectful to you.
Yeah, I don't even understand it because, I mean, like I said, the last guy he fought was Lando, who was coming off a UFC debut, and he talking about I got to go through the ranks. You know, when I was asking for that fight, when Khabib fell through, I'm like, hey, I'll step up, I'll fight Tony tomorrow, you know. And Tony didn't want to fight. He wanted to fight Lando instead, and now he's gonna come at me for not fighting. You know, what are you talking about? You know, it didn't even make any sense. All he did was just try and overtalk me, so I just kind of let him talk and let him get out with his little words. But he really wasn't saying much of nothing. He wasn't even hearing my responses or kind of acknowledging the responses. He kind of already had his mind made up what he was gonna say. So I guess Fox need to do a better job and get some smarter guys out there because apparently the man ain't that smart. I'll just tell you that right now. Mike definitely wasn't that smart. I kind of proved that already, and apparently Tony ain't either. Is
it possible that you just picked a fight with Tony Ferguson, the #1 contender? I kind of feel like that's the fight people want to see now.
I guess so. That wasn't the fight I've been trying to make. I've been trying to make this Khabib fight happen just because everybody thinks Khabib is such a monster and, he's all this, he's all that. If they want to make the Tony fight happen, fine. I'm cool with that. I thought judging by the backstage and everything, I thought they were going to go with Tony and Barboza. That's the only reason why I'm pushing for Khabib. But if they want to do me and Tony, hell yeah, I'll do it. Hell yeah, I'll step up. But I don't think in that same scenario, I don't think that Khabib fights Barboza. You know what I mean? So,
yeah.
I'm trying to do what's best for all parties here.
Sure.
So I think the best move is me and Khabib, and then you do Tony and Barboza again. I really don't see what the holdup is if we keep it on the 155 division.
And so is it fair to also say that you're not going to fight before December at this point? I mean, let's just assume your knee is okay, and we hope it is. You want to fight on that Detroit card, so why squeeze something in beforehand? Or are you open to squeezing in something?
Yeah. I mean, I'm one of the most active guys in this division, too. I've got a lot of fights, and, that'll be 3 this year, too. So, yeah, I think December sounds about right. I got to go back. I got to look at this knee. I'm going to take the summer off. I'm going straight back to Vegas right now. Like you said, it's Sunday night in OKC, so I ain't even get to, I ain't
Did you
even
meet
get
up
to throw
with Russ?
down a little bit. I shot a little bit.
Did you meet up with Russ?
No. He apparently he's off in Europe right now. He hit me up I hit him up a couple of days ago asking him, where the hot spots was. But he's off in Europe right now. So, eventually we'll meet up, but it's Sunday night in OKC, so it ain't really much you can do.
Does it feel though like your stock has gone up? Do you feel like people are kind of viewing you and talking to you and talking about you differently? Your first UFC main event, a very dominant performance against one of the best. Does it feel like on this Monday morning something has changed in your career?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll feel a little bit more when I get back to Vegas, but yeah, a little bit, So and it's time to push some moves and make something happen. You know.
What are you saying?
You know,
what
Adidas been sending me shoes, so you know, we need to. I need to you know, put some stuff on paper. You know what I mean? So it's time to make some moves happen, and I mean that's what I'm gonna do for the rest of the summer anyway. Is kind of get the stuff that I've been putting off because I've been fighting so frequently. You know, I went back to back. So I'm gonna try and get some stuff done outside of the fight game.
The cheddar makes it better.
Always, baby.
What about your brother? Any update on him?
Yeah. I mean, you know, he just fought last week in TKO.
No, the other brother that you were hoping that would get out in time for the fight.
Oh, no update. They said last time I heard it was 2 weeks more. So hopefully it's out like July. You know, I think that's July 12th was his release date now.
Okay.
So you know, that's what I'm hoping. As soon as he gets out, we gonna you know. We'll have some fun, me and him together. So as soon as I get back, I'll talk to my parents. I'll kind of see, you know, my parents didn't even come out to OKC because they thought that he was going to be out. But, you know, what are you going to do?
Do you think he watched it? Do you think he was able to?
Nah, you know, he ain't, you know.
Sure.
Somebody told him, I'm sure, you know. You know, I mean, a lot of the guards and stuff know me and know he's my brother. You know what I mean? So I'm pretty sure somebody told him, but. No, I didn't get to watch it.
By the way, how many fights you got left on that contract?
I think only one more. So you know, I don't know. I gotta go back. You know, we gotta make some deals happen. I mean, I think we pulled in some good numbers. You know, they had a lot of. You know, we were going up against Bellator's pay-per-view, and I think we might have took some shine from them. I mean, I don't have much stake in the company. I don't really care that much, but I mean, that's got to be worth something, right? You know, you had the Bellator, a huge Bellator pay-per-view. If we pulled over even a little bit of them numbers, I think that goes a long way in the UFC to kind of. I mean, they know. I mean, they're going up against Bellator here, so they can't let them get too much foot in the game. So, you know, Bellator was promoting Chael, and you know they promoting the old stuff. You know, like 2005 shit. You know, they onto the new generation. You know, we the UFC, baby, the best of the best. So. You know, if I'm here and I'm representing that and I'm putting on, then they got to put on for me too. So,
do you want to fight it out? Do you want to fight it out, or do you want to try to get something before?
No, I'll definitely I'll renegotiate. You know, every time I do these renegotiations, the UFC gives me what I asked for. Okay. So you know, I'm gonna renegotiate. I'm gonna ask for what I'm gonna ask for. They're gonna tell me what they're gonna give me, and then we're gonna meet somewhere in the middle. If it's a nice number, then I'll do it. If not, then you know, we'll see.
Well, I'm very happy for you, man. This budding friendship that we've developed over the last few months has been one of my stories of 2017. It has been great to get to know you better and have you 2 weeks in a row. How about this? You gotta love this. This is big time.
Look at that. How can I complain, Eric?
Yes.
How can I complain?
Am I showing you the love now? Do you feel the love?
My flight.
Okay, I don't want that.
I feel the love. I hope you feel it back. I do, my man. That's my flight, baby.
Okay, I'll let you go. Congratulations. What a performance. Before the fight, during the fight, and after the fight, my man. You stole the show in Oklahoma City. Very happy for you. Hope the knee is okay. Please keep us posted on that. And looking forward very much to seeing you in Detroit. What a scene that's going to be. That's going to be a lot of fun in December. Thank you, Kevin.
Oh, listen. If you thought the build-up for this fight was good, wait till we go down to Detroit, boy. I got so much in store you don't even know.
I can't wait. Safe travels. We'll talk to you soon, Kevin. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
There he is, the Motown phenom himself, Kevin Lee. Great stuff from him. Really enjoying talking to him over the last few weeks and months, and he, in my opinion, is one of the rising stars in the sport. Okay, let's move along to our next guest. How about this? The president of Bellator MMA is here. Look at this. I'm just alerting the masses, Scott. I'm alerting the masses that you are here. We're doing this on the fly. How cool is this? Scott Coker in the house, Bellator president. Amazing. He stuck around. He was supposed to fly out after Bellator NYC, but you said, you know what? I need to come on Monday to my new studio, my new set, and just kind of have sort of a State of the Union, digest it a bit, 48 hours, right?
Yeah, it was a great show. Something we're really proud of. It's you know, I think when you look at all the great fights that we had, and you know, they had some upsets, they had some wins. You know, some of the guys that we thought were going to win didn't win, but and then there's like the freak accident or the injury with Michael, which you'll talk about later.
Yes.
But all in all, I think it was a fantastic night of fights.
Okay, I actually got some breaking news. You probably know this already, but I got a press release.
Okay.
From the good folks at Spike TV. The biggest night in Bellator MMA history got off to a very strong start on Saturday night. Main event of Bellator 180. from MSG drew 1.1 million viewers. Overall, Bellator 180 delivered 901,000 viewers from 8 to 10 p.m.
That's fantastic. That's a great number. And
That's
I know
tremendous.
that we were #1 worldwide on Twitter for the entire pay-per-view, as well as #1 U.S.
Wow.
#1 on Google during the entire pay-per-view. So strong social numbers. My guys are really excited.
So 48 hours later, it was kind of cool to listen to you speak. And again, thank you so much for doing this. This is a lot of fun to have you. Usually you're in the Bay Area, so this is great. You like the new set?
I should have brought you my Warrior stuff. You can put my Warrior stuff.
We got some Bellator gloves there. See that?
Oh, I like that. Yeah, that's nice. This is great.
We've got Gina over there,
Yeah, Gina's awesome.
the legend, the
I like
GOAT.
the Bob Sapp thrill.
We got the Bob Sapp CD. We got it all. There's something.
I
for
remember when
everyone.
that came out.
Yeah.
Wow.
But it was cool to hear you talk at the press conference because you've been promoting for what, 3 decades?
Yeah, 32 years.
And so you said, like, I could tell you weren't just saying it. This was special to you. Like, for a promoter to run MSG,
Yeah.
that's kind of, I mean, like, not to say that you made it, but I could tell that afterwards you were kind of in awe of everything, right? How would you describe it?
You know what? I mean, for me personally, it was a milestone goal to come to the Garden, because really I wanted to come here just to go to a sporting event, whether it was a Knicks game or a Rangers game. I wanted to just, one of my bucket list items was I want to go to the Garden and I want to watch a fight or a basketball game. But to come here and have the first event be a sporting event that I promoted, I was involved with, it was really special. And when you walk in there, just even from the weigh-ins, I mean, you're stepping on the same scales that Ali Frazier were on. I mean, it just has that aura, that magic dust about it, if you know what I mean.
Yes. Overarching, as a fan, as a follower, I would say that this was an incredibly successful week for Bellator. There were no incidents leading up. You had the media day. I thought it was great in Viacom. You had the press conference, well attended. You have Kevin K there. The weigh-ins, no big misses as far as weight is concerned. Some of the undercard guys, no brawls or anything like that. So every step of the way, nothing went wrong. Of course, Mitrione fights and like any of those roadblocks. And then you get to the fight, and to me, what it said was like, for your team, for your perspective, yeah, Aaron Pico losing isn't the greatest thing, but as a fan, what do I want from my product as far as sports is concerned? Unpredictability.
That's right.
Right? So when I pay $50, I don't want, and let's be honest, the knock in the past, and correct me if you disagree, sometimes people said, oh, these Strikeforce fights are great, but they're kind of one-sided, right? They're just showcase fights. Like, we know that this guy's going to win. Well, the world thought Aaron Pico was going to win, and he lost. That's what you want as a fan. So from your perspective, like, we can say, this maybe wasn't a great night for Bellator, but from a fan's perspective, I feel like it was a home run. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I look at it completely different. I mean, this is a contest. These people are fighting in a cage. I mean, and sometimes some guys, gonna get upset. Sometimes the guy, you never know. A fight's a fight, and somebody's gonna, be in front of you trying to take you down or punch you in the face. I mean, things happen, and so to me, it's just like, hey, when I sit back, I'm just like, whoever wins, wins, and that's just how it is.
But tell me what's going on in your head when you see him get dropped and submitted by Zach Freeman, who's a gigantic underdog. What are you thinking at that point?
You know what? I'm thinking, here's a kid that's 20 years old, had a lot of pressure on him. He's built as the phenom and and had a lot of pressure on him.
Yeah.
But I know he'll be back, and I'm not worried about that kid. I mean, I know that he'll be back and he'll come back in a strong way. But as far as the amount of pressure that we put on him, some people gave us a little criticism. Hey, should he fought somebody with less fights? This is something we talked to his management about, and they wanted even a bigger challenge than what we.
Really?
Yeah, they wanted to go, like, they were throwing names out there that was just, a little bit aggressive.
So you had to tell them,
yeah, we toned
roll.
it down a little bit.
Okay.
So and Aaron felt he could do it, and their whole camp felt he could do it. So this came from a directive from, their side, and we said, okay, we think, hey, we trust you guys, that you guys have a great the grasp of knowledge because of all the guys that you guys have brought up.
Sure,
And,
we're talking about Zinkin.
Yeah, we're talking about Zinkin and Bob and those guys, and on any given night, anything can happen, and it just didn't work out Aaron's way.
In hindsight, though, do you regret making the decision? Do you regret not putting him in there against an 0-0 guy?
I mean, I think that no, not at all, because he's in a no-win situation. He fights a guy with no wins, that has a day job, let's say, and then all of a sudden hey, you guys are setting him up,
wrong.
and
he's 0-0. There's nothing wrong with that.
It's still, it's like, you can't, we're in a no-win situation at that point. So, listen, it is what it is. But I know Aaron will be back. Zach will be back. Now we have, the altar boy. And, it's like, he's, I think that you pointed out that he has a day job with furniture. And now we got a new kid.
I hope he gets that deal with Viacom. He's trying to sell them some
He was there this morning when I stopped by.
Get out of here. Get out of here. Well, he did say, though, he felt disrespected. Like, he felt that he upset you all? Like you guys weren't.
Oh no, not at all.
He said that to me afterwards. Is that inaccurate?
No, that's come on. It's not like that at all.
Okay.
It's like saying, you know, the Mitrione situation. Oh, you're mad at Mitrione for beating Fedor. Hey, it is what it is. I mean, this is sport. It happens.
Okay. Now with Aaron, do you want to like tell him like go take some time off, you know, regroup, come back into the year, or is this the kind of situation where you want him to get right back in there?
I mean, that's something we'll have to talk to his management about because I think he's under suspension of some kind anyway.
Okay, yeah.
So he's going to have to take 90 days off.
Sure.
And regroup, and maybe he's got to get to the gym for, you know, a certain amount of time and start, you know, getting ready again. But, you know, at the end of the day, he'll be back before the end of the year, I'm sure.
Did you talk to him in the back? Did you have a chat?
I said hello. I said, hey, keep your chin up.
Okay.
You know,
Was he devastated?
I think he was upset.
Yeah.
You know, he was upset.
I have to say, I was so impressed that he went to the press conference.
Yeah.
20-year-old kid, right? He's not required to go. He's not in the main or co-main.
Right.
He showed up there with his suit, took all the questions like a man. I mean, really, we've seen bigger names not come to the press conference, right?
We won't mention those.
Yes. But that was impressive.
Yeah, I mean, he's you know, been through the Olympic, you know, training and all that, and the World Wrestling Team training, and you know, I think he puts most of the pressure on himself, and he wants to win, right? He knows the pressure of the outside, all those great stories he got coming into this fight, and no one was talking about Zach, right? And so that's why Zach was probably a little bit upset because he wasn't getting the exposure to Aaron, but you know, Aaron was, you know, supposed to be the kid that could do it, and I think he still can, but it just didn't work out with this fight.
So you don't feel like this is disastrous? I mean, he's front page of ESPN on Saturday. Yeah, he was getting a ton of buzz. So you don't feel like, you know, oh my God, what have we done?
No.
Okay.
Not at
I
all.
was watching you. I have to say I was watching you because I was sitting right next to you, and I appreciate getting a front row seat. It's been a while since I got, you know,
about time you finally came to our fights.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Last time they were at MSG, I was sitting in the last row in back of a screen, but we won't get into that. Your team was very nice.
Great.
I watched you and I was like, you were kind of laughing like, wow, I can't believe, like you did not seem devastated. However, I looked at you after Michael Chandler and there was kind of a look on your face as you were walking in there to give Primus the belt, like, holy crap, like this back to back. Was that a bit of a gut punch?
That was like, you know, what happened is like, I was concerned about his foot, like, did he really break it? Or is, you know, like, is he really hurt? I mean, I didn't know what happened. And when I went in there and Michael was saying to the guy, it better be broken. He's telling to the official, you better be broken because he stopped the fight. Michael was upset. It better be broken. And so I go to Michael, I go, what happened? He goes, is it broke? He goes, yeah, it's definitely broke. But I don't think it was broke.
Oh, you don't think?
No, I heard, this is what I heard. He explained to you, but somebody told me he got kicked right behind the calf and it shut off his nerve and his foot went numb. Oh. And that's like you get a dead arm. That's what happened. He got kicked so hard in the nerve that it deadened his leg, and then he just couldn't stand on it anymore. That's why he kept, you know, it was like, you know.
So maybe if he had a few more minutes, sat on the stool between rounds 1 and 2, he could have been okay.
Yeah, but that's illegal because, you know, the guy kicked the leg, it did the damage, so they give him an 8 count or whatever, and then
no. Maybe if he gutted it out because they stopped the fight.
Oh yeah.
Do you think? Are you okay with the stoppage?
Well, at that time, you know what? It's like I thought his leg was broken, so of course I was okay with the stoppage. So, you know, I mean, to me, the health and safety of the fighter first, right? And I thought Michael's foot was broke too. The way it was moving.
Yes.
I thought his ankle broke. Like it was just flopping all over the place.
It was hard to watch.
It was really hard. That was a look on my face like, oh my God, this kid's really hurt. You know?
Yeah. But what I mean, holy crap!
Tough guy.
People throw around the word like warrior and all this stuff. He almost dropped him.
Yeah, he went after him, and that's why, you know, Michael Chandler. Come on, he's a beast, man. This guy is the Mike Tyson.
Yeah, you
of
said
MMA.
that beforehand.
And he brings it, man. And I think people saw his heart. I think the fans in New York love him now.
Yeah. Oh, they were giving him way more chance. I kind of felt bad for Primus because he didn't do anything wrong. He actually inflicted damage. He did what you were supposed to do.
Yeah, he did.
Not fair to, but I know the fans were unhappy that the fight ended that way. Did you see this clip of the corner guy? No, actually, I think it was a New York State athletic official moving the stool.
No, I haven't seen that.
You haven't seen this?
No.
Well, so when he's talking to the doctors, he gets up, I think, to try to show them that he's okay.
Okay.
And during that period, someone removed the stool under him. He gets back down and falls on his butt. And that's when they called it off. I think that they thought he couldn't stand anymore, and he fell on his butt.
Oh, wow. I have to go check that out.
Not good.
No, this is the first time somebody brought it to me.
Yeah,
That's terrible.
really?
But, I mean, listen, I thought he was hurt. Everybody thought he was hurt.
Yeah.
That ankle had couldn't balance himself. He couldn't even stand up. I mean, you know, he was, and I go, you know, in 32 years, I've never seen anything like that happen. Yeah. Usually when the break happens, the guy is falling, and he's rolling all over the ground, he's in pain. You know, he's in pain because his ankle broke. But he didn't seem to be in pain. but his foot wasn't working. That was to me was I was trying to figure out like what's going on here, right? Because I've seen people where the guy kicking and the guy blocking, the guy breaks his shin from the block, right? Yeah. But what does that guy do? Automatically goes to the ground, starts screaming, And Michael wasn't doing that, so I'm like, I don't like. I was confused.
Have you talked to him?
Not yet.
And we will talk to him. So maybe we'll talk to him first, or you'll cross paths. Do you want to do an immediate rematch? Is that what makes most sense? Because it was a little inconclusive.
Yeah, Michael deserves to have a shot. Yeah, back at his belt. So
do you know how long it will be?
I don't. I haven't talked to him.
Maybe this is good news.
Yeah, I just heard this this morning.
Okay.
So when you get in here, you can ask him. But
if he can come back relatively soon, the immediate rematch is on the table for him.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's what makes the most sense. He deserves that. Yeah.
Perhaps in St. Louis, that would be great.
And I'll tell you, and Primus he's tough.
He is tough.
I'll tell you at the press conference here in New York when we announced the fight, Chael came up to me and says, "Scott, I'm telling you, this kid's tough. Michael's going to have his hands full on every level with this guy because he's a tough guy, and you should keep your eye on this guy. Don't underestimate him."
Wow.
Yeah. So when Chael said that, I said, "Oh, he must be have his goods."
What are you thinking when Chael goes into promoter mode and starts like running down? I mean, it's good for the brand and everything, but it's like it almost feels like he has to do this. Like he starts talking about Lima and he starts talking about that guy. Do you enjoy that?
We don't tell him to do anything.
Yeah.
I mean, I just sit there. And the guy's entertaining.
He's great.
And so to me, he is. We signed him up because of who he is, and we knew he'd be a guy that's going to go out there and be a great mouthpiece and say something. I mean, I think the funniest line in the press conference was, "Why do you call it Madison Square Garden if it's round?" Right? I mean, to me, he just has some great lines, and so I appreciate him. I appreciate his. He's like a promoter.
Did you enjoy that fight? Chael versus Vanderlei.
I mean, listen, I thought it was, Chael's more of a wrestler, taking him down. Vanderlei almost knocked him out twice. Yeah. So it had great transitions back and forth. So to me, it was an entertaining fight.
Would you ever consider doing what the UFC does and make all main events 5 rounds?
You know what? We have talked about that. But when we make that, call, it's going to be forever, right?
Yeah.
So we're not going to go back and forth.
Sure.
So, we're going to take our time in making that decision, But
it's something you're considering?
It's something we've talked about.
Like, is that a fight where you were like, oh, I wish I had 2 more rounds? Or do you feel like 3 was enough?
No, I think 3 was enough. Vanderlei doesn't feel that way. Vanderlei, he's still mad. He's mad. He's mad. He doesn't want to fight.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to fight, He wants to just hug me to death, That's.
But considering all the hype and the story and the years of back and forth, do you feel like that fight delivered?
Yeah, I think it did. I mean, to me, it was an entertaining fight for me to watch. Chael was more explosive this time than I thought he would be, right? And he took him down pretty much at will. Vanderlei had to survive, scramble. But the times that he had a shot and he started punching, Vanderlei did some serious damage. I mean, Chael was almost knocked out twice. So to me, that fight had some, some entertainment value going into it, and then I think it delivered on the night of.
Are you going to bring Vanderlei back for another fight?
If he wants to, we will for sure.
Do you think he wants to keep fighting?
I think he does.
Yeah.
I think he does. We just, because it's like the aftermath of the fight.
Sure,
He's heading back to Brazil, and, we'll probably talk to him in a week or 2.
I noted before the fight and after that it felt like there was more pressure on Chael just because it feels like Bellator has a little more invested in him because he does the TV work and all that stuff. And the debut was so unspectacular. Can you agree with that? Like he kind of had to sort of prove his worth considering the big signing, the platform you've given him on TV. He had to show up.
Yeah. Well, him as a commentator, he has already delivered as far as I'm concerned.
All right. So the fighting has nothing to do with it.
Fighting has nothing to do with it. And then when the fight happens, Errol, I just feel like, this is sport. Anything can happen. It's the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat, right? I mean, that holds true in our sport too.
Did you like the anthem right before the main event?
I loved it.
Would you prefer the anthem right before the event? Or main card, or do you like it?
I mean, I grew up like with, when Sugar Ray Leonard fought Duran and they had the national anthems. And it was, it was right before the main event.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's why we do it that way.
You're going to keep doing it.
And having Dave Navarro there, I mean, I thought that was a really
cool thing. He did a great job.
I mean, listen, you were at the press conference. I mean, you walk into 1515 Broadway, you see, this is Viacom. This is a property owned by Viacom, and you see little tidbits here and there, and that's what they can deliver. They can deliver some big star entertainment for the national anthems and the distribution on Spike, the distribution on World. I mean, it's a powerful media company that really loves MMA, and I'm talking about from the top down.
Yeah, Kevin Kay is in the media room talking to us, John Slusser as well. It's great to see not only how enthusiastic they are about MMA, but also just how down to earth they are.
Yeah.
I once worked for another TV company. The executives would not be mingling with the media in the press room. I can tell you that. Chael said afterwards that he wants to fight Fedor, and this was a bit out of left field. Fedor just got knocked out. Chael won. Are you interested in this?
I don't know if that's a fight that interests me really.
Okay.
I mean, I can think of some other fights for him.
Please, sure.
We don't need to talk about it right now.
Do you have something in mind for Chael?
I do, but I'd like to present the Chael first.
Okay.
And Fedor, I met with Fedor last night, and he was really apologetic. He said he was so sorry. I said, Fedor, you're a legend. These things happen. I mean, I even said at the media day, I said, look, I think this fight's not going to go the distance, and it's going to be whoever gets there first. I didn't know they were both going to get there at the same time.
Tremendous.
And then it was, Matt getting up first and getting dominant position, and Matt's a finisher.
I think the football skills helped him in that regard.
Maybe that's
up.
what it is, right? Yeah, those drills.
Do you want to see Fedor keep fighting? He said afterwards he will, but there's no denying he has taken some big shots over the years.
I talked about that last night. I said, Fedor, you have nothing to prove.
Right.
Just go back to Moscow and take some time off, go on vacation, go on holiday, and then let's talk, when you're ready. But, he has nothing to prove. He's already done it all, man. I mean, this guy, you've seen him in the Pride days and when he fought for us. I mean, he's had a great career, and, if he wants to do something in the future, we'll have that conversation at that time.
But he didn't say definitively, because he did say on Saturday, I'm a fighter, I'll keep fighting.
No, he told me, I want to fight Matt Mitchell in a rematch.
Oh, really?
He told me.
But is there a need for a rematch? It was so clean, right? I mean, everyone wants a rematch.
I don't know if it was that clean. I mean, you're talking about he was a second off from connecting first.
Yeah.
So
are you leaning towards a rematch?
No.
Okay.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that, when you have big guys like that can punch, I mean, really punch, then, the first guy gets to the chin is usually the winner. And they both got there together. And then, like you said, Matt got up first and, had dominant position. But, I think that fight, if they fought 10 times, it could be 5-5.
What is it like working with his team now? Because it's a bit of a different team.
Oh, I love it.
They're good. Jerry Millen, the crew. Yeah. It's not.
It's no drama.
Okay.
Like before. Before it was just,
It was tough.
Yeah, and I don't even want to get into it because it's, I don't want to say anything, that's going to make anybody look bad. But at the end of the day, it's easy now.
Okay.
And it's so much better. And I think Fedor's happier. We have a direct relationship. And before, I think he was kind of out in the dark. And I'm talking to a guy that I don't even know what the guy's telling him. It's,
right.
Now it's just him and I direct. So
surely you scolded Matt Mitrione afterwards for taking a shot at the Warriors on the microphone.
I heard about that.
What is up with that?
That's disappointing. But listen, Matt's a great guy.
He is great.
He's great for the sport. He's been great for us. And he had a big victory. I mean, that was probably the victory, of his career so far.
You alluded to something in the press conference about kind of dragging your feet a little bit with the heavyweight division. And you're going to get, what's going on?
As these free agents unfolded and these legend fights unfolded, we said we're going to, focus on our welterweight division or our, 205 division. Let's go get, and so that's kind of where we focused. And then, we've had some heavyweights approach us that, maybe we weren't interested in or we didn't want to kind of deal with them.
Yeah.
But I think now is the time to go after some heavyweights and keep building our heavyweights and sign more heavyweights. And then, with Roy, we got, Czech Congo. We still have Bobby Lashley in the mix. And we have Karatanov and Matt. And, now we have a good stable of guys that we could have some really fun fights.
Are you going to bring in a title? Because you have Minakov, but have you actually stripped him?
Yeah, he's been stripped.
He has been stripped. So is he no longer under contract?
No, he's under contract.
Okay, so just stripped for inactivity because he's still fighting, just not with you.
Well, I mean, I don't even know how much he's fighting.
He fought not that long ago for EFN, I think.
I have no idea.
Okay.
But all those fights are in Russia, and it's that's a tough jurisdiction. But
why doesn't he just fight for you?
You know what? They try to come at us with a renegotiation deal, and we're just not interested.
Okay.
So you want to honor your contract? You sign a contract. What's wrong with honoring what you have?
Okay. So at some point, do you think you'll crown a new champion? Because I feel like you have enough.
Yeah.
Do you think this year?
I think this year.
Are you going to do a Grand Prix?
You know what? I think we need a few more pieces for that. But
okay.
I don't. You know how I am. You might see it at some point. Maybe it won't be in the heavyweight division.
Oh, really?
Yeah, maybe not.
Well, what are you thinking? Which division?
I can't
Come
say
on,
right
you said
now.
you had some news
got
for
some
us.
top secret stuff.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Big things.
Deep undercover.
Are you bringing back Dynamite?
Well, yeah, but it's going to be in a different way. Well, let's talk about that. September 23rd, right? So we have the
Benson Henderson
fight, the Benson Henderson fight with
Tricky,
Pitbull and Roy. But we're also going to have Kevin Nelson fighting, and Joe Schilling and Raymond Daniels, and they're going to kickbox.
Oh, you're going to do a dual show?
We're going to do a dual show, but we're not going to do it like Dynamite. We had it separate. We're going to do it like we did in Europe, where the cage comes down, and I'm not sure if you've
I
seen
was
it.
wondering how you did that.
Yeah, it's.
So how does it work? That you lift the cage up?
Yeah, the cage is already lifted up.
Okay.
And then there's a boxing ring.
Okay.
And so we filmed the kickboxing, and then when they tear the boxing ring down, and the way it was designed was the cage just comes right down on top of it, and it bolts in, and it takes 13 minutes to get it done, the transition.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
So you're going to do both on Spike?
Yeah, it'll be, the MMA will be live. The kickboxing part, I'm not sure if it'll be live or taped.
Okay. Are you going to do a tournament again?
As far as...
Last time you did Dynamite, you had the light heavyweight tournament, one-night tournament.
Yes.
Are you going to bring that back? A one-night tournament?
You know what? Not for September.
Okay. But do you want to keep doing those?
Yeah, I love the tournaments.
Yeah.
To me, tournaments is, martial arts was, from a tournament format, right? When you're, even when you're just a little karate, going to karate, you're like a 10-year-old, you're fighting in a tournament, there's like 30 people there, you just pair them up. But I think that, like compared to Bellator when I first came on board, we had a tournament format, but tournaments should happen when you have 8 big stars that are legitimate.
Okay.
To me, that's what makes this exciting.
Okay. One other thing about Chael, he mentioned that he has some kind of issue with Rory McDonald. They have to fight.
He wants to fight Rory.
What is the deal here?
I have no idea. But he told me about 2 weeks ago, he said, I want to fight Rory McDonald. Can you make it happen? And I said, well, we have some other plans for Rory, but maybe down the line, if he wants to move to 185 and you want to go down to 185, maybe we could put that fight together.
I don't like it right now. I want to see Rory get the belt, Chael do his Legends
Rory
tour.
and Lima, know, to me, that's exciting.
Okay, so let me ask you about Lima Larkin.
Sure.
Did you feel, you talk about hype. There was a lot of hype put on that one. I mean, the expectations were out of this world. Do you feel like it delivered?
You know what? I thought it was a real strategic fight. And was it an entertaining fight? It was an entertaining fight. But I think once Larkin started taking leg damage and he switched sides, I think it threw off Lima a little bit. Lima's a good counterpuncher. Lorenzo's kind of cautious coming in after he got caught. I think it was the second round. So, I mean, to me, the first 2-3 rounds were better than the last 2 rounds, I'd say. So
Lima is very underrated, though.
The guy is a beast. He hits every. I mean, I was sitting right there. He hits everything so hard. Like in Thai boxing, that's how they teach him. It's like everything is hard. They're punching to knock you out. They're kicking to knock you out. I mean, he hit Lorenz with 2 leg kicks that weren't checked, and after that, Lorenz had to switch sides because he took so much damage on that leg. And he'll tell you that himself. He told me that last night. He goes, I had to switch sides because the guy, kicked me so hard. I had to switch.
What are the chances you do as we say hello to the Canadian flag? It's Canada Day coming up, July 1st. What are the chances you do that fight in Canada?
It's possible.
Okay.
It's possible, but we're still putting the rest of the schedule together for the end of the year. But, we talked to a couple of venues up there. And
that would be awesome.
Yeah, we have our Canadian consultants that we're talking to.
Oh, who are those people?
I can't tell you.
Okay. Because you also have a Canadian women's featherweight champion, Julia Budd, who also just so happens to come from the same province as Rory, British Columbia. So I feel like it would make a lot of sense.
So it's just going to be a matter of whether it's Toronto or whether it's in Vancouver. Okay. But we will go to Canada, I would say, whether it's the end of this year or first quarter next year.
I hate to say it, but I feel like Toronto would be best just because of the media that you would receive there. It's the media capital of Canada.
Yeah.
It hurts me to say that as a Montrealer, but you'll get more buzz in Toronto.
Yeah,
that's
I think
free advice.
No, and we're talking to all the venues, so we'll see in a lot. Will depend on what date's available and does it match our date and that sort of thing because we got a pretty busy schedule at the end of the year.
Do you think he will fight again this year, Rory?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. By the way, as I'm thinking, I'm kind of running down the card here, but there was a little incident with Paul Daly. We're just kind of firing you with questions here, but Daly and MVP came out with this video saying Daly turned down the fight. You wanted to go in September, right, to England. From your perspective, what's happening here?
Well, it wasn't that clear cut. I mean, what happened was, Paul called out MVP.
Yeah.
And so we reached out to Paul and said, hey, do you want to fight before September?
Yeah.
And he said, no, I don't want to fight before September. He said, I'll fight MVP, but I'll fight him at the beginning of the year.
Oh.
So that fight will happen. It's going to happen in London, and it'll probably be first quarter next year.
So are you going to keep MVP on the sidelines till then?
No, we told him he could go box.
Oh.
And,
box or kickbox?
Box.
But you don't promote boxing.
No, but we have a deal with the local promoter.
Oh, okay.
There.
Why not have him for Bellator kickboxing?
Well, we asked him, do you want to kickbox or do you want to box?
He prefers boxing.
He prefers boxing. He wants to
Okay.
get a couple fights in. Probably get ready for Paul. Paul's got some good hands. So
that's what he'll do.
yeah, so we said, go ahead, and go ahead and go do that, and just like we did the deal with Lou DiBella, right?
Man.
So it's exactly opposite. It's like we're kind of lending out MVP to go box.
Interesting.
And then I told him, MVP, if you want to come kickbox, so you can fight MMA for the year after your boxing, you're more than welcome to. Or if you want to take a couple boxing fights, go ahead and just get ready for this fight beginning next year.
Okay, so that's the plan, though. They will fight in London. What a great fight that will be for London. Okay, so talking about free agent signings, Ryan Bader is now your light heavyweight champion. Mm-hmm. He beats Phil Davis, and the worry was that it would be a lot like the first fight. Mm-hmm. Do you think it was too much like the first fight? Did that one not deliver?
You know what? I think it was different in the sense that this fight I felt like because I was right there.
Yeah,
they were throwing some heavy blows.
Yeah,
look at Phil's face, right? I mean, Phil threw some heavy blows. These guys were trying to throw some heavy blows. I think that when they started booing, it was almost like, man, this crowd's tough. These guys are trying to really take it to each other.
Well, up until that point, they were kind of spoiled, right?
Well, yeah.
It was like finish after finish after finish. So I think that they were just getting antsy.
Yeah. Maybe we should open with that fight.
Yeah, well, maybe.
And then we should have closed with Heather's fight.
That's right. But do you feel like he won? Because it was a little bit controversial. Some I saw thought that Phil won.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I think, honestly, in my eyes, it could have went either way.
Okay.
And that's why it was a split decision.
Yeah.
It's kind of, you're just kind of making a decision one way or the other as a judge. And it's tough. I would not want to be a judge. I was a judge one time. For a kickboxing fight, way back.
Just once in your entire life?
Just once. And I said, I will never be a judge again, ever.
It's a lot of pressure.
I will never be a referee. I will never be a judge. I'm just not built that way. It's just, you have to have, I think, a unique, something in you that...
Thick skin?
Thick skin. Maybe, being a promoter, you got to have some thick skin.
That's true.
But I think that, you get the pressure from the crowd. I'm sure these judges sitting there, and it's boo this, boo that, and then one way or the other, at the end of the day, somebody's gonna be upset, and I just don't like that feeling.
Do you like the idea of putting the judges in the back so they're not influenced by the crowd?
No, I think they should be right there where they can see it, because the thing about it is when you're watching a fight like that up close, you can hear it.
Yeah.
Right. So you can feel the power or the lack of power of those punches or techniques.
Yeah.
And so I think that they should be right there.
Okay. Do you have any idea? And it was a really nice moment with Bader finally getting a belt. He's never won gold in MMA. I was bummed for him that he didn't get a chance to address the crowd, because I know you were kind of running out of time as far as getting into
we were out of time.
It was like 1 minute, right?
Yeah, we were out of time.
Whoever made the call to move the Gracie fight, good on you, because then you would have had a disaster.
Well, no. Well, that was always a swing bout.
A swing bout, okay.
Yeah, swing bout.
Who's the number one contender? Is it King Mo? Is it someone else?
Bader should fight King Mo next.
Yeah?
Yeah, King Mo's ready to go down to 205 and ready to fight before the end of the year.
Wow.
So maybe we'll have Bader and King Mo before the end of the year.
Does this change your plans? I know you were talking about going to Penn State.
No, not at all. We're going.
You'll still go with Phil and
Ruth and a bunch of wrestlers. Maybe that's where Pico could make his comeback there. Make it like a wrestling comeback. But I think that it doesn't have anything to do with it.
Okay. What can we say about James Gallagher? What a revelation.
Yeah.
I mean, 20-year-old kid doing that, walking up to Shinzo. Yeah. I mean, the cojones on this kid, right? I don't know what they're doing in Ireland, but to make these guys so damn cocky is something else.
And the girls there, too. They're tough.
It's unbelievable. But you have to be blown away by this, right? I mean, did you expect this soon from this guy? I could see you like him, like when he comes up with the face-offs. There's a bit of a twinkle in your eye. I mean, this is a promoter's dream, this guy. He sells fights and he delivers.
We signed him because we think he's talented. And he's a young, up-and-coming guy. But he's now at the cusp of taking it to the next level.
Yeah.
And that's how you kind of test, the talent you have. Right? He's like, is he going to be the guy that we, can he is he going to be the guy that we could invest in and build for the next 2 or 3 years? I think, and time again, he proves it.
Yeah.
And I think the fight, like the Young Guns fight at this point, might be him and McKee.
Well, they hate each other, but then he says that McKee made it up and it's fake and all this stuff. So I don't know who to believe.
Yeah.
What about Gallagher versus Freeman?
Yeah, why not?
Because now you got Freeman as the prospect killer.
Right. That's right. There you go.
I like that fight.
We'll have to change his name from the Altar Boy to the prospect killer.
He'll be the guy who ruins all of Bellator's plans, knocks off all your young guns. I like it.
No, we listen, it's that'd probably be an interesting fight. I think we could promote that fight. Maybe we'll do that fight in Ireland.
Wow. Are you planning on going back?
Oh yeah, we're definitely gonna go back.
They're very upset with you, the Irish fans, all day long.
No, they should be happy.
Okay.
Today? Are they upset today?
What happened today?
No, were they upset today or yeah?
Well, because they're always like, I can't watch.
Okay, no, but you saw the release. They could watch it live.
Okay, pay-per-view.
They could watch it live on pay-per-view.
Right.
But and it's kind of complicated because the way you have to put this international distribution, it's really like a puzzle, right? Okay. Because you have Spike, and then you have Channel 5, and then you have the pay-per-view that was offered through YouTube. Okay. But also you have the 180 show, right? So in the Republic of Ireland, right? Yeah. We were able to offer the 180 show for free. Okay. And then you could buy the pay-per-view if you wanted to. Oh, okay. Right. And then, but in the UK, in the rest of the UK, you know, including Northern Ireland, we couldn't offer the 180 as part of the offering. Okay. They had to only get the pay-per-view fight. Oh. So we had to buy it. But if you live in the Republic of Ireland, you got the 180 for free. And then if you want to buy the pay-per-view, you could buy the pay-per-view. So no more complaints. Okay. I would like to see you do that. When you guys do one of these overseas shows like Daily McDonald's. Have it offered here.
Offer it on YouTube for pay-per-view. I'll buy that. I don't want to wait 6 hours to watch McDonald make his debut. This is 2000. Could you imagine if the Warriors playing the Spurs was on 6-hour tape delay? You'd lose your crap. Yeah, I mean, no, I understand. I understand. It's a problem. You know, it is, and it's just it's hard to watch sports when you know what happened. Yeah, but it's you know what? It's a big company. Yeah. With a lot of tentacles, and you know, as far as trying to put all the pieces together after. You know, some of these deals were done years ago. Okay. Right? So that's really the question. And it's something that I think we're constantly working on. And honestly, that's how we got this deal done with YouTube and the distribution. But, you know, when we announced the distribution to the UK, we said, pay-per-views, you can go watch it live. And then you can watch it on Spike on Monday for free if you want to wait. But you can't get 180. You know, then the boopers come, right? Yeah, you can't please everyone. And then in Ireland, in the Republic of Ireland, we could do both, right? And so now they're happy, but the UK fans aren't happy because they want to see 182. So it's like, hey, we're trying. You are trying. Can't make everybody happy. He came up to you. I saw him come up to you. He's wearing this amazing leopard jacket. It says Savage on the back. I gave it to him. What, you gave him that jacket? Oh, okay. It was part of your closet. What did he say to you when he walked up to you? It seemed like he came up to you. Do you remember? You were sitting there cage side? Yeah. We just said, you know, I said congratulations. Okay. And he said, hey, did you like my performance? And I saw I was very impressed because you know, he did exactly what he's supposed to do. Go in there, take care of business. Yeah. And then, you know, and to me, I was surprised. I thought it'd be a longer fight. Do you want to continue being in the Heather Hardy business? Yeah, I think if she wants to. Because you don't have that division, really. I mean, like you have it, but you don't. Yeah. But I mean, to me, you have super fights. Yeah. Come on, it's like there's plenty of people. There's plenty of females out there worldwide. It seemed like it was a revelation to her. Like she had never fought before, and afterwards she says, "I've fallen in love. I love this." Really? Okay. I mean, she was like, "I got this bug." So I know she's. I mean, she's a champion in boxing. Yeah. Is it going to be tough to get her back? Because putting her on the New York card makes all the sense in the world. Sure. But you're not running New York every week. Right. So. I mean, if she wanted to come fight for Bellator and Lou was okay with it, we could work something out. We would do it. Okay. You know, I think that her story is inspirational. Yeah. You know, it's a lot of adversity and overcome, and you know, to see her fight, and I thought for a second there she was in a little bit of trouble. Yeah. You know, and then she came back, and it's just like it played out like her life story a little bit. You know, and it was funny. But the funny moment that media day with her and. Her opponent was first we have these guys and they're like, you know, alpha male, I'm gonna right? They get and these two girls square up and they go, how's my lipstick? Really? How's my makeup? I'm like, oh my god, this is the first time for me, but it was funny. I was just laughing. Alice is very tough as well. Alice Gallagher, Alice, the soccer mom, toughest soccer mom I've ever come across. Amazing, tough. Did you like running New York? I know it's very expensive, right? I mean, the arena's expensive, insurance, all that stuff. Is this something you want to keep doing, coming back to MSG? Because it seems like you have a great relationship with them. Yeah, I mean, you know, they also own and manage the Forum. Yeah. And so, you know, they have the two venues there. And I think that we have to come back. Okay. I mean, to me, you know, is it already booked? We're talking about dates right now. Okay. For next year. Okay. But, you know, like we go to LA once a year. We're to New York once a year. Great. Maybe the Bay Area, you know, twice a year. Yeah. You know, it's like we have our little tour now. Go to the O2 or Wembley once a year. Yeah. And that's, you know, kind of where we do our big fights. Do you know what the gate is yet? You were supposed to find out. Yeah, it was a little bit over 1.5 million. Is that the most ever?
That's a
Bellator?
record. Yeah, that's a record for Bellator.
And how about for you personally as a promoter?
It definitely broke the
Wow.
record. Yeah. So it was a great victory, you know, because social numbers off the charts.
Yeah.
The ratings, the numbers are, come on, 1.1.
And what about the pay-per-view buys?
Yeah, I mean, we'll know that, I think, in a couple of days.
What are you thinking?
I have no idea. I don't want to guess.
You said 200, right?
Well, I said that's respectable.
Yeah.
Anything over 3 would be.
Do you think it got to 2?
I sure hope so.
What are you feeling?
Well, I can tell you this. You know, everybody worked hard. We had a lot of great people working on this. Viacom was working on it. And the amount of media leading up to it and the social numbers that you're seeing, I think those are all good indicators that we'll have a successful show. But either way, you know, like John Slusser said, this is a new business for them, right? And this is not something that we're just going to go in and out and go away. You know, we're going to be in this business, and you know, next year we might do 2 shows, maybe
pay-per-view.
Yeah, pay-per-view.
Okay.
And you know, those are already being planned out now.
You already have your dates?
Kind of target dates, and then depend on the fights. But you know,
so you're shooting for 2 to 3 in 2018.
Yeah, and I think maybe 2 might be, and then 3. But we're not going to, you know, like I said, we're not going to saturate the marketplace just to do pay-per-view fights. Because I honestly think that, I'm a fan too, you know, and it's like I'm the guy that would buy a lot of fights, but you know, when there's so many fights, there has to be it has to be relevant too. It has to be something that people really want to see to shell out the extra money. And this whole year, this is the first fight that I bought at home. You got pre-recorded, right?
You're pre-recorded.
It's the first fight I bought because I just, you know, too many fights means that, you know, I'll probably buy the John Jones DC fight. Right.
DC's your guy.
He's my guy, so I got to buy it, you know.
All kinds of shade was being thrown the UFC's way on Thursday with Kevin K talking about we're not a Las Vegas company, the pay-per-view. What was up with that? That's unlike you guys. You usually kind of sort of stay in your lane, and I don't mind it. It's fun for us, but I was surprised.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, you know, it's
it felt like you guys had your fighting shoes on. That's what it felt like.
Well, you know what? Listen, they're a great organization. You know, they help build.
Tell us how you really feel, Scott.
No, this is how I feel. It's a great organization, and it's like, you know, they've done a lot of great things for MMA. I mean, but it was Kevin K, the greenlit Ultimate Fighter.
Sure.
Viacom was the first one to say, hey, we're gonna let you guys come into the business because I don't care, you know, how much money they had. If Kevin would have said no Ultimate Fighter, and then the UFC would have never been on Spike. And then where would MMA be at that point? So all I'm saying is, like, look, you know, the Fertittas did amazing things for mixed martial arts. They would have been dead without them, because I was there. I saw the whole thing unfold. You know, I was working at K1 at the time. And then, but on this side, it was Viacom. And their commitment hasn't stopped, Errol. Their commitment has continued since 2005 or 2006. And they love it, and they're going to keep going. And I think that you saw the commitment, you know, this week.
I did, yeah. It really does seem like they're into it. One of your top fighters told me that he got $75K in sponsorship money, which is incredible.
Yeah.
And he was on the pay-per-view, and I mean, it would be tremendous if you sell 1 million pay-per-views, but I don't think that that's realistic. So less people were watching him fight. What I wanted to know was, is there a sponsorship tax in Bellator?
No.
So one thing that I often hear is people say, like, the reason why we did the Reebok deal is because the sponsorship game was dried out. But I think it got dried out in the UFC is because they put this tax, and then all the people ran away.
That's right.
So
that is the truth. You were speaking the truth right there.
Well, thank you. I tried to.
That's gospel right there.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's running out because, you know, the company was trying to impose.
Mom and pop shops can't pay that.
Yeah, and then if they could, they would have to pay the UFC, right? The tax, right?
So you guys don't want to do that?
No, we're not going to do that.
Okay.
Listen, they're independent contractors. How they're forced to wear a uniform to this day still baffles me. It should be against the labor laws or something, because you have to wear the sponsor thing. You have to wear the certain uniform when you fight. To me, they're independent contractors. They should go out and get whatever sponsors they want. And if Ryan Bader or whoever went out and made $1 million in sponsorship, good for you.
Okay.
You know, we don't touch any of that.
What did you think of the announcing? So this was a new era. You had Goldie on Spike, and I have to say, when I walked into the media room and I'm hearing Goldie speak, and Jimmy Smith kind of sounds like Rogan. I forgot where I was for a second.
Kind of looks like Rogan.
Yes,
too, right?
he does. And then you had Morrow, and unfortunately, I didn't get to hear Morrow because I was in the arena by then. But you were listening. I saw you had the cans on. What was it like?
It was fantastic. Honestly. Okay. I mean, we have the best play-by-play guys in the business.
Yeah.
I think we have the best announcing crew in the business. I mean, Schaub did a great job. Josh Thompson did a great job.
Yeah, he did.
You know,
I heard him.
And Jen Brown did a great. I mean, we had an all-star cast of, you know, crew of the whole production, you know, play-by-play and color, and also the table of the booth. Those guys did an amazing job. Morrow and Goldie, think about the history between those two guys of every fight they've ever called.
Yeah.
It is really the history of MMA. So the knowledge that you're hearing and the voice you're hearing, and it's just like, it's just impressive to me, because it's just like this is what MMA is, right?
Yeah.
This is who created the voice. These are the voice of MMA.
Are you going to do the desk thing for like all your big events? Do you like
I think
that?
for the big fights.
Yeah.
Moving forward, yeah.
And so like the next event, the one coming up, Campos is fighting, I think, is it in Thackerville, your next one?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Who does that one? Morrow or Gold? Is
I'm
it
not
just
sure.
It's just basically like a scheduling thing?
Yeah, I think it's a scheduling thing. That's really a Fish question. He's talking to the
Scott
guys now.
Fishman. Okay.
Yeah, and they handle production.
My former boss when I worked at Spike.
Really?
Scott Fishman, yes, back in 2007.
Wow.
I was there for like a month.
I remember that.
Yeah.
I mean, I vaguely remember that.
Yeah, so it was nice to see actually some familiar faces who I have not seen in quite some time. Speaking of which, 2007, go ahead, please.
No, I was to say was, like when we have a guy that comes from, UFC to Bellator, it's so funny the reaction because they're like, oh, it's the same Spike crew.
Yeah.
Right? It's Kevin.
Sure.
It's John. It's Fishman. I'm like the new guy.
Yeah.
In the circle, so to speak. So.
And they have Goldie.
Yeah, and then it's like just have some employees running around, lots of familiar faces. But it's now we have Goldie. It's like it's just funny because it's just their commitment. Their commitment has never stopped since 2006, since they got involved in the Ultimate Fighter. I
mentioned this to you as we almost wrap up here, and again, I appreciate it. I know you're going to the airport, right?
Yes.
From here. Mm-hmm. I mentioned this to you at the weigh-in, so it's not going to catch you off guard, but there was something somewhat poetic about doing this show on Saturday, almost 10 years to the day of the Baroni Shamrock pay-per-view. Was that your first pay-per-view with Strikeforce?
With Strikeforce, yes. It was
on
a Showtime
Pro Elite. Yeah. At that time. And so, I mean, you've come a hell of a long way since then, but I love that feud. That's one of my favorite feuds of all time. What do you remember? When I say Shamrock Baroni, what do you remember?
I remember Frank's pitch tape or the comedy tape.
It was great.
Yeah, Frank is he's another guy that's just a great promoter himself.
That was the first feud to really use like social media and YouTube and kind of do it on their own.
Yep.
Because it wasn't a UFC event, obviously.
Right.
But the experience of co-promoting with Pro Elite, not your favorite, right?
Well, it was interesting, and I'll just make it short. But what I remember was, we had this production meeting, right? And on my side, we might have had 4 people, myself and Carrie, my assistant, and Jim Gordon, and, like one other person. Then on this side, there's like 35 people. And it's Gary Shaw and his crew and, and Rich and JD, and they were all, and I look over and this is what I said. David Dinkins was about to start the meeting. I go, I have a question. What do all you guys do? Like, I don't, like, what, there's only 4 people. We're doing all the work. We're promoting the fight. Yeah. Why do you guys have to bring 35 people to town? I go, you're spending, because it's a co-promotion. I feel like half of that money should be my money, right? So I'm like, hey, you guys got to cut back. You guys send some people back home because I don't know what you guys do. And anyway, it was not a good experience working with them because it's almost like we got involved because of a lawsuit and this and that, and then literally, I don't want to say who the name is because we're in good terms now, but it was. They're running out in the middle of the cage, measuring their logo compared to my logo.
That is petty,
right? And I just remember going, it just like, so that's just one of the things, and it was just really hard to deal with at that time. But we got through it. We ended up acquiring him.
Yes,
got a lot of great fighters from it, and the rest is history.
Will you sign Chuck Liddell?
We're talking to him about a deal for like a brand ambassadorship right there.
Okay,
at this point,
but not fighting.
No, we have not talked about fighting.
Okay, are you interested?
So, I mean, I don't really know if he's interested.
Yeah,
So
like the thing you do with Hoyce.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I mean, come on, at these fan fests, there's thousands of people who come to these things sometimes, and he would be a great. I mean, he's one of the guys. I mean, Randy, Chuck, and Tito were, that's what built the UFC,
right? Or
kept MMA sustained.
Yeah.
And for them to go out and interact with the fans and meet the fans and. The fans really appreciate it, I can tell you that. And so, of course we would do that.
Seems like Tito's got an itch there. He's causing all kinds of commotion cage side. What's he doing?
It's funny because the fans are like, F you, Tito. Yeah. I'm like, I feel like I'm in like some kind of like a Dodgers game. And like the Giants
I think he's going to fight again. What do you think?
We haven't talked about it, but, he told me he's retired. So until I hear, otherwise, he looked good in his last fight, though.
Yeah.
He looked in shape.
Of course.
Looks like,
are you going to sign Gegard Mousasi?
Gegard, I don't think we can talk to him for a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Are you interested?
when we can talk to him, we will talk to him.
Do you got anything up your sleeve before you go? Any parting gifts?
You know what? It's been a great year for Bellator.
It has been a great year. Does it feel like you've turned the corner? Like, does it feel on this Monday morning it's a whole new day for you guys?
You know
Has
what?
Something changed?
It feels like, the stamp has been, solidified.
Okay. You do feel that way?
Yeah. Oh, of course. I mean, there's a lot of people, on social media or whatever, they're always, kind of negative or ripping on you. But this event, we got so many positive feedback, and how I feel is the building of the roster from the bottom up is going to continue. The building from the roster from the top down, free agents, is going to continue, and we already have a solid roster in the middle. So I'm extremely happy where the roster is right now. And if you look at this thing as a whole, it's light years away from what it was 3 years ago, and now we can put on big fights. And, some people, like when Fedor walked down, he's still the king, man. I don't care what you say. There's some other fighters that are fighting or whatever, and, wherever they're fighting, we could give them a ramp and walk down, some people wouldn't even know who they are. So to me, Fedor is still the king. He's still a big brand. So like Vanderlei. When Vanderlei walked down, you heard the response in there. It was electric in there. So, I think that these legends have delivered for us, and we're still going to be in the business of building the next guys and signing the top 5, 6 guys in the world in each weight class, like the Roy McDonalds of the world, like talking to Gallagher, like talking. We're gonna talk to everybody that we can.
And I must say this before we say goodbye. You have a very good reputation in this business, and it's very much deserved. But it warmed my heart so greatly. And some people, this is very inside, but longtime viewers of this show will know about my friend Adam Geller, who passed away. And you invited his wife to the event, and I saw her not only at the weigh-ins but the event as well. So it says a lot about you that you would reach out to her and give her great seats. Kudos to you. That was really. I never met her in person, and I felt like I knew her because he talked so much about her. So it really, it was. And
really
that's
something. Exactly what it was. Adam was like, he was one of our teammates at Showtime, and he and I became friendly and good. And when he showed me his wedding video,
yes, on his YouTube,
and it was the girl from Pride,
Lenny Hart.
Lenny Hart.
Yeah, and
she's doing the intros, like fighter intros, and here comes the groomsmen and the bridesmaids. I said, this girl is special. Think about that. How many people, how many girls or family would allow it? So she allowed it. And so I never got to meet her either. This is the first time I met her. So when, Adam passed, as you know, and I saw him probably 7 months before he came out to Mohegan Sun, came to a fight. We were talking, and he just seemed in great spirits, always happy, and had a baby. And then, he passed really fast, and, it was really shocking and devastating. And I said to myself, you know what, I'm going to reach out to Deborah, and we're going to continue this link. This link is not going to die. And, I look forward to inviting her to more fights and spending time and just getting to know her like I knew Adam.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Scott. Congratulations to you and the team. Great night. Yes. It was great to be there. And I told Rich and Mike Hogan, I said, 2017, I'll come to my first Bellator. I'm a man of my word.
Well, this is only one. Now you got to come to San Jose.
Okay, fair enough. Well, let's not get crazy. Thank you so much, Scott. I appreciate it. Safe travels. There he is, the president of Bellator. We're going to say goodbye to him, sort of on the fly here. That's our new thing here. You can.
Oh, yes. Okay.
You can go, Scott.
You can just get out.
Yeah, that's it. You ain't got to go home, but you got to get the hell out of here, Scott. No, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. There he goes. A great night for Bellator, and as I said at the top of the interview, great ratings. Spike TV coming out with their numbers, 1.1 million viewers, and Bellator 180 delivered 901,000 viewers. A great weekend for MMA between that event on Saturday, and I thought the OKC card was very entertaining as well. So if you're an MMA fan, you pretty much got everything that you wanted this past weekend. Of course, as we talked to Scott, one of the big stories of this past weekend, in my opinion, the breakout performance of the weekend was James Gallagher going in there and doing what he did to Chinzo Machida. Nothing short of remarkable, with the same kind of flair and confidence that he's had throughout his very short career. And history was made on Saturday night, my friends, because a coach from a small portion of the world, place called Ireland, have you heard of it? Team called SBG. Their head coach, John Kavanagh, is now the first coach in MMA history to go 2-0 at the Garden. Did it in November with Conor McGregor, did it on Saturday with James Gallagher, and he is kind enough to join us via the magic of Skype. I know so many of you love hearing from him, and what a treat this is after the big win on Saturday. Hello, John. How are you?
Hello, Ariel. How's things?
It's going really well. You like my new home? Can you see it?
I do. I'm very sorry I couldn't have stayed on, but I had pressing business to get back to.
Yes, some fans will be disappointed to hear the original plan was for you to visit us as well, but I do believe your schedule is a little busy, so I am okay with that. Maybe, you know, come August or September we can schedule something. But let me ask you about Saturday night. Your second time there, of course. Very different circumstances. Still, you know, all fights are equally as big, but you're not the main event. There's not all that attention on you. You just come in there, you do your job, you go out. What was it like coming back 7 months later after making history in November?
Yeah, I only got in. I got in pretty late. I got in Friday afternoon, and we were straight to the the ceremonial weigh-ins, which was where the press conference was held.
Yes.
For Conor. So that was pretty cool to walk back in there. And then it was, it felt for me very rushed affair because I was arriving so late. And then on Saturday, going to the venue, we went into that lift, that kind of old-fashioned lift that they used. You know, you see the back of Conor with a suit on as the door shut in the Madison Square Garden. So to be standing in that lift again, which brings you up to the changing rooms, brought a few chills down the spine. Yeah, it was nice to be back.
Did you feel like, are you the kind of guy that feels like, okay, there's good omens here, you know, good vibes? Like, did you feel like it was November again, 205, and that was kind of being put on James now? Because they're always kind of linked to each other these days, and with good reason.
Yeah, a little bit. Certainly what gave me a lot better omens and vibes was the 2 months leading up to it, because James really stepped up his game. You know, he's after being given this incredible opportunity, and your past guest there, nice to hear Mike speaking there. Are hugely grateful to him to give James an opportunity to fight. I know everybody was harassing him to be on this card, so for us to get it, James wasn't going to take that lightly. So we put in a really, really tough training camp. So that's what made me feel relaxed. That's what made me feel the good vibes.
What about the performance? I mean, was that flawless? Because I spoke to him afterwards, and we're going to talk to him in a bit as well. He said that he was actually kind of disappointed in a few things, that he wasn't happy, and I guess that's a sign of a true professional and a guy who's on his way to doing greater things. But from your perspective as his coach, what do you think?
It was solid. The first shot was not great. In saying that, as I knew, both the Machida family, that karate in and out style is a tricky one to time. If you get it wrong, as so many guys have done against it, more so Lyoto, you run into a hard knee, or you run into that reverse punch that the guys are so good at. I thought James did very well in pressing him early, which was the plan. Side to side head movement, don't give him an easy target. The first shot was a little bit off. Second one was better, even though he was disappointed in it. I wasn't, because I felt he just needed to make contact with him, and then he chained the takedown together. On the ground, I actually wanted him to stay in the guard a little bit more to stop the scramble to the feet, but within a few seconds he was in the mount, so I won't complain about that. And then he has a mount and back control that really reminds me of Gunnar Nelson. Any of the guys that train with James will tell you, once he has the mount or the back, it's very, very difficult to shift him. And it's an MMA style mount, and that he can go between hard shots and control very well, which a lot of fighters don't seem to get. He seems to have a good grip on it, and he's 20 years of age.
Considering how big the stage was, the arena, he's fighting a guy who's 20 years older. Like, when they're facing off, it really feels like an older man facing off with a young kid.
Oh, he's my age.
Oh my gosh.
My age.
And I'm not there so far off as well. Did he pass any tests in your mind, or like, was this what you expected and it's on to the next one?
Yeah, a huge step up. You know, this was his introduction to the American audience. I wasn't with him, nor was really any SBG guys with him all fight week. Just the way it worked out. Again, I just had to remind myself every now and again he's 20, you know, and to have that level of maturity in his head, and a real veteran's understanding of the complete game. That it's not only, although it's for sure the most important part, the 15 minutes that you're contracted for, but to really understand the build up, to really understand fight week, to understand the commitment, media commitments, and the face-offs and the interviews. It really blows me away how he's able to do that and handle it so well, and how he handled the warm-up and the walkout. Just real flashes of brilliance, I think.
How old was he when you first met him?
So I was judging a fight show in a small part of Ireland where he's from, and a 13-year-old walked out, and he was fighting a 22-year-old.
Wow.
And I told the promoter, I'm not going to be involved with this. A child should not be fighting an adult. So I left the show.
Wow.
But I kind of popped my head in, and I watched out of morbid curiosity, and this 13-year-old took a few hard shots, took a guy down, took his back and choked him, a 22-year-old man. And there's a big difference between a 13-year-old and a 22-year-old. So, I mean, there was serious potential there. So I had a chat with his parents and him, and I said, look, I'll train him, but he's not allowed to fight MMA again until I say. I didn't like the idea of him being hit in the head at that young age. And then he moved in with me. He was doing a 8-hour round trip to do a 1-hour class. His father were driving 4 hours down. He would train for 1 hour and then 4 hours back.
Wow.
And we kept that up for 2 years. And then at 15, he just moved down to Dublin, and he dropped out of school and he moved in with me. And then we became, I like to think, older brother. Sometimes I get confused for his dad, but I'll say older brother. And yeah, he's been living with me for 5 years. He just moved out. He's starting to make a little bit of money now. So we're all in the same apartment block. I have an apartment there. James is across the way from me. It's kind of like the SPG apartment block. I have a lot of fighters in the different apartments close to me, and yeah, we're tight.
Have you ever had a fighter who you met at such a young age and has delivered quite like this? Like any of your, I mean, we know your roster, we don't have to go through them, but to meet them at such a young age and to stick with them now for 7 years and take them under your wing and for it to pay off like this, does this remind you of any other story, or is this unique?
Well, I guess I haven't been with somebody for this long and them to be still only 20. But I definitely see, I know the comparisons are already made, but the way Conor was able to quickly understand the entire business, you know, like I said, if you're kind of just a fan of watching the fights every now and then, you have a very kind of thin veneer level understanding of the depth that goes into the 2 months leading up to a fight, as you are well aware, the amount of interviews that have to be done, and trying to understand the promoters' needs, the fans' needs, the media's needs. I remember having conversations with Conor when he was maybe similar age or maybe 1 or 2 years older, and I was always blown away by Conor's ability to know names in different athletic commissions that he was reading about, and just a real student of the entire game rather than just the fighting only part.
Does it bother you when people want to compare him to Conor so much?
I think James said it well. If you want to compare me to the GOAT and the man that will soon be known to upset the boxing world, it's not a bad comparison. It's an obvious one. You know, I'm not surprised that happens, but James is starting to carve out his own way, and you know, rattle off the stats: 7-0, 20 years of age, fought in Madison Square Garden, making quite a lot of money. If that's not doing well, I'm not sure what is.
I threw out the idea to Scott Coker just a few minutes ago of him fighting Zach Freeman now, because Freeman just knocked off their other big prospect, Aaron Pico. Of course, James is a lot further along. Do you like that idea? If not, what do you like next for James as far as opponent and time frame when he comes back?
Yeah, I always like fighters facing somebody that's been on the same card, because timing wise, you know, they both have the same. But yeah, it was funny. I saw that fight, and it was something that popped in my head. But I think the guy is quite a big 155er. I don't know if he would make 145.
Okay.
And James is probably, we're talking about dropping to 135.
Oh wow.
He's he was 145 with a day or two to go. I think he skipped breakfast. He's kind of like a Gunnar Nelson in terms of not cutting anything at all. And he's working with Lockhart now. And so 135 is not out of the question. We might test that in November, which I believe he's up next. I'm trying to get him on the Israel card just so I can visit the Holy Land. I really want to go there.
Shalom.
But yeah, I'd like to see him there, maybe at 135. Maybe get the 135 belt and then go up to 145 and get the 145 belt.
Oh, wow. That sounds very familiar, all that.
Be the first, it sounds a little bit familiar. And I'm sure the same people will tell me that's a stupid idea that told me the last time as well, but we'll see what happens.
And is there any, I mean, look, he's very brash and he's got a great style and he talks a great game and he's backing it up. But for a 20-year-old, is there any point where you have to tell him, like, hey, like, let's not get too, big-headed here? Are there any concerns at all?
I think James listens to me when I have something to say, and we have our one-on-one conversations. But right now, I'm a very much a evidence-based guy, and right now it's getting the results that we wanted. It's getting the attention that we were looking for. It's getting the fights that we need. So I don't see it not working yet. So we'll carry on doing what's working.
Okay. Did you see this clip that they posted on Saturday, MacLife.com, of Conor and him talking after training 4 years ago? And he said, "Soon enough, Jimmy boy, soon enough."
I remember that day.
Really?
I remember that day. Bizarrely enough, it's a clear memory for me.
What is memorable about it?
See James's little chubby cheeks there.
Yeah. Why was that a memorable day?
I just remember that was kind of the start of Conor having like a film crew around him all the time. That was was new enough for us to have that going on. So I kind of remember at the end of a session and a film crew being there, and that wasn't kind of how it was before. And I was questioning in my head, why is there a film crew all the time? But it just stood out in my head. So when the clip was played, I was kind of remembering it. And James's funny little accent saying, well for you, all for you, because he was going off to get another suit.
That's great. I love that they posted that on Saturday. It really tied.
It was brilliant.
Yeah, it really tied everything in very nicely.
Really cool. It was really cool.
So of course I would be remiss if I don't ask you about your other plans. Now you've got a busy summer ahead, August 26th. Honestly, John, and I read your great article on the 42.ie. Is it kind of shocking that we're here, that this is actually happening? When did you start to believe that this was a real thing?
I just got it was kind of like the text, if you remember us talking, when I went to bed and I checked my phone one last time and it's on, get to the airport in a few hours time. It was almost a similar the way it played out, that it was on, it was off, it was on, it was off. And then I just got the text from, it's on, 1:54, August 26th. Let's go. And it was kind of that simple.
Wow.
So, I didn't know whether I thought maybe Mayweather was maybe playing a game, and then when he got the contract back for Conor, maybe then he was a bit shocked, a bit taken aback, saying, "Oh, this is for real." I thought this was let's boost our social media profiles or something like that. But it was never that for Conor. It was only for one reason. That was to get the fight. And he hesitated for a few days, or I guess maybe over a week, which gave me a little boost that he wasn't immediately signing and sending it back. But yeah, and then I heard that from Conor, and it's go time.
And so from what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, you now have like a separate location next to your gym where he is training. There's a ring in there. That's where we saw that great mural that you commissioned of him landing that left on Floyd. So everything, you're in the thick of it. Like this has begun. Training camp has started. He's sparring. Everything's going on right now.
Yeah, I just came from sparring.
Oh,
I just came from sparring, and
who'd he spar?
We have some big names in.
Oh,
I'm sure you keep an eye on Conor's. Probably pictures will be going up today. Actually, people will be surprised by some of the names we have in.
Wow.
But today was just another step forward, another bunch of rounds under the belt, and I'm really, really looking forward to this. It's so interesting. I've kind of, myself and Roddy have lost ourselves a little bit in this world. And I kind of spend my days now with Conor in the new gym, and we do our daytime sessions together. And then in the evenings, he's at the what's he call it? The McGregor Fast Institute of Sports Performance. So he's there in the evenings, and it's very exciting. The team spirit is unbelievable. I'm looking forward to when it's all said and done. It's all being documented. It's all being filmed. I'm sure it'll be added to his movie or whatever it's going to come out. And there's some interesting things happening. Interesting things going on.
Could I ask you, because you guys are so good at visualization, do you know? Do you see something? Do you already see it playing out? Is there like a path to victory here that keeps coming up? Because I know you've been studying him for a while, Floyd. That is. Could you give us some sort of insight as to how he's going to shock the world?
I think we keep our cards a little bit close to our chest for this one.
All right.
I'll do my usual Monday before.
I look forward. Drop
in with you. At that stage, it's too late for anybody to do anything anyway. So I'll give you more sound predictions then. For now, we're playing around. We're experimenting. There's some things Mayweather does. I mean, obviously we're talking about one of boxing's all-time greatest. But there's also some things that there's openings. So as Dana White has posted up a few clips, nobody's perfect. Everybody can get hit. And we're just looking to make those openings happen more often than they usually do.
Is it the best case scenario for you and Conor and the team that the world, like you have these boxing insiders and journalists and analysts who are coming out definitively, like they've already seen the fight, that he's going to get knocked out, that he's going to get smoked, that he's going to get embarrassed. I feel like that's the best case scenario for you guys. Like that's when you really thrive. Do you feel the same?
Yes, I do. We're still, of course, things have gotten a bit louder over the years. You've been chatting to me and to Conor since before it all started, and you see that things are getting obviously things have gone pretty well, but we're still quite a close knit team. We're still the mentality of being from a small island versus the rest of the world. And we've always done best when everybody is just mocking the idea of an unknown Dublin guy saying he's going to take on the whole UFC roster and win the belt. So those challenges seem to bind us even closer than we already are. And I'm really seeing that spirit being lit up in the team that it was always there, but for whatever reason, because we're being laughed at, because we're being mocked, it's making us even stronger. And even messages from the MMA community that I wouldn't have much dealings with, telling us they're behind us and they're excited about it. It's somewhat boxing versus MMA as well, in a smaller sense. So we're very proud to be carrying that torch. And like I said, the mood in the camp is one of ready to see a lot of jaws drop on the night.
What do you say to the people who say there's no chance after making 100 or so million that he's coming back to MMA, that he's coming back to the UFC? Could this possibly be the end of his MMA career?
I would say that it's the same thing I'd say about him taking this fight, or the same thing him taking the Diaz 2 fight. It's not money that's motivating him anymore. He could very easily make similar money from doing some movies or some endorsements. It's the challenge. That's why he's in the gym laughing every day. And like if he left the gym now and stopped fighting, what would he do with his free time? Eventually, you can only sit in one car at a time. You can only have one meal at a time. Eventually, you want to do something that's enjoyable to you. And that would be Conor drifting back into the gym. It's what's enjoyable to him. So yeah, the motivation for this fight was not money, although of course it's nice to be well paid for what you do. It was the challenge, and to be told again it's impossible to do what he's saying clearly what he is about to do. So I don't see any reason why he would not. Certainly money will not be the reason why he would not do MMA again. He has said very clearly to me, it's get ready. We're back in the cage in December. So I just hope that I hope someone out there has sparked the interest in him to make him excited about that.
December isn't too far away. Right now, is there like not much can happen between now and then to get someone to spark? So like, would you say Nate is at the top of that list Tony, Khabib, Max Holloway? I don't know. Is there someone who right now you're saying, yeah, as you keep one eye sort of on the MMA world for him, that you think makes the most sense come December?
I have to be honest and say I'm not really thinking that way just yet. I think there's a few of those names that you said there are kind of boiling to the top, but hasn't quite really left the pack behind. But there's plenty of time for those guys to fight it out between each other. It's still 6 odd months away. Let them guys really put a statement on about who is that guy, who is the one that's going to get us and get us up early in the morning and make us do 8 or 10 weeks hard training.
You guys doing the training camp in a couple of weeks in Vegas for the rest of the?
Yeah, so we've 2 more weeks in Ireland, and then the guys head over to Vegas. I'll stay back here for 1 more week to do UFC Glasgow, and then I'll join them, and then we'll have 6 weeks then in Vegas before the fight. But to be honest, even just leaving today's sparring, I'm a bit all over the place. I'm a bit jet lagged. I landed at 6 o'clock this morning. But I watched that session today, and I said we would be ready in 3 weeks from now, and we have 7 or 8 weeks.
Wow!
So I'm very, very. I ran back here with a spring on my step from today.
Oh, not just because you were talking to me, but because of the sparring.
Bit of both.
Okay.
A bit of both.
2 last quick things. Are we going to see like a John Kavanagh, Floyd Mayweather Sr. press conference? They like to do this in boxing, where the coaches get press conferences on fight week. I want to see you guys front and center. Is that going to happen?
Is that for real?
That is for real. They do that.
I never heard that before.
Yes, I want to see it.
I seen one of his coaches said he's going to fly over to do a face-off with me. I didn't know what that meant.
Yeah.
Does that mean stand like a face-off?
I don't think so. And
that'd be a long way to travel.
Yeah.
Face-off.
And I don't think they're going, from what I understand, to Ireland.
I didn't understand it anyway, but to do a press conference with another coach, that seems silly, if I'm being honest.
Okay.
Coaches should be sort of quiet and in the background. It's not there. It's the athletes that are of interest. I've had a few coaches in the past go at me.
Yes.
It hasn't worked out too well for them. And I think you should just focus on preparing for the contest. I'm very interested to be involved with this new world. It's some of it I find very bizarre. It's very, very different to, like dealing with the UFC or dealing with Bellator. It's just one group, and obviously the fighters are with the boxing world. It's battling different promotions and different belts, and it's interesting. It's interesting, and I'm on a crash course to try and learn as much about it as I can.
And last thing, have you noticed? We talked about this before when you were in studio after 205. Have you noticed a difference in Conor since becoming a father?
Yeah, someone asked me that question. I was going to say it's made him and Gunny more relaxed, but if Gunny was any more relaxed, he'd be in a coma. So Gunny's not a good example, but I do see it in Conor. I especially for somebody who's such a high-profile athlete, you're always concerned about yourself. You're always concerned about what's next for you. And when you have a child, that changes.
Yeah.
Now the concern is his son. But I think it's at the maybe even bringing out a more protective side of him in terms of he knows what he's doing now is not just for him, it's for his little family and his little boy that's coming up. And he knows he's to set certain standards and live up to things to give his boy something to be proud of and something to aim for. And he's grabbing that torch and running with it. So it's a lot of fun, yeah. But I've told him he's not allowed to bring him to the gym anymore. Orla saw him, and my God, I had to avoid her for a couple of hours. She's very, very, very broody.
Yes.
It seems a lot of guys in the gym. Oh, Roddy had a kid, and I had one, and
you're next.
Striking coach Carl Tannen, and so they're all popping them out. So I'm still slipping and ducking and weaving
in due time,
learning these techniques.
I can't thank you enough. Like you said, you just landed this morning from New York, and I know you're very tired, so I really appreciate you coming on. And congratulations to you and the team for what happened on Saturday, James Gallagher's win, and thanks for that little seed that you dropped for the Monday before. I'm excited about that. I can't wait for this ride. But really, thank you for coming on. Can I at least ask for a round? I know you won't tell us, but can I get a round now, or is it too early?
It's I'll do my usual.
All right, fair enough.
I'll try to be scarily accurate on Monday.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you so much, John. Congratulations to you and the team for James Gallagher, and good luck to Gunnar Nelson in July, and of course, good luck in training camp as you prepare for August 26th. I really appreciate the time today.
Thank you, sir.
All right, there he is, John Kavanagh, preparing for the fight of the century. Cannot wait. August 26th. We'll hear from him closer to that date. Okay, let's move along now. Last weekend, massive win for one Holly Holm, a knockout of Bethe Correia, one of the best of the year. That question mark kick and then the bowling punch, if you will. She finished her in Singapore. Holly is standing by. Let's go to her on the phone right now. Holly, are you there?
I'm here. How's it going?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. And congratulations. What a performance that was in Singapore.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Always want to do things more and better, but I'm excited to have the win. And it's something we've kind of been working on, so it's always nice when it plays out in the fight.
So when you say you always want to do things more and better, does that mean that, like, obviously you're happy with the win, but the overall picture didn't leave you completely satisfied?
Well, I mean, a lot of it was with the game plan. We knew that, she kind of likes to brawl, and she would get frustrated if she kind of was probably expecting to do things, maybe kind of try and get engaged with me anytime I would come in. So we were kind of just waiting for her to get frustrated and then pick good shots. So that part went with the game plan. However, I still wish I would have done a little bit more things that I was wanting to do in the first 2 rounds, but like I said, it kind of was going with the game plan, so I can't complain too much, but I definitely always want to learn from every fight, whether it be, a win or a loss.
When you started to hear a bit of the boos, did that force you to pick things up, or are you the kind of fighter that doesn't even hear any of that?
I heard the boos, but actually we talked about it in the locker room, and my coaches were saying, even if the crowd boos Holly, he's like, she's going to be probably waiting to try and disengage when you come in. So it's okay. Just leave it be. That's not part of the game plan. Just the whole point is to kind of go with what we wanted to do, and it wound up working out exactly how we thought. So it didn't bother me. As soon as I heard it, I thought, well, we figured that was going to happen, but I'm going to pick my shots as they come. The crowd will stop booing eventually because, we have a plan. So it didn't bother me.
Does it kind of make you sick though? I mean, it drives me nuts, and I know fans are spoiled at times and they want to see the great moments right off the bat. But it was clear you were working towards something. Like you can't just go in there and throw an atomic bomb and the person flies away. Does that kind of drive you nuts in 2017 that they're still that anxious when it comes to seeing great things in the cage?
It doesn't necessarily bother me personally, because there's a reason why they're sitting in the stands and I'm in there fighting. If it was that easy, those people that would be booing would actually be in the fight. So it doesn't actually bother me personally, but it does, as a whole, it's kind of, I wish that they would kind of understand that it's not just like a, kind of a bloody street fight. It's like a chess match. There's a game plan going on. These fighters train for 2 months for something, 6 to 8 weeks, honestly, for a good training camp, and they're going in with, everything to lose and everything to gain all at the same time. But every matchup makes a difference. Every style makes a different matchup. And, it's not always going to be fight of the night, but that doesn't mean there's not going to be performance of the night or knockout of the night or submission of the night. It's kind of the unknown. But that's all right. I mean, the fact that they want to see something is also what puts people in the seats. So, I'm just there to fight.
You said all the right things going into the fight, but now looking back, have you ever felt that kind of pressure to get off the losing streak, to get back on track? What was it? Was it unlike anything you felt in your combat sports career?
It definitely was a new spot I had never been in, and yes, I guess going into the fight, I just told myself there's not even an option to lose this fight, Holly. That's it. Not even an option. you're just going to go in there and you're going to do it. And I didn't even put anything else in my head.
And so what was the chance? I asked you about this. I asked Mike Winklejohn about this as well before the fight. He said it was do or die, essentially. Would you have called it quits if you lost that fight?
I still am really passionate about fighting, so no.
Okay.
I want to fight as long as I'm passionate about it. And as long as I would have the opportunity, then I would have kept fighting.
What was it like after this long journey since 193 to finally have your hand raised again? Like that feeling? Because I'm sure there are nights where you're like, well, I feel that again. What's going on? How do I get out of this? To have it come to fruition with a finish like how do you describe that?
Oh, there's been an ache in my gut for a year and a half. And to finally be able to just take a deep breath and just feel that, you know, that reward is huge. Like I said, I always want to do better, but it was nice to just be able to, not only for me, but for my team, to be able to kind of give that happiness to them, you know, there's so much that they put in and so much time they've invested in me that I want to be able to give back to them too, you know. I want to be able to have them feel that victory. They've been putting a lot of work in me over the last year and a half, and I feel like I haven't been able to give them that reward either. And so for me, and just being able to celebrate with the team of all the hard work paying off, you know, and one thing, like, doing that kick is something that actually we've been working on. I can't tell you how many reps we did it, and it's just something that we knew would be able to work in the fight, and that it's something that we've been working on not just for this training camp, but over the last year. And so I love being able to have a win in that fashion and be able to, you know, give that back to my team who's been helping me, not just with that, but with a lot of things. And, you know, just kind of get on a winning roll again, and let's keep going forward.
Yeah, I was actually just about to ask you about that. So that's something that you specifically worked on for Bethe Correia, the question mark kick?
Yeah, we've been working on it a lot just in general. And it was one of those things that we knew we'd be able to land in the fight at a certain point. I didn't want to be throwing it, you know, right off the bat. Just kind of wanted to feel her timing a little bit and kind of get into the fight a little more. And right when I was thinking, all right, it's about time to do it, is right about the time my corner was calling for it. And then that was it. I thought, let's just do it. You know, I feel like I didn't really listen to my team as much as I should have the last couple of fights. And I told myself that's not going to happen tonight. And as soon as they said to do it, I thought, all right, let's do it, because I want to follow their, you know, guidance. They're the ones from the outside watching. So
when you see her kind of egg you on like that, are you thinking in your mind, okay, it's time to end this? Enough of you?
Yeah, it's one of those things that, like I said, we were saying that she's going to get frustrated thinking she's got to either press it, or she's going to get frustrated wanting, you know, the fight to go, because it wouldn't, you know, she was probably expecting maybe, like I said, probably more of a brawl. I don't know. We just knew she'd get frustrated, and I knew that she was kind of getting a little bit emotional and frustrated. So, yeah, that was the time that I felt like I should go forward.
Okay, so then you win the fight, and everything's very exciting. And then I actually had a brief conversation with Lenny Fresquez, your longtime agent. He said, you know, we want the belt next, and you wouldn't really talk about what you wanted next. You wanted to enjoy the moment, and I 100% agree with that. But now here we are 9 days later. Do you have a better sense of what you want next?
Whatever they hand my way. I mean, it would be cool to fight for the belt. You know, if it happens, it happens. I'm just kind of curious to see how the next fight goes, you know, in a couple weeks, and just kind of, I don't know, just kind of go from there. I would love to be able to fight for the belt again. I think that'd be awesome, but I definitely know that it's something that would have to be, you know, an opportunity presented to me, and, you know, we'll see if that happens.
What about the featherweight title?
You never know. I'm one of those that I can fight at either weight class, but I definitely don't want to go like every other.
Yeah.
35, 45, 35, 45. Like, you know, going to 35, I always try to like walk around as wide as I can. And, when I'm walking around at 149, 148, before I cut that last week, it's like that's almost at what I would be weighing in at 145. So I definitely wouldn't want to be, bouncing back and forth like every other fight, but I'm open to both, but I definitely don't want to just be on the fence all the time.
Are you shocked to see what happened with Germaine Durandamy for her to give up the belt because she didn't want to fight Chris Cyborg? What do you make of that?
I mean, I've never really heard of them kind of stripping someone of the belt so quickly, but I also I don't know. I think I don't know if they actually offered her any other fight or if it was just Cyborg or if she didn't want to fight anymore at all. I don't know the details, so it's hard for me to have an opinion on it. But I do feel like I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if they just said, "Oh, you're gonna fight Cyborg or you're done," or if they said, another fight. I don't know. Because I think Cyborg's fighting someone else. Who knows what's really going on with it? I actually haven't really paid too much attention to it, but the fact that I had my fight in front of me, and then as soon as my fight was over, I was in relaxed mode. So I don't know. I don't know the details of what happened. I know that if it was me and I had the belt, I wouldn't want to vacate it. I'd want to fight for it.
Yeah.
That's one. I also don't know what options they gave her either, so I don't know.
Do you sort of agree with her? I mean, her stance was that she has a history with PEDs and I don't want to fight someone like that. Is there any part of you that kind of agrees where she's coming from?
I think that I don't think she's the only one that feels that way, and I think, like I said, I don't know if they offered her another fight or if they said it has to be Cyborg or nobody. I don't know.
Yeah.
And I can understand how people would feel that way because, Cyborg has been, flagged with things, and not just the ones, but then I think a lot of people are skeptical with some of the other, kind of red flags that she's had. I don't know. I really just try not to get too involved when I don't know the facts. I don't know exactly what's going on. I don't know exactly what Cyborg's doing. I don't know exactly what Germaine's doing. So I know that I always kind of think what I want to do and what I would do or could do in my career. And, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know all the details with that, but
okay.
Guess I can't. Yeah, I don't know.
Kat Zingano, sort of out of the blue, sent me a message about you last week saying that she would love to fight you and was happy that you kind of gave Bethe Correia that beating, but would love the opportunity to fight you. Does that interest you at all, fighting Kat?
I think whatever the UFC says is what I'll do. I've always taken whatever fight for the,
Yeah.
For the most part. I mean, sometimes there's timing things or whatever, but I don't ever sit aside and say I'm only gonna fight one person or I have to have this opportunity or push for something. I am open to a lot. I also follow the guidance of, my team. That's the biggest thing I've always done, and I let them do that. I really just like to just tell me who I'm fighting, and I'll just train for it. I try not to get too involved with too much of
the pre-stuff.
I don't know. Yeah.
I understand.
Tell me who I'm fighting in the G.
You're old school in that regard. Let me ask you about Singapore, though. What did you do about the gum chewing? How did you get around that?
I had some gum. I think you just couldn't buy it or sell it. They didn't have any there.
Okay.
But I definitely just kept it to myself in my hotel room, but I wasn't out snacking it everywhere. A lot of people are like, I still don't know what the exact rules are, but a lot of people saying, well, you can't just spit it out. Well, I don't do that anyway. I actually get really annoyed when people do that, just spit out gum on a sidewalk and somebody else walks in it. So I guess I wasn't really, after I saw, so I also heard no flip-flops. There's flip-flops everywhere. And actually, I didn't feel like it was a very strict I didn't have that feeling of like being strict. I still felt like I could be like who I wanted to be, but I definitely was respectful. But I don't have a hard time being respectful, so it was easy for me.
Okay. All right. I had a feeling you weren't going to ruffle feathers, but I just wanted to, and obviously you didn't get arrested, but wanted to see if there were any.
Yeah, that's a good thing, and I'm home.
Yes. Any dicey situations. You know, the last time you were on, I was kicking myself afterwards because there's probably no better person than you to ask about Mayweather-McGregor. You know about the transition. You went the opposite way, but you know what he's in for. What do you think? Does Conor have a chance?
Yeah, I think, I'm the type of fighter that I think anybody has a chance. You know, I came over to MMA from boxing, and I felt like I had a chance, and I did. I went and I accomplished things. But that being said, Mayweather's undefeated for a reason. But still, I feel anything can happen in a fight. And Conor's got speed, which I think, you know, Mayweather, a lot of people can't handle Mayweather's speed. I think that Conor has good speed, and he can deal with speed pretty well. I think Conor's fighting style and stance can actually be competitive for Mayweather, but I think if it goes longer, it'll be easier for Mayweather the longer the fight goes. But that's not saying that Conor doesn't have a chance to do something big. I'm excited to watch it. I'm not going to sit here and say that it's going to go one way or the other because I think that anything can happen in a fight. And Conor's definitely, he in MMA, if you think about it, he throws kicks and things like that. And he has a kind of a well-rounded game plan for the most part. But what he usually kind of beats people up with a lot is his boxing. And so you kind of put that into account. I think one of the biggest things for me going from boxing to MMA that was hard was being close in the clinch. And because in boxing, I could get comfortable and just box there. You know, you can cover up, throw uppercuts and hooks and what we call like phone booth fighting, you know. And when I first went to MMA, sometimes I'd want to stay in there and throw uppercuts, and then all of a sudden somebody's got me in the clinch. Or I'm trying to just box and somebody drops on my leg to go for a takedown. So one of the biggest habits I had to break going from boxing to MMA was like letting go of that inside boxing style. And which I didn't do all the time, but I was comfortable there if I got there in a fight. And I feel like going from MMA to boxing is, I don't want to say like an easier transition, but I just feel like there's not really like a lot of habits you're going to have to break. So there's still a lot of boxing in MMA. So, I mean, obviously in close, it maybe be the opposite. He's going to have to keep boxing, cover up in there. He can't just clinch onto someone or, you know, drop for a takedown or anything like that. But come to think of it, I don't really know if there's times in Conor's fight if he's in close, he's not usually the one, you know, clinching. He's usually the one punching. So I don't know. There's a lot of different ways to look at the fight. I'm just excited to watch it.
Wait a second. Is Holly Holm going on the record saying that Conor McGregor is going to win on August 26th? He's going to beat Floyd Mayweather? Is that what you're saying, Holly?
No, I'm saying that anything can happen in a fight and one of those unpredictable things. And I admire Floyd Mayweather for a lot of things. You know, he's the only fighter out there that's still undefeated. But I also admire a lot of things that McGregor has done in his career. And usually when he puts his mind to something, he accomplishes it. So you can't ever count that person out. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that anything can happen.
But the notion that this is a disgrace, that he's going to get skunked 12 rounds to none, that it will be an embarrassment for MMA, that it will be an embarrassment for Conor, you're not buying. You're actually going to take the time, sit down, pay for this, watch this. You're intrigued.
I'm going to pay for it. I'm going to watch it. I do think that the longer the fight goes, I mean, that's Mayweather's style. The longer the fight goes, he really gets people's timing and really kind of starts to pick them apart in ways. So I feel like if I was going to think if McGregor wins, it would be early rounds. And then if it goes longer, I feel like it goes Mayweather. So but still, like I said, anything can happen in that fight. And I don't think it's a disgrace. I think that if anybody's out there making fun of this fight, I can guarantee you that those are the people that don't fight.
You know what I think is a brilliant idea? Has it been approached, you know, to you? I mean, like, I kind of feel like you're the biggest name to go from boxing into MMA. You're one of the biggest stars in MMA, period. One of the biggest stars in boxing. Has anyone even talked to you about maybe sort of kind of being on this card in some capacity? Is that possible or is that not?
I mean, I think that there's like a possibility for something like that, but I'm all MMA right now. I don't really have the bug at all to box, and it would be really hard. I told myself I would never fight for money, only for passion. And if I was to take a fight boxing and be on that card, I feel like it would be for all the wrong reasons. So I wouldn't be able to do it. You know, I really don't have any desire to box anymore. Even after, you know, the years I've been out of it, I don't feel like that passion for it. And I feel like, you know, that's something that I always want to have if I'm going to step in there. And so I really don't have the ache for it, you know. But
Okay.
A lot of people have asked me that, like, oh my gosh, that'd be cool if you were on the undercard. You could headline, you could co-main event or whatever, you know. But I don't know. I'd rather just watch it, and I really have no desire to box anymore. That would be a big card to be on, and that would be exciting. So I can't say, you know, that it wouldn't be something that would intrigue me, but I just don't really feel passionate about boxing anymore.
And by the way, before I let you go, did you happen to see Heather Hardy's debut on Saturday? And if so, what'd you think?
I did not see her debut.
Okay.
So I don't say, but I do want to watch it.
She did say, though, that she made more in that fight than in her 20 professional boxing matches, that she feels very sort of, I don't know, not feeling the love from the boxing community, that she doesn't get that attention, that she, you know, it's crazy. She has to go to MMA to make more money. She's a, you know, 2-division champion. She's undefeated, all that stuff. Are you surprised to hear this? I know you're somewhat removed, but are you surprised to see that in boxing, they're still not giving the female fighters the same kind of attention as the males?
There isn't as much money in boxing. I know that. I've made definitely tenfold in MMA what I made in boxing, but as far as the amount of girls in boxing and the amount that are at the top, and, you know, there's not as much competition. They're still out there, trust me. And I want them to have all the exposure. Trust me, I came from it. I am still 100% a supporter of women's boxing, 100%. Just because I'm not boxing anymore doesn't mean that I don't support it. But it's definitely, in order to want the money, you need to have the exposure and the money coming in from it. And if there's nobody really putting time into promoting it, to be on TV, to be able to get the sponsorship and things like that, you can only generate as much money that comes in. And so I always understood why I wasn't making as much as MMA. You know, it's not on, you know, there's basically two options with UFC. You're on Fox or pay-per-view for the most part.
Yeah.
So it's easier to have exposure. There's more people watching. So there's more money generating. So there's more money to get fighters. When there's not as much, if there's no TV, no, you know, nothing like that, if you're just boxing and you're female and they're not putting it on TV, well, then you kind of have to rely on just ticket sales from the door and whatever can generate from the actual event. So there's a lot of ways to look at that. And I do want there to be more attention on women's boxing so that you know, those opportunities can be, you know, available.
Yeah.
But like I said, there has to be the big fights that are going on in order for there to be attention for it. You have to have both, you know, to make it work. So hopefully women's boxing will still keep growing as MMA is growing, but I think a lot of girls are starting in MMA now instead of boxing, so I'm not sure. Boxing will never die, but there's definitely, when you look at how many girls are in boxing compared to MMA, it's just not as much, so there's probably not as much attention on it.
Last quick thing, Holly, do you want to fight again this year?
I would love to fight again this year.
Okay.
It's only June. We still have the rest of the year ahead of us. So I would love to fight again. It's not like I'm looking forward to wanting to fight in the next, 2 months. I actually put a lot of things aside that I want to get done. Even just taking my mom on a vacation that I told her for Christmas last year. I just want to take her on a vacation, just her and I, and go somewhere. And I need, I'm going to make time for that. I've got some other sponsorship stuff I need to take care of and a couple other traveling things I need to do. My brothers are opening up a pub in Scottsdale, and I want to go down there and kind of help them with that. So I'm still going to be training, but I definitely wouldn't want to be in a full-on training camp right now. I need to take care of some things with my family and for myself and other parts of my career. So, but like I said, probably in 6 weeks, I'm going to be ready to want to train full force again. I'll still be training this full time, but I definitely need to take care of some few things just to not have to stress about a fight right now. I need to take care of some other stuff.
As always, thank you so much for the time. I always appreciate when you come on, and most importantly, congratulations on the win. It was a great moment. I can't lie. It was really nice to see you smiling there, victorious, and what a finish. So hope you're enjoying it. Again, congrats. Thanks. Enjoy the time off, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. Talk to you soon.
All right, there she is, Holly Holm. Great stuff from her. Always appreciate her coming on. Always appreciate her insight. All right, let's move along now. One of the big stories of the past couple weeks was Derrick Lewis suddenly retiring after his loss to Mark Hunt. Let's bring him on now and talk to him about that fight, where he's at. I do believe he just celebrated his wedding, and there he is, the Black Beast himself. Always so patient. We apologize for making you wait, Derrick, but I really appreciate you coming on. Great to have you on.
Thanks for having me, man.
How was the wedding?
Yeah, it was cool. You know, it was something like you see on the TV. So it was something like that. It was pretty cool, though.
Where was it again? In Hawaii, right?
Yeah, it was in Hawaii.
How many people?
It wasn't that many because, you know, my family, they want me to buy everybody tickets. I'm not about to buy everybody tickets out there. So it wasn't that many. A couple of people brought their own tickets. So I'm not champ.
How does it feel now to be off the market, to be a married man, to not, you know, like you've settled down, you've got your ball and chain. What's that like?
Yeah, for sure. You know, I've been making it known, you know, telling these hoes to stay out my inbox and this and that, you know, the chicken heads, you know, I'm taking, you know, married man happily.
Look at that. No more sliding into your DMs, right?
No more. You need to quit that.
Did you lose weight, Derrick? You seem a lot thinner than the last time I saw you.
Yeah, you know, the ultra light. I've been trying that a lot lately instead of Bud Light.
Yeah.
And the wine and stuff. So I'm trying the ultra light, and it's been helping.
Are you in your home now?
Yeah, I'm at home.
It seems like there's some activity there. You even have an arcade behind you. What game is that?
That's Blitz and NBA.
Damn.
NBA Showtime.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Usually you're always coming from like your office or something, but now you've switched it up. Why?
Because my kids are up there and they're making too much noise.
Oh, okay. How many do you have living with you?
I don't have headphones like you. Huh?
How many do you have living with you?
3.
Okay, now it's summertime, right? So they're out of school. They're all up in your grill.
Yeah, they're all out of school and try to put my kid in summer school, you know, to help with his reading, but he still want to be home all the time, so that's not happening.
So let's go,
force him to go to school still.
Let's go back to New Zealand. First off, what was the trip like? Did you enjoy your time there? I mean, before the fight, like getting there, the long trip, being there, everything leading up to the fight, what was that like?
It was cool, you know, beautiful city, town, country, or whatever. It was real beautiful out there. You know, the people was real friendly. The food wasn't all that good, but it was real nice out there.
Okay, and then you get to the fight. Did anything feel off? Did you feel good? Were you feeling like you were on point?
No, like 2 days before, my back was just real sore. You know, it was real sore. And I was just hoping that I could work through it. And I got a massage the day before the fight, and it just made everything a little worse.
And this isn't.
And the fight went on. It was just getting sore and sore.
Oh, so this is an issue that you've been dealing with for quite some time.
Yeah, since 2011. It happened. That was the second time it ever happened in the fight. The first time, I still won in the 3rd round, knocked the guy in the 3rd round whenever it happened the first time. And it happened again in the Mark Hunt fight, and it was like, damn, I couldn't move at all. The best thing I could do is just stand there and just take it. So I couldn't move anymore.
Have you ever been in that kind of pain going into a fight?
I have, but not that long.
Yeah.
The fight didn't last that long.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so mentally, what are you thinking as you're walking to the cage? You're like, I mean, obviously this isn't this isn't going well, right? I mean, like you're in pain going into the fight.
And I'm like, it's already too late now, so I'm gonna have to try to go out there and give it all I got. It's already too late.
Did you feel like your confidence was kind of shaky going into it?
No, my confidence was good. Everything was good. It just my movement, like that's why I was moving side to side, so I couldn't really like sit down on none of my punches. I was throwing one punch at a time because my back was like real sore already.
What about just fighting Mark Hunt, one of the hardest hitters in the sport? Have you ever fought someone who hits that hard before?
I believe I have.
Okay.
You know, the guy named Ryan Martinez out there in Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just about all his fights ended in knockout.
Were you okay with the stoppage?
Yeah, I was fine because I couldn't move anymore. Ain't no way I could move.
Okay.
I couldn't move.
So you was a part of you kind of hope, like, 'cause I know fighters don't want to tap due to strikes, but were you kind of hoping that the ref would step in at that point because you were in so much pain?
Yeah, I was hoping, yeah.
Okay.
Even before I threw the jump knee, I was already in too much pain. The best thing I could do is just jump knee because I couldn't throw a punch. Because I couldn't rotate my hips.
Did your corner know that you were in that much pain?
Yeah, they did.
Okay.
Which they know, like during practice, whenever it happens is just about beginning of every camp. But this camp right here just lasted a little bit longer.
What exactly is the issue? Do you know?
I got an EKG and X-ray. I did that already. They couldn't see anything. I was supposed to go Wednesday and get an MRI done, and we'll go from there.
After the fight,
and so we're just hoping that we don't have to get surgery.
Okay, so you don't know if it's like you know, a disc issue or some kind of nerve issue. You have no idea.
Yeah, we're just hoping that we don't have to get surgery because they, you know, I thought about it a little bit, and it's not going to be my last fight. You know, try to get back in there as soon as I can. We find out Wednesday, see what's going on. If it's not too serious, then hopefully I can get back in there before the end of the year.
Oh wow! Okay, so this is massive news. So let me ask you this: when you were going into the fight, when you were in that kind of pain, in your mind, were you saying, "This is my last fight," or was that only in the aftermath, in the cage? You lose the fight, you're upset, and then you said it.
No, it was before the fight, you know. So I told my wife before the fight, you know, I was telling her, yeah, this might be my last one because my body, you know, I still got nerve damage from December or something like that, like around here.
Wow.
I still can't, I had no feeling like my lip and all of them, whenever the guy poked me in my eye at that time, I still don't have no feeling from that. And my ribs and my foot, it's still broken right now. The X-ray on that, and my foot is still broken.
Your foot is still broken?
Yeah, my foot and my ribs still broken from the Travis Brown fight.
Wow. And so you told your wife before the fight, this is it, I'm done, I'm not doing this anymore?
Yeah, I told her it's it, and she said that I'm probably going to change my mind after the fight, you know.
And so why did you say that in the cage?
So, I guess it was just heat of the moment.
Okay. Do you regret saying it?
Not really. You know, it's whatever. You know, I could keep going. If not, that's fine. You know, I'm living comfortable right now. So everything is really taken care of, bills and everything, business going good.
When did you start to think, you know what, I'm probably going to fight again. I don't want to stop. When did that change? How soon after?
Whenever the booty scratcher start talking shit.
Oh.
And Travis Brown waking up from the dead, talking shit. You know. And that booty scratcher keep on talking shit, I'm gonna get my boy on him. You know, I don't think his visa ain't gonna be too good too much longer, you know. We're gonna get him up out of here. I heard he's living out there in Vegas right now. His name Francis.
Yeah, you're referring to Francis Ngannou.
Yeah, you know how he roll.
Yeah. I do know how you roll. You've been a longtime supporter of his, POTUS. So you saw the comments, right? Were you annoyed? How would you describe? What were you thinking? First, you see Ngannou say he wasn't impressed, right? And then Brown goes on this whole thing about you.
Yeah, that's normal. That guy is not impressed with nobody. So it's normal for him to say anything stupid, you know.
And what about Brown?
Travis Brown, I don't know what he's thinking, you know. Travis, he's out of there, man. That guy been knocked out so many times, been rocked so many times. He don't know what to say. He's just trying to stay relevant, really. Yeah.
He has actually a big fight coming up in less than 2 weeks against Alexei Olenek.
Yeah. So he better be worrying about that and more worried about me. It's already done and over with between me and him.
And so after Francis's comments, is that when you start to say like, I'm not done. I have some more ass to kick?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He brought you back.
Yeah, he brought me back.
Wow. So is that who you want next?
If I can, I get him next. If not, that's fine. You know, I'll get anyone. It don't matter. But right now, that'd be a good one.
So,
you know,
one thing I was thinking was in December when you won in Albany, you were like, I want to press a reset. And then you came back in February, and then you said you wanted to take some time off. And then you came back again against Mark Hunt. Do you feel like you just kind of, what was it, like 12, 13 fights in the span of, 2.5 years or something? I think it's actually more, right? Do you feel like you kind of just put too much on your plate?
That's one of the reasons why I said I wanted to retire, because it was like I still was, my mind, because whenever I go into a fight, I'm already thinking about like some evil type stuff, and it was really affecting my household. So I was like, I just need some time off a little bit, try to work on my relationship with my family and stuff like that. And just by fighting all the time like that, it just put me in a bad mood all the time, and I just felt that just stepping away for a little bit just be the best thing to do.
What are you talking about, evil type stuff? What are you talking about?
I go in a fight, just about every fight, just planning on trying to kill my opponent.
Yeah.
That's how I get ready.
And there's a trickle-down effect into your household.
Yeah, because I'm just be daydreaming about killing whoever my next opponent is, and out of the blue, my kids try to talk to me or my wife try to talk to me, and I kind of snap a little bit at them.
Yeah, it's intense, right? It's hard to balance those emotions.
Yeah, for sure, especially when you're fighting just about every other month.
Yeah. So
as soon as I sign the contract, I'm thinking about my opponent just about every minute,
So in hindsight, you kind of wish that you went a little slower? I mean, I know you're happy with your contract and everything, and that kind of comes into play here because the more you fight, the more you get paid. But you feel like you just kind of put too much on your plate?
No, I guess you could say that, but not really. I love the fight, but at the same time, too, I love my family. And then I hate to see them hurt, by me saying or doing stupid stuff. So
you're back now. You're not going to retire, right?
Yeah, I'm back. My coach don't want me to retire either. He's sitting up there crying like a little woman.
What do you mean?
He don't want me to retire. So I already know what the real deal is. He quit his job a few months ago. Anything could depend on me, I could support him.
Oh.
I know that's what he really crying for. But no, I'm not going to retire yet.
So you're feeling pressure from people to keep fighting? You got to do this for yourself.
Yeah, I'm not worried about him.
Okay.
He got a wife. His wife get paid good.
All right.
Shit, I'm really doing it for myself,
So right after, was he trying
I'm still young.
Was everyone trying to convince you right afterwards in the locker room? Rethink this?
Yeah, everybody's saying that it's not true. I ain't gonna retire or what. But I thought I was.
This is like the short.
I guess it's like that. Tom Brady. No, Brent Favre effect. Brent Favre effect. Yeah.
In combat sports, people come in and out of retirement all the time. This might be the shortest one yet.
Now I heard Sugar Rashad. What's his name? Rashad Evans?
Yeah.
I heard he'd be doing that.
Yeah. Anthony Johnson kind of hinted at getting the chapter retiring too.
Yeah, but he ain't in that weed now, though. So I don't got the connections he got. If I could get the connection he got, then yeah, I retire too. Mr. Weed, where is that? Them boys making billions of dollars a year over there.
What about
grow houses?
What about this picture that surfaced? Were you eating ribs in the locker room before the fight?
Man, it was chicken, barbecue chicken, man.
Oh,
I always eat before, like an hour before. That guy just talking shit.
Robert Follis.
Sneaking pictures.
Yeah, what's up with that? That's not.
I don't know who he is.
He's a coach, Extreme Couture.
Oh, yeah. Of course, he'll talk shit. He out there in Vegas.
Wait, so he took a picture of you. Did you know this?
No, I didn't know. I'm enjoying some chicken. You know how us black folks love our chicken. I was enjoying that chicken, man.
And that's your
I
typical.
always eat an hour before the fight. You know, we be there for like 5 hours before we fight.
Yeah.
So shit, I'm already hungry, an hour there waiting.
And are you always eating chicken?
Yeah, I always eat before I go out.
Always chicken?
No, I'm always eating whatever's in the green room.
Oh, okay.
Whatever's in the green room, I'm eating.
And so Robert Follis tweeted a picture or posted on his Instagram. I guess eating ribs was a bad idea.
Yeah, talking about gassed out. You know, I was tired, but I didn't really gas out. But I was tired as hell, though. But it was just my back.
Was he in your locker room?
And Mark Hunt. Yeah, I guess he was. I don't know. I don't pay attention to other fighters when I'm there. I'm just in my zone.
Right. What were you going to?
And, you know, I believe Mark Hunt, he knew something was wrong with me too, because usually after Mark Hunt wins, he don't celebrate. He just walk off all casual and nothing like that. Then whenever he knew I couldn't move anymore, the motherfucker was about to jump over that cage. Happy motherfucker.
Yeah. So you think
he seen it?
You think he knows that he stole one?
He got up. Yeah, he stole one. You know, but it's still a good fight, though. You know, it's something that I expected. You know, a tough fight. You know, I didn't want an easy fight, so I wanted the tough fight. So I got what I wanted.
Do you feel like, I mean, are there weird emotions towards the fight because you were not at 100%? I know sometimes, you know, it's impossible to go into fights at 100%, but considering this was a fight that you wanted, it was high profile main event, like you were almost robbed of the opportunity to fight him close to 100%?
Yeah, for sure. You know, it's just a learning lesson. You know, like a lot of people say, it's not a bad loss to lose to a guy like Mark Hunt.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's really like a learning lesson. You know, I know what I need to do to get prepared for my next battle, you know. And I'm sure it's not going to be 5 rounds also. So I know how to pace myself a little more too also.
So in a perfect world, when would you like to come back? I mean, if the back isn't too banged up and the foot heals and the ribs heal, do you feel like taking a break? Who's that? Is that Francis? Is that Donald?
Shit, I wish. No, that's my wife.
Do you want to take the rest of the year off?
No, No, I can't take the rest of the year off. I would like to get in there before November. I would like to fight again in November. But I don't want to fly out of the country no more.
Yeah, enough of this, making you fly everywhere.
Yeah, they're trying to see if where the black folks wanted at right now. So, you know, I prefer staying in America.
You're done. You're done with the.
So where I know for sure that they don't really like us.
You're So maybe the Fight Pass show idea of sending Derrick Lewis to the most far out place, maybe that one needs to be put on hold.
Yeah, put on hold because, you know, I'm scared for my life out there, man.
In New Zealand?
I'm a target. Yeah. I'm a black guy and some white rice out there. They don't got no black folks out there.
Well,
yeah, that's frightening, man.
What about fighting at like 10 a.m. on a Sunday? Was that weird?
Yeah, it was real weird. And walking the streets around there and seeing a Samoan guy with what is that? The rebel flag tattoo? Not tattoo, it was stitched into his jacket. What do you got a rebel flag for? You Samoan? What the hell?
Who's this?
So I don't know.
Some guy?
It was weird. Out there in New Zealand.
Wow. Did you say anything to him?
No, I didn't say anything to him. I just shook my head at him.
All right.
Like he don't even probably know what that means.
And so you went from New Zealand to Hawaii to get married?
No, I came back home for 3 days, then left again to Hawaii.
Did all of this kind of ruin your wedding? I mean, were you kind of bummed out, or were you able to compartmentalize everything?
No, it didn't ruin my wedding at all. You know, we still had fun, still had our honeymoon.
Yeah.
You know.
Where'd you go on your
Still
honeymoon?
waking up the neighbors. You know, broke her back. Broke her back. Yeah, she's doing therapy right now.
Oh, I wish I could meet her.
She was still walking with a limp.
Oh,
yeah, she's still walking with a limp.
I thought she's a therapist.
No, she's doing therapy right now. She walking with a limp around the house. The kids want to know what's going on, thinking I'm beating her or something. But no, it ain't nothing.
Did your kids go with you to the honeymoon?
Oh no, they stayed with grandma.
They weren't at the wedding?
They came with us. No, they stayed with grandma.
What?
Stayed at the home with mother-in-law. Even though I don't like that lady, but they stayed with her.
Wait, so
let them deal with her.
So the the mother-in-law didn't come to the wedding?
Oh no, she wasn't invited. She tried to get me to pay for a ticket. I said, hell no, I'm broke.
So how many people were at the wedding?
It's probably like 4 people.
Oh wow.
4 people.
Okay.
Yeah.
For a second,
I don't care who was there. You know? I don't. It didn't bother me because just about everybody that wanted to go, they wanted me to pay. No, I told them I'm broke.
Yeah. Okay. And you didn't want your kids there?
Broke. No, I don't want my kids there. They don't need to share the experience. They bad.
What do you mean they bad?
They upstairs right now making all that noise.
What are they doing?
I don't know. It sounds like they're watching Power Rangers.
All right.
Fighting each other right now, kicking each other.
All right. So now you're a married man. You're back. You're not retired. Things are looking up.
Yeah, we can say that. You know, we'll see what happens. You know, see what type of opponent they give me. It don't matter. You know, I don't have no grudges against no one. People talk shit left and right, and it's okay. I guess that's part of the sport.
Right. Are you in pain right now, like sitting here talking to us?
I'm in pain, yeah.
Oh, man.
I really can't lean back. It's my back.
Do you think there is a chance they tell you that?
Like, I have 2 knots back there. Huh?
Do you think there's a chance that they tell you that, like, it's too messed up and you won't be able to fight? Or do you think that you'll be able to get through this?
The thing I'm doing right now, I'm telling them I'm not a fighter. You know, I'm telling the doctors I'm not a fighter. I'm a pilot.
Okay.
So they want to like send a note to the UFC and be like, oh, he can't, we're not going to release him to fight. So I'm just telling them I'm a pilot. I'm not a UFC fighter.
Why?
I fly airplanes. Because I don't want the UFC to know that like I'm injured or what. You know, they didn't clear me. So we'll see.
But you're a famous person.
I'm not famous, man.
Come on.
I'm just a regular black dude across the street. I'm a little black guy across the street, man. I'm not famous.
All right, well, I mean, maybe you have a doctor who knows who you are. MMA fan might be trouble.
Nah, they don't know. I told them I'm a pilot. Don't I look like a pilot?
Sure. Yeah, why not? You got to wear a shirt. Every time you come on the show, you're not wearing a shirt, so I'm not. Oh.
Well, I'm just telling you know, because they don't, if they say they believe I'm a UFC fighter, so no.
Yeah.
I'm a pilot.
Right.
You don't see the hat?
Sure. What would you call Francis?
Booty scratch.
What does that mean?
Watch the beginning of Boys in the Hood.
Okay.
The movie Boys in the Hood.
I've seen it, but it's been a while.
You're talking about your African booty scratcher.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Watch the beginning of Boys in the Hood.
I really want to see this fight. I have to say, I really do want to see it. But I'm happy you're back.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. No, I don't know if he got a fight booked or what. I think he do though.
Well, there was some talk of him fighting JDS, but it's not done yet, and I don't know what's going on with that event on August 19th.
No.
Are you going to watch Mayweather-McGregor?
Yeah, I watch it. You know, I like McGregor and Mayweather. I like both of them.
Who's your pick?
I like the attitude.
Who's your pick?
I don't know.
All right.
I don't know. You know, I will go with McGregor, but it's going to be a 12-round fight. So I don't know how his gas tank will be in a 12-round fight. You know, he could barely go 5 rounds,
right.
5-minute fight. So we'll see.
Okay. Well, let's leave it at that. Derrick, it's good to talk to you again. I'm happy about this news. I was a little bummed, I must say, when I heard you say that you were done in the cage. And I don't know. I feel like you've got a lot more work to do. But I will say I thought, maybe he just needs some time, because you keep saying you want some time off, and then they keep bringing you back. You're such a big draw. People love you so much. They keep pulling you back in. But now I think you need to be a little more selfish. Give me some time. Let me heal up. Let me get my head right.
It also is a thing. I just want to smoke a little weed, so I can't smoke weed right now on the contract.
That's right. That's right. It does the body good.
I got kids, man. They get on my nerves, man. I love them to death, though. Just let me smoke a little weed.
Yeah.
A little bit.
You're not asking.
One time for my mind.
That's right. All the best to you, Derrick. I hope you get well soon. Thanks so much for coming on the show and updating us. Mazel tov to you and your lovely wife. Hopefully next time we can meet her on the wedding, and take some time off. Enjoy the summer. Go out camping with the kids. Do some fun stuff.
Black people don't do no damn camping. You live in Canada. You talking about some damn camping. But all right, I'll try to do that. Thanks for having me, man.
Thank you, Derrick. We'll talk to you soon. All the best to you. Oh, gosh. There he is, Derrick Lewis. Always a pleasure to have him on. That was a lot of fun. Great news. He's back. How awesome is this? One of the shortest-lived retirements in MMA history. So that was great. I appreciate him stopping by. Okay, let us move along now. In studio, we're doing this on the fly once again. Here he comes, and it pains me to say it. I must say, the now former Bellator lightweight champion. He is sliding in. There he is. Be careful with that foot. There he is. Michael Chandler is here. How are you, my friend?
Oh, just living the dream, man.
Wow. We have a lot to talk about, Michael.
Oh, we got lots to talk about.
You're still here in New York.
I'm still here in New York, enjoying New York.
Is there a part of you that just wants to get the hell out of here now?
No, man. I've been looking forward to this, man. I've had a very long, good, successful improvement type of training camp. But
Okay.
I've been looking forward to these next couple days to enjoy New York City with my wife and get a little bit of downtime. So,
how do we describe the last 48 hours? Is this surreal? Is this? I mean, you're putting on a happy face. I can't imagine, knowing the kind of competitor that you are. You're probably really pissed off. Feel robbed. Big moment for you. How do you put into words how you're feeling right now?
I don't know. It's weird because you think about your own emotions, or you think about your own interpretation of the situation, but there's doctors involved, there's referees involved, there's the big stage, there's the fans on Twitter, there's the media, there's everybody's different perspective. So you don't really know exactly how to take it, because every now and then you'll hop on Twitter and be like, oh, I never thought about that perspective. Or you hop on, or listen to something that you say, you're like, I didn't think about that perspective either, So it's interesting, man. It's just one of those things. It was a freak deal. A freak accident type of, I was out there and I was like a lame duck, if you will, and Brent Primus still couldn't really finish me. Honestly, he didn't even lay leather on me.
Okay,
the ref stopped the fight, because of the severity of how bad the injury looked.
When does it start? He kicks you?
No, when I stepped back and rolled my ankle.
Okay.
And it rolled underneath me and bent 7 ways to Sunday.
Wow.
I think I stretched it so bad that it jacked up the nerve, and I have zero nerve function. And I had zero nerve function in my left leg.
Okay,
from the knee down, basically.
Did you feel it right away?
I felt it as I got up and started hopping around, and you see me hop and hop and hop, but it was more on my heels than on my toes, because my brain was telling me to take a step, but my foot can't do this, if that makes sense.
Right now?
Dorsiflexion, no.
Okay.
My foot cannot go like this, so I can walk. I have, a sprained ankle, obviously, by everybody who saw the
Yeah, but you didn't break
replays.
anything.
No broken.
Wow.
No broken bones. Thank
Did you
God.
think?
Oh, you heard me. I said, I looked at 3 doctors in the eye and said, this thing better be broken. If you were going to stop this fight in front of all these people, with all the hard work that I've put in, with all that's on the line, that belt on the line, this thing better be broken. Now I sit here after a 24 hours to kind of cool off, 48 hours to cool off. I'm very happy that I'm able to walk in here on my own 2 legs and,
right.
Have a jacked up leg. But nothing's broken, man. I went straight to the ER. The people at doctors at Bellevue ER, man, I got in, they x-rayed it, nothing broken. So that's a good thing.
Yeah.
I could be just getting out of surgery right now with a rod in my leg, and Luckily, it's not. I mean, it looks extremely gruesome. You know, and I've had tons of support. I mean, so many text messages, so many people on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, like reach out, and there's so many people that have been behind me and supportive and worried about my broken ankle, and thank God it's not broken. You know, so for everybody, it's not broken. Everything is good. I will be back in the Bellator cage, and I will have that belt wrapped around my waist before I even lose the tan lines that were left there from the time I had it 2 days ago.
So do you think the doctors made the wrong call?
Man, what do you do? You know, I mean, if you lined up 100 people right now and said, "Hey, watch this clip,"
yeah,
is that man right there fit to fight?
Right.
90% of them would say no. You know, I mean, he was stumbling all over the place. Now you look at it from the competitor's standpoint, or you look at it from your shoes where you've seen a million fights, or maybe if it was big John McCarthy in there, or maybe if it was Dan Miragliotta or a different ref, maybe they would have saw and interpreted it different. I mean, literally, the unfortunate part of the situation was that ref called for the doctors to come into the cage 15 seconds after I just dropped him.
Yes.
On one leg.
Yes.
So that's where the hard part comes in, because I was standing there. I said, "Come on, take it, break it." I looked him right in the eyes and I said, "Take it, break it, you know, kick it, let's do it. If you're gonna do it, do it." You know, 5 seconds later, he was on his butt on the canvas. I was the only man to land a punch in that fight, and I put him on his butt. So 15 seconds later, the fight is stopped. So that's the unfortunate part. I think, honestly, I had a bead on him. I got my distance. I realized the left leg was not working, but the right hand was cocked and it was ready to go. And I would have finished him. If this was the 18th century and I was in the middle of a field and it was me and Brent Primus and I had one leg to stand on and we're fighting to the death, I win that fight 100 times out of 100.
The fascinating thing
that's the funny thing.
I feel like the intensity right now coming off of you. Like, I feel like you're still fired up.
I'm still the champion. Let's be honest. An injury took me out of that fight. Brent Primus can wear his Hugh Hefner jacket and throw that fake belt around his shoulder. I told Scott Coker, I talked to him on the way here. I said, book the fight. Let's do it later this summer or later this fall. It's a foregone conclusion. My leg is. I don't want to say unfortunately. Fortunately, my leg is fine, but it's just crazy to be standing in here. It's crazy to have been able to go shopping with my wife today, hobbling around a little bit, but walking around New York City. But 48 hours ago, my leg wouldn't function.
Right.
You know?
So no crutches needed? Or are you just that damn tough?
I mean, it's a little bit of both, maybe. You know, they said I needed crutches, but I also had my doctor there. He's an orthopedic surgeon at Sanford Medical in Sioux Falls. So he was there.
You brought your own doctor?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he rode in the ambulance with me.
Wow.
So and that's the crazy thing. 10 minutes after the fight ended, we went back there, and he said, "Michael, I don't want to tell you this, but I want to tell you this, but I don't want to tell you this. You don't have a broken leg. Your leg is not broken. Your ankle is not broken. This test, and this test are all negative. I think what you have is nerve damage, and it's that perineal nerve that runs up the side of your leg that is in charge of your brain firing the neurons straight down to your leg to say, lift your foot. It's just not working." And that's a hard pill to swallow. I was back there, it was me and my wife back there, and I had some choice words for the doctors because I was like, "Do you realize what you just did?" Like
the New York doctors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know, I love New York is a cool city, but I don't want to fight here.
Why?
Ever again. It's a little bit amateur hour, man. Like it's different. MMA, they don't know what they're doing when it comes to MMA as much as they should. You know.
What do you mean?
Just everything. You know. How many fights have we had in New York now? 5?
Yeah, something like that. 205 World Series, something like that.
We've had what? Five cards, and every single one of them have some pretty crazy controversy on them or something weird going on. Now, granted, like I said, if you lined up 10 people, 9 of them would say he wasn't fit to fight. Somebody get him out of there. So you can't. But it's just they're overcautious because of stuff that's going on, I guess, and they will always cover in their butts. But man, it's when there's money on the line, when there's people's livelihood, when there's legacy on the line, when there's records on the line, when there's contracts on the line, when there's all this stuff on the line. I know that the doctors and the ref and everybody involved did the best that they could with the information they were given. So I'm not mad. I'm not upset. It's just one of them things. And man, I'm still the champion. I brushed my teeth this morning, and looked in the mirror and said, Michael Chandler, you're still the best in the dang world. And that's the truth. And that's what it is. And that's how it's going to be. And that's how it's going to continue forward. I'm going to get the leg looked at by a nerve specialist this week and get an MRI and make sure the ankle ligaments and all that kind of stuff are good. But chances are it's all going to say it's checked out. And in 2 weeks, I'm going to be ready to go.
So, like, are you in pain right now?
Pain's a relative term.
Okay.
But, I mean, it's funny.
For me, I'd be crying. Fetal position.
It's a little bit, but I mean, it's more uncomfortable. It's more literally just looking down at your leg. You know, I've been so blessed, man. Like my body is so durable. My bones don't break, and that was the problem. Like if the doctors and the refs knew my history and the things that I put my body through, I could tell them with full certainty, guys, my leg is not broken. Let me keep fighting. My leg is not broken. You know, my bones don't break. I just had a DEXA scan. If you don't know what that is, it's a $25,000 machine where you lay down completely still and it zzz over top of you and it gets your body fat, your bone density, all your water, all that kind of stuff. I'm in like the 99.8% percentile on bone density.
Wow.
You know, so I knew the bones weren't broken, but back to what I was saying, like I've been just so extremely blessed with such a well-enabled body to be able to, yes, it's a lot of hard work and I put a lot of hard work in and I take care of my body and I live a disciplined life. So I expect my body to perform accordingly. So to have this body that's been firing on all cylinders for the last 31 years, to look down at my leg and look at it and my brain is telling my foot to go up and it won't, it's a scary thing. But I got some of the brightest minds in medicine in my corner, and we've already talked about it, and they said 2 weeks from now, after a little bit of rehab, your leg's gonna be 100% ready to go. You can fight in a month.
So what I saw was you're obviously hurt. You're, unbelievably tough, like unfathomably tough. You continue to go, you drop him. I even asked Brent this question at the press conference. Like, I saw you say to him, hit me, take it off, break it off. And that was just absurd to watch. I have so much more respect for you, and that wasn't even possible. But I mean, it's just your heart was unbelievable. What you showed, and then I see you go. They call time. You go into the corner. They're talking to you. You get up. You go back to sit down, and someone moves the stool, and then they call it off. And I thought that they thought you couldn't stand.
I hope that's not what it was, because that would be one of the weirdest, most unfortunate things.
Who moved that stool? That was a commission guy, right?
Yeah, I know his name, but I'm not going to say it.
How'd you find out?
He's an awesome guy. I love the guy.
He doesn't work in your corner.
No, absolutely.
He's a New York guy.
Yeah, he was my guy. Like so
is he a Bellator guy?
No, he was a New York, once again.
Okay.
New York Athletic Commission. He was the guy. He walks in, hi, I'm so and so. I will be your commissioner. You have a commissioner with you the whole way through. You can't take a pee. You can't walk to the bathroom. You can't walk out. You can't eat anything. You can't drink anything. You can't do anything without them watching. They watch you get your hands wrapped. They watch you put on your gloves. They watch you tape up your gloves. They watch you put on your out.
That's common in every state, though, right?
Common in every sport. But that's just so that's procedure. Your guy. Yeah. That's your guy. So he walks out with you.
Okay.
He's basically in charge of making sure I don't get myself in trouble. He's in charge of the drug test. He's in charge of all that. He is basically in my pocket the whole way to make sure I don't do anything. So whenever the fight got stopped, timeout, postponed, which I was going to ask you, I don't even know if that's even legal, how that's supposed to happen. But we're sitting there. He had to come into the cage because he's my guy. He's in charge of everything Michael Chandler, that whole event. So he put this, I guess he brought the stool up because my cornermen aren't allowed to come in.
Yeah.
He put the stool down. I stand up. I guess for some reason he thought we were going to continue. He pulls the stool out, and it's gone viral. It's made the chive. It's made. I mean, it's got millions and millions and millions of views at my expense.
Yeah.
You know.
Does it drive you nuts?
No, I mean, I was laughing at it, man.
You're laughing.
Like, literally, the night of the fight, I'm sitting there. I mean, people are ruthless. You guys are freaking ruthless. Yeah. The human race is ruthless, okay? You just had a man go out there in front of millions and millions of people, walking around like a baby deer that just got birthed into a field and walking around on the stanky leg, or whatever you want to call it. And there's people posting these videos of that runway model with her ankles and like posting the video of me getting, dropped on my butt on the stool. It's just
not funny.
It's not, but what are you going to do? I mean, people love to make fun of people.
I saw some media guys tweet. I'm like, this is not funny.
Yeah,
this is not.
It looks bad on the sport, honestly. I could care less. You could laugh at me all you want.
Yeah.
I love myself, and I have enough, enough self-esteem to say, hey, if stuff happens, that's pretty darn funny, actually. But it's bad for the sport. It looks really bad. I mean, it made ESPN or something, I think, on ESPN.com.
But here's the question: did they stop the fight because you fell on your butt? Because that's what I gathered when I saw that.
It happened at the exact same time. So,
when they called it off, right?
Yeah. So I think I fell, looked up, like, hey, dude, what did you just do in front of all these people? Right now.
Did someone help you up?
No, I got right back.
Oh,
I mean,
gosh.
I did a one-legged squat basically, or pistol squat.
What were they saying to you in the corner? Like, how did they determine that you could not fight anymore?
They were, they're doctors, and there was 2 or 3 of them there, and he was. So I basically have this. I have this thing right here. See this little.
Yeah. Oh.
So there's a hole in my leg right here that I've always had.
Oh, okay.
And it's like, it's a hole in my sheath. As you can see, I have like a couple of them. But it's just what happens when you have with people with leaner legs, they pop out, whatever.
Oh.
Sorry, I don't know if that's
no problem. That was
sanitary,
cool.
But,
yeah, that's fine.
But so I felt him sticking his finger in that hole, and he's like, he looks up at the doctor and he's like, I think he has a tibia fracture. And I was like, sir, that's not a tibia fracture. It's fine. My leg is just cramping. It's fine. I like made something up, I got kicked in it, or it's just sore, whatever. I was just like, just don't stop the fight. I'm fine. Let's go. Let's do this thing. Hop on out. We'll talk about it later. Let me do my job.
Amazing.
But yeah, I mean, they were doing it, and they were testing it. Obviously I didn't have a ton of strength in it, and here I am, dude. 16, and now I got another loss on my record, and I'm not the champion anymore, allegedly, but I still got the belt at home.
You were jumping up and down.
I was.
That was crazy. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
You were like, let's go. You wanted to go right then and there.
Yeah, well, and the other thing, too, is, Brent Primus acting, screaming and acting like he just did something. It's like, hey, buddy, you didn't do anything. One punch got landed in that fight. You had a man...
We're seeing some highlights right here.
Yeah,
I don't know.
You had a man completely debilitated, and all you could do was try to kick the leg. There you go, get sat to your butt.
What is going on when in your mind when you do that? When you drop him on one foot?
Well, unfortunately, I wish I would have just said, okay, just stand here and let him keep coming back to you, because I had the beat on him. Like when I get your range and I get your timing and I get your movement and I see your tendencies and your habits there, and it all unfolds in front of my eyes. I've been in the sport long enough to know right where I'm going to punch and when I'm going to punch, and I had it. It was there, and that's the unfortunate part too. Is I promise you, I was about to have one of the greatest comebacks in MMA history, and I would have knocked Brent Primus out on one leg. I should have went Karate Kid. Yeah. Honestly, because that would have made like
you would have gone down in MMA lore. I mean, like,
I would have retired right there.
No, I don't know about that. We wouldn't have let you retire. But like Isaiah Thomas in the 1988 NBA Finals played the 4th quarter on one leg. Like this was even more impressive what you did. You were landing punches. You were dropping a guy, and it was clear you were a wounded animal.
Yeah.
And I just couldn't believe it when you dropped him. It was a sight to see, and then I remember, because I was sitting cage side. Usually I'm not sitting cage side, and just seeing the look of disgust and disappointment on your face. You yelled something out. What did he say to you, and what did you say back to him? We just saw a moment where you guys sort of embraced after he got the belt. Do you remember?
I mean, I think he was probably respectful, like, thank you for the opportunity or something like that, which that's fine, And I just, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. You can. I have respect for anybody who steps in this cage and does what we do, man. I mean, we're only 0.00001% of the human race does what we do, and it's one of the most gruesome, toughest, emotional roller coaster rides of all time. So I have a ton of respect for every single person that steps in that cage. So no matter what, it wasn't Brent Primus's fault that I rolled my ankle, lost complete function of the lower half of my left leg, and so I said, congratulations, but let's be honest, man, like. Hold on to the belt and enjoy it. Take a ton of pictures. Take as many pictures as you can so you can talk about that 90 days that you were Bellator champion.
Afterwards, he's saying like, don't talk to me about flukes and things like that. I did this. That's the point of the game. I caused damage. I won as a result of the damage I inflicted. To that, you say hogwash. I mean, you did it to yourself, is what you're saying?
Yeah. I mean, he basically did no damage. It
wasn't a kick, because he said he practiced that to go attack your leg. This is what they set out to do.
He practiced the leg kicks.
That's what he said.
Congratulations, you're a mixed martial artist. I've had my left leg kicked 78 million times in the last 8 years, you know, and nothing like this has ever happened, you know. So it's crazy, man. It's a crazy sport, and you're tied onto a tornado inside of a cage, and that's really what happened. And you know, I mean, let him say what he wants. Let him think what he wants. I mean, this is the fight game. These kinds of things happen, and I don't want sympathy. I don't want, you know, I appreciate all the kind words, but I signed up for this. You know, I wake up every single morning excited about the opportunity to be able to brave the unknown and the virtual certainty of being let down at some point, and having things like this happen. Good. Things like this are going to happen, and I'm going to come back, and it's going to be part of the story, you know, and it's going to be part of the journey. It's going to be part of the legacy, you know. And you look at my record and you think about the losses that I have that arguably should have been wins in a lot of people's eyes. And, you know, you look at the injury, and it's just like, it's a crazy, crazy sport. And at the end of the day, you just do what you can with what you've been given, and people can see how I can conduct myself after the fight, and people can see how I can conduct myself. It's another opportunity to conduct myself how I want to conduct myself, and how I believe that I should conduct myself in this situation, and dust myself off. And months from now, I'm going to have the belt wrapped back around my waist, and you know, hopefully this doesn't tarnish my, you know, my standing in the world rankings. I don't see how it could. I mean, you know, you were going to drop me out of the top 10 because I rolled my ankle and couldn't fight. Do
you get the sense though that your stock has gone up? Like you have more fans now?
I've gotten some phone calls from some very important people saying, you know, saying.
Tell us any names?
I mean, Spike has reached out, like, like not just
they
Spike,
love you.
The highest of the highs at
Really?
Spike had called me and said, I mean, I was in the cage for 2 minutes and 22 seconds at Madison Square Garden. 2 minutes and 10 seconds of that 2 minutes and 22, I was wobbling around on one leg, and I still got the greatest cheers. Vanderlei Silva, Chael Sonnen, Matt Mitrione, Fedor Emelianenko, Michael Chandler stole the show and lost the fight. Showed people what a true fighter is, and what determination looks like, and what biting down on your mouthpiece and going down on your shield looks like. I stole the show at Madison Square Garden, and that's awesome to hear from people, and that's awesome. It is a stock thing, because at the end of the day, I'm not in this sport for the glitz and the glam and the money and the lights and this. I'm in this sport to be a shining light and to be put on a platform for people to say, man, if Michael Chandler can hobble around for 2 minutes and say, come on, kick it, break it. Maybe they could wake up the next day and say, well, you know what, life, you just dealt me this card. Go ahead, do it. This is fine. I'm going to come back from this. I'm going to overcome this. You know, like, it's a metaphor for life. That fight was a metaphor for life, and I get to live it. And I get the opportunity. I get the opportunity to live it day in and day out. And these things are going to keep happening. That's why I say I don't want the sympathy, and I don't want the, you know, it's awesome to feel the love, and it's awesome to get the phone calls, and it's awesome to see my Twitter and Instagram and Facebook and all that stuff grow, and all the awesome comments from so many beautiful people. But it's what I signed up for. I am a vessel that was put on this earth to be a shining light for times like this, you know. And it's part of it. And at the end of the day, if they give me the instant rematch, which I hope they do, I'm going to be championing it. If they don't, I'm going to go through the next 5 guys to get back to it, and I'm going to continue knocking them down as they put them in front of me, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm a fighter.
Scott was in studio just an hour ago, and he said the rematch is yours if you want it.
Okay.
So,
well, there we go. Let's do it.
Yeah, that would be crazy not to do the rematch right away.
I mean,
but they haven't said it to you.
No, I actually, because I was hoping Scott was going to be here so I could talk to him in person, you know. But
I would have scheduled you guys closer.
It's all good. But no, I texted him and he said, yeah, I just left. He's going to catch a plane or whatever. And I said, book it. I mean, you know, granted, or barring any kind of weird thing going on, my MRI should be clean. Excuse me, my MRI should be clean. You know, when I see the nerve specialist, that should be clean and good. And then we go from there and we say, let's book this thing a couple months from now.
So what is realistic? Like, as far as getting back to training and fight, like in your mind, I know before you get all those, you know, reports back, what do you think is realistic for a return?
Realistic? I mean, the funny thing is, the crazy thing is I think in 2 weeks, I'm going to be 100% healthy.
Wow.
So I could fight in 3 weeks. But, you know, you go back and watch those replays and you look at that, you would not think that man who was just hobbling around on that ankle would be able to fight again in that short a time. But here I am, man. Like I said, I've been extremely blessed with a durable body that I've been through some weird, crazy injuries and all that kind of stuff, and I've fought injured, and I always told myself, and I made a promise to myself, my family, and my fans, that if I can walk to the cage, I'm gonna show up on fight night. And that's what I did. And I've paid the price for it, I've taken losses for it, but I've never pulled out of a fight. I've had 6 opponents drop out in my career, but I have never pulled out of a fight. And I always said, if I can walk to the cage, I'm gonna step into that cage, I'm gonna fight, because I'm a fighter. And they wanted me to get stretchered out of the cage. I said, absolutely not. I walked out. They wanted me to get stretchered to the ambulance. I said, heck no. Those things are bad. Those things are bad, a bad omen. I can walk. Maybe I shouldn't be, but I can walk. I don't hear anything clicking or cracking. There's, so I'm gonna walk. And I walked on in here, and I got the opportunity to roll through
it was very nice.
The chair, but I walked to the chair, and so.
I wish I can get like one of those director's cuts and hear what you were saying to yourself initially when you get hurt, and then as you're trying to survive. What are you saying to yourself, if anything? Are you saying, I can't believe this is happening? Are you saying, survive, I got him? What kind of dialogue are you having internally?
The crazy thing is, man, and I don't want to discredit Brent Primus, but I didn't feel in danger. I mean, I have fought some dangerous human beings in my career. Patricky Pitbull hits like a brick house. Eddie Alvarez came and tried to kill me in our first fight whenever I hurt my foot, and he chased me around for 2 minutes, beating the tar out of me. I've fought some dangerous human beings in that cage. I didn't feel in danger. I was not performing. Like my body, my left leg would not function. So it was just more of a feeling out process. It was okay, this is something that is impossible to train for. You can't train. Okay, ready? The next 2 minutes, your left leg doesn't work. Go, spar. But man, it's another kind of feather in my cap. It's another opportunity to see my veteranship be revealed to me right in front of my eyes. That I had that happen, and I still had the calmness of mind to say, it's okay, something's going on. The feeling in your leg is going to come back, and that's what I just kept thinking. Weather the storm. The feeling in your leg is going to come back. I didn't feel in danger. He wasn't throwing punches. He threw a couple kicks. That's fine. I looked him in the eyes and said, throw more. Do it. Because I knew he was going to keep throwing those kicks, and I was going to get the beat on him, and I was going to get the bullseye and put it right on his chin, and I did, and dropped him right to his butt. And that's when the fear came. And if I hadn't chased him across the cage, rolled my ankle 4 more times, and then fell, maybe the ref doesn't stop the fight right there. So I've replayed it in my head 1,000 times and wish I would have maybe done things different. But when you're in a cage, it's so easy to sit back and say, man, I wish I could have done this, or fans or media could say, he should have done that, and this, that, and the other thing. But really the only thing in my mind was, keep calm, it's fine, you're going to adjust. I have the confidence in myself that anything in life, in a fight, in training, in anything, you can make the proper adjustments to put yourself in the best situation to succeed. And I believe that's what I was doing. And I was kind of just learning how to fight again as a injured opponent. I was learning how to do that in that cage right there. And right about that time, the ref stops a fight, which I get. He stopped the fight, but here's my question is, if the doctors would have looked at it and looked at each other and said, no, it's not broken, he can continue to fight. Can I continue to fight at that point?
Well, they would ask you.
So if I said, but is that how the rules go? Is that even, you know what I'm saying?
Well, they then determined, because did they ever actually ask you, will you continue?
They didn't have to. I would say, get out of my cage. I got a job to do.
And that's the part I don't really understand, because I guess then they determine. I really think it's because you fell. I really think that you fell and they thought that you can't stand, and so they're like, no, you go look at their faces. They're like, no, we can't do this.
I hope not, man, because that's the biggest.
Would you appeal this?
I don't know. I mean, here's the question. I think I should call whoever was in charge of call the doctors and say, what was it because of you saw me fall? Because that was because I got 3 stooges, I got Mo Larry Curly'd in front of millions of people real quick.
I felt horrible for you.
It's okay. It's just my ego. Don't worry about it. But the whole world laughing at me. But I mean, I sure
Have you guys talked about that?
Not really. I mean, it's kind of one of those things where you're just digesting it, and you really, what are you going to do? Who are you? There's so many people to be mad at. I could be mad at myself. There's so many things to nitpick at, but I've just never been able to do. I have done that in the past, and it's really gotten to me, and it eats.
Done what?
Just
nitpick?
like look at situations and say, he shouldn't be doing this, she shouldn't be doing that, blah, 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 blah. I don't like the way that they are doing this. Oh, woe is me. Because we're all victims, and we act like victims sometimes, you know? We're all guilty of that in our lives.
Licking your wounds.
Licking your wounds. And, you know, it's...
Did you do any of that?
No.
Not even Saturday night?
No, what am I going to do, you know? It's, I mean, I was just, I mean, I guess you just... It was such a whirlwind. I mean, I was in the ambulance. We have video of it. Well, we'll release a video, I'm sure. But I'm just sitting there like, this is ridiculous. What is even happening? I'm in an ambulance right now for, you know, and I knew my leg wasn't broken, basically, because I'm walking around on it. And I'm sitting there, and I'm like, I'm driving with the sirens on through New York City.
Wow.
You know, and I'm like, this is not happening. Like, what is going on?
Lost your
right
belt?
Now?
The weirdest way possible?
Yeah, you know, it's just... Man, people are going to look back and say, man, Michael Chandler has had some weird things happen in his career. And I'd say, well, I wouldn't have it any other way.
I was told, correct me if I'm wrong, that you were not begging, but asking maybe aggressively to the PR team to like pipe you into the press conference.
Oh, yeah,
via
Danny.
FaceTime?
I was like, Danny, put me on FaceTime so I can tell everybody what's going on and happen. He's like, I'll try. And it never happened, but.
You wanted to speak.
I would love to, yeah. I mean, I would love to get the questions and speak, and that's why we had planned this, and we had a lot different agenda than we thought this was going to be. You know, had I won the fight and figure out what's next, but
let me just say to the people, I reached out to you, kind of essentially saying like, I understand if you don't want to come, and Michael wrote back, no ifs, ands, or buts. I will be there, like within a second.
Yeah.
And again, my respect for you has just grown, and I didn't even know it could grow. I mean, I'm really impressed that you would come here and want to talk to people, because I thought that you would be devastated. I mean, that's your belt. That leads to a lot in your life, and that's given you a lot, and there's a lot that comes with that. And you saw another man. I mean, Brent. You know, there's something about the new champion. He came in wearing it. You know, at the presser and everything like that. And I'd imagine that doesn't make you very happy, right?
I guess, but I don't know, man. I mean, I don't want to delegitimize what he has accomplished.
Right.
Good for him, and he, you know, and he won the fight. Did he gain any fans? No, that night. Did he get booed out of the arena? Yes, he did. You know, so it's one of those things where I'd rather be in my position than his position.
Yeah, I feel bad. I have to say that he got booed, because it's not like he called the fight off.
No, it's not.
He didn't do anything, but you know, I think the fans were more upset with like the officials involved that they called it off, because it was just so riveting to watch. Yeah. And they're gonna, you know,
even if it was at my expense, they were like, "Hey, let him keep going. This is actually really cool. We don't know if his leg's gonna fall off, and we're gonna see like a, you know." But
now that you've been in the cage with them, so you've had a little bit of time to assess him, and I know it wasn't under the best circumstances. You're not close to 100%, but do you feel like he's not on your level?
Oh my goodness. I was on the way to winning the easiest fight of my life, in my opinion.
You felt that?
Yeah. I mean, Brent is slow. He is very slow. He's not confident. He backed up the entire fight. He was scared to death of me. Even after I was hurt, he was scared to death of me. That's the funny thing. Because I looked him in the eye and I said, kill me, break it, kick it, let's do this. And then I dropped him. One punch got lit. He had a man completely debilitated inside of a cage, and he couldn't even land a punch. That's a sad moment. That's a scary moment. That's a scary man standing in front of you telling you to kick his leg that could be broken.
And so I'd imagine, I mean, it's one thing to lose it to like Eddie Alvarez. You feel that way about your opponent and he has your belt? That can't sit well.
That's my belt, man.
All right.
That's my belt. I mean, I'm gonna get this leg fixed, whatever needs to be fixed. He can enjoy his 30 days of fame, you know, and the seven family members and friends that he has tweeting about the legitimacy of his win.
Okay, are they tweeting you?
I mean, I've seen some stuff.
Oh, you have?
And it's just like...
What have we seen?
Just, I see him talking about it, and similar to what you said, he won the fight fair and square and this, that, and the other thing. And that's what I'm saying. I'm not here to... You can't delegitimize the win for him, because this is the sport that we chose.
Yeah.
And if I go out there and I'm chasing somebody down and they roll an ankle or break a leg and this, that, and the other thing, like that's the nature of the sport. This is the sport that we signed up for. We signed on the dotted line knowing that we are in a volatile, crazy situation, that injuries can happen, you know. So he got the win technically, but not technically like technically, but
you
know,
I understand.
but he got the win with an asterisk.
Right.
You know, his win has an asterisk on it. You got to beat the champion. You can't let the champion just go out with an injury to get the belt.
Any fighters reach out to you? I feel like you were getting a lot of respect on Twitter from fighters and things, but
yeah, I mean, I saw
anything that kind of stood out, a text or something from someone that really touched you?
Yeah, I got one from Chael Sonnen this morning.
Oh wow.
So, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And
so
Chael trains with Brent.
Mm-hmm.
What did he say?
He just said, "Thinking of you, man. I hope everything's going well." You know, Chael's the you know, he's the gangster, but he's a nice, you know, he's a nice guy sometimes. But we have a good relationship. But I mean, him and I mean, I hung out with Ryan Bader yesterday and we talked a little bit, you know. So I mean, and I saw some stuff on Twitter and all that kind of stuff. But it's just after a fight, there's a whirlwind. Everybody's talking about the fight,
right?
and they're tagging you in it, so you can't decipher. I'm not gonna waste my time. I haven't seen my wife in 9 weeks. I'm not gonna sit there glued to my phone.
Yeah.
You know, but so
when I ask you about New York now, of course you will always remember this, and this will be the first thing that comes to mind. But leading up to it, the experience of fighting on this stage, MSG, and you know, being at Viacom for the press conference, all that stuff. Did you enjoy this?
Loved it, man. This is a cornerstone. This is one of the cornerstones of Bellator's existence, man. And
it feels like something's changed now, right? Like people view it.
Yeah.
We've opened a new chapter now.
Yeah.
This is the beginning of something different after Saturday.
Yeah, and I imagine it's different. Like a guy like Ryan Bader.
Yeah.
You know, he's the newest. One of the newest signings, right? He came over from the UFC. He's a big name in the UFC. Came close to fighting for the title numerous times, or maybe he did fight for the title.
Never fought,
but came very close, right?
Yeah.
So he has seen the UFC side of things, and he comes over to Bellator. So his view of Bellator is over the last couple months, whereas mine started in 2010 or 11, and now we've seen this long progression. So it's hard to see where all the corners and nooks and crannies and different avenues and roads that have led to this one for me, because I've just been in it, and quite frankly, I've been more focused on myself than Bellator and anybody else. But you can definitely tell things are changing, and you can tell because people will say, you know, because back in the day, people were like, "Oh man, I really think Bellator is growing," and I'm like, you know, I mean, we still don't get the respect we deserve. I mean, I'm the world champion. I'm ranked top 3, top 5 in the world, but nobody really talks about me because I'm the Bellator champion and this, that, and the other thing. But now, 5, 6, 7 years later, it's different. You know, it really is. And I'm not going to sit here and say, you know, the organizations are equal or the level at which people view them is the same. But I mean, the press conference, the big screen, the way the press conference is set up, Kevin Kay coming out and giving an awesome speech, and Scott Coker coming out and doing an awesome speech, the lineup of guys that we had there, the ups and the downs, the upsets, even though I'm part of this horrible upset, you know, but like, you know, it was a huge historic night. It's Madison Square Garden. It's the world's most famous arena. It was really cool, and you know, we'll see what the future holds. All I know is I'm in a very good position. Even today, with another, you know, a loss and an unfortunate set of circumstances, it's just still the best job I've ever had, and it's the best job I'm ever going to have, you know, aside from being a husband and a father someday, you know. But it's the highlight of my life, and it's going to be a very cool platform and a very cool journey that I get to go on. So it's cool that I've been on this trajectory with Bellator, and I've helped them grow, and they've helped me grow.
Amazing. I feel like you guys are close to having a kid. You keep mentioning being a father every time I talk to you now. It's like every time. Are you trying to put pressure on your wife?
Yeah. No, 2018 is our year. We got
You're going to be a great dad, man.
Maybe. I don't know. It's scary, man, because it's, man, getting married is scary because you're in charge of providing for another human being. And that's the other thing too. I mean, if this is me and you talking 6, 7 years ago when it's just me and I'm single.
Please selfish.
It's just selfish. It's like, this happened to me and this happened to blah 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 blah. Me this, I that. Now it's us, and it's a mouth to feed, and it's a heart to protect, and it's a woman to serve, and then it's when you think about kids, it's a whole different level, and you're someone to look up to, and you're that thing that they want to be, and that they want to be loved on by. So it's gonna be cool, man. It's exciting, and it's gonna be It's gonna be a cool ride. So we'll see. So maybe a year from now we'll sit here and we'll talk about our kids on the MMA Hour.
That would be cool. Maybe you could bring in your.
Oh, I will.
By the way, what do you think of the new place?
This place is amazing.
You were at the old one not that long ago.
I was, and that one was very cool.
Yeah.
This one is definitely awesome, man.
We moved up, right?
Yeah, I need to send you a little bit of.
Yeah, can we get some stuff? We got some Bellator gloves there.
Yeah, I like that. Okay, you got Crazy Raging Al.
Yeah, did you call him?
Did you really did? Man, I absolutely did. I was sitting there. I was in.
You were egging him on.
Yeah, I was. I was like, do it. Because that was been funny. That actually would have been hilarious if he would have actually called him, or if he would have put out Dana White's phone number.
Hilarious for us, maybe not for him.
Yeah, no. And it would have been funny if my name was tied to it, like
the Bellator guy.
At the suggestion of Michael Chandler.
Right. I don't know. The guys in the back, could we get Michael some cans? I want to do something quickly. I forgot to ask for headphones. If we can give him some headphones here for a second, because actually, I don't know if you know about this, but I want to call someone. Did they tell you about this? They didn't tell you?
No.
So I want to call someone on the phone, a guy that you know. His name is Logan Storley.
Okay.
You know about him, right?
Yeah.
You know him quite well.
Yeah, I've lived with him the last 9 weeks.
Yeah. Was he in your corner?
Yeah.
Okay. And so we're going to call him now because he has some news to break for us. For those that don't know, Logan is a 4-time All-American from the University of Minnesota. Miles, you can come in. Don't be shy.
Don't be shy. Bring it on in, brother.
Yes. Miles is the best, our audio extraordinaire. So 4-time All-American from the University of Minnesota. He is originally from Webster, South Dakota, the hometown, of course, of one Brock Lesnar. Whoa. We good? You can hear me, right?
Yep.
And some people have been pegging him as the next big thing. Of course, he's not a heavyweight. I think he's a welterweight.
He's a welterweight, yeah.
And he's been fighting for LFA. And with those accolades from Brock giving him his trophy when he was in college and being a 4-time All-American, a lot of people think that he's the next big thing. And he has some news to break. So I wanted to just have you on here for a quick second as we call him. We can call Logan. Here we go. We do have him on the phone. Logan, are you there?
Yep.
Logan, it's good to talk to you. It's Ariel Helwani. I'm being joined by Michael Chandler, and I do believe that you have some news to break with all of us. So the floor is yours, my friend. Let's hear the news, and then we'll talk about it.
All right. Yeah, I signed with Bellator this past week, and I'll be fighting July 14th, and I'm excited for the opportunity.
Wow, July 14th already? That's like in 18 days.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm excited. We've kind of had a plan, and I knew after the last fight that we were ready to move on and go to the bigger stage, and Bellator is the decision that we made, and so we have the fight scheduled, and now it's time to go out there and perform.
Who are you fighting?
I'm fighting Kamel Haley from Oklahoma.
Okay. Congratulations. Michael is here. Let me ask Michael a quick question. I've been hearing about Logan for quite some time. When he decided to go into MMA, it was a big story because of where he's from. Webster, University of Minnesota, 4-time All-American, very close to being a national champion. How good is this guy?
He's very good. Very, very good. Logan was my main training partner for this last training camp. We trained every single day, drilled a lot, sparred a lot. So it's cool, man. You get to see, honestly, living with and going through a training camp with a young, hungry, successful wrestler. I see a lot of himself, or a lot of myself in him. A younger me when I was 24, and I was excited to sign my first deal and excited to be put on the platform, man. And he's been working extremely hard. He's got a heart of a champion, and he's going to get to prove that. And it's cool that he's signing with Bellator, and he's going to get to do that on the Bellator stage.
Logan, why did you choose Bellator and not the UFC? Because looking at some old articles with you, some interviews, you were talking about wanting to go to the UFC like Brock.
Yeah, Bellator's growth has been a big difference, and obviously, this is what I'm going to do. This is what I do for a living, and so you have to look at things financially. You have to look at the roster. You have to look at who's taking care of who, and Bellator's done a great job with their prospects, and they've done a really good job of building guys. Look at Michael. They built him from the ground up. They've done a lot of good things with Ed Ruth and Pico and all these guys that they are pushing out there, and you hear about. And so that was one of the main things that I looked at, and I'm excited for this opportunity.
Is Brock Lesnar as scary as he appears to be, from our perspective?
I mean, he's a great guy. I like him because I've spent a lot of time with him, and we have the same high school wrestling coach. But you know, when you watch him train and you see him face to face, you know, he is a very large human being, and
Yes.
you know, he is very intense. He's an intense person, but at the end of the day, he's a very simple and just a Midwest guy who likes hunting and fishing and hanging out, and you know, that's pretty much the Brock that I know. He's just very simple.
Last thing for you, you know, Aaron Pico came in and it did not go as planned, but he was 0-0, and they brought in some other guys like Ed Ruth and Tyrell Fortune who had no MMA experience. You have MMA experience. So how far away do you think you are from being in the discussion of, you know, the top contenders at 170?
You know, there's a big difference. I had questions asked about Pico, and you know, I feel bad for Pico. You know, it's tough, but there's a difference. I'm 5-0. I've been in this sport for 2 years, and you know, I train with Chandler, Robbie Lawler, Michael Johnson, the best guys in the world. And if I didn't think I could be a top guy, I wouldn't be doing it. You know, I would go do something else. You know, I have a college degree. You know, I could go into coaching. You know, I could do a lot of other things. And you know, I truly believe in myself, and I know I'm where I'm at. And so, you know, I'm going to take care of July 14th first, and we'll go from there. But, you know, there's no doubt in my mind that, you know, it's not going to be that long, and I will be right there with, in the talks of the top guys in the weight class. So, you know, everyone will see. They'll see very soon. But, you know, I'm excited, and I'm going to take care of July 14th first, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, I think what a lot of people don't understand or even know is you actually took amateur fights, when you were 16, 17, 18 years old?
Yeah, I had 3 amateur fights.
He had 3 amateur fights. So, I mean, this is a guy who has now been thinking about fighting for 9 years. You know, essentially he has almost as much experience as far as some of the mitts and some of the training, and then obviously going through that wrestling background. And me and Logan talk about this all the time. I mean, we're on the same wavelength in that wrestlers getting a high school wrestling career, bringing that into the college Division I wrestling program, wrestling for 5 years at the Division I program, and then coming into mixed martial arts, not taking the damage of the guys who started fighting when they were 18 years old, your career is going to last a lot longer. Because realistically, and I told Logan this, he's not even fully developed yet. Your body really isn't fully developed till you hit that 28, 29, 30 years old. That's when things really start clicking. So he's so young. I was so young back when I burst onto the scene, and I was just gutting it out and winning fights and just on sheer athleticism and toughness, you know. So it's cool to see that progression. And this is a guy who's literally been thinking about this day, being on the MMA Hour with Ariel Helwani, you know, announcing that he was signing with one of the world's biggest promotions for almost a decade now. So it's cool. It's cool to hear that, and it's cool that he's going to get this opportunity. And it's been cool to be his roommate for the last 8 weeks and kind of see his progression, and him and I bouncing ideas off of each other. And he's a very smart guy, taking notes, seeing how training camps are ran and how things progress and the ups and the downs, because it ain't always pretty during a training camp, but it's cool. So he's getting a lot of great experience down there in Florida, and I'm excited for July 14th.
Logan, congratulations. Thanks for coming on the show and announcing the big news. We've been watching you from afar. Another great signing for Bellator. They've done a great job of kind of zeroing in on these blue chip prospects, none greater than you. People have been talking and very excited about your MMA debut after college for quite some time. So again, congrats and good luck on July 14th. I had no idea that it was coming so soon. So I'm looking forward to that very much.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
All right, there he is, Logan Storley, stopping by. How about that? You knew he signed with Bellator, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Did you do a little recruiting there? I
mean, we had a ton of talks. I mean, it's not really recruiting. I mean, realistically, no offense to Bellator, no offense to the UFC, I could care less about the promotions. It's about the individual fighter. What's the best situation for each individual fighter? Signing with Bellator might be good for him, but signing with the UFC might be good for the next guy. You know, it just depends on the trajectory of the careers of the path that the guys want to go. You know, so it's I mean, we had some talks, because there was a UFC contract on the table, there was a Bellator contract on the table, there was, you know, contracts on the table. So you gotta, you know, I was there for a mentor type of role, and answer questions, and he's got a lot of questions because he cares. He wants to live that champion lifestyle. He wants to be a champion, and I think he's going to be one.
This is a big signing for Bellator.
It is.
I remember when he was in college. I'm not a big wrestling guy, like amateur wrestling, but I know who he is because I know what he's done. I know the connection to Brock. You know, it's a big deal here. You look at his interviews when he started out, he was all about the UFC.
Yeah,
everything's UFC.
I think everybody was.
Yeah, I guess.
Pico was too. You know, I mean, that was just kind of, that was the cool thing to do.
What would be your advice to Pico after what he suffered?
Shoot, man, just dust yourself off and keep going, man.
Did they make a mistake by putting him in there against an 82 guy at MSG? Was it too soon?
Yeah, it's a management error.
Yeah.
It's a promotional error. It's a Pico error. and it was also a great night for Freeman. I mean, it was a great night for a tough opponent.
Moment.
I mean, he's no pushover. You know, I get it too. You can't necessarily put Pico out there against a guy with a losing record. You know, it kind of looks bad to have a guy with a losing record on a pay-per-view.
0-0 is not bad. They're both 0-0.
Yeah.
Why not just do that?
I guess that's true too. You know,
1-0. This guy's 8-2, just fought for the RFA title.
Yeah, and he's a big boy.
Yeah.
He's a big boy. I mean, he was 4.5 inches taller than Pico. And Pico's not a big. First of all, Pico should be at 145.
Yeah.
You know, I think Pico, like I was just talking about the growth of a man's body, I think Pico still could end up being a decent-sized lightweight, but he's a 145er right now.
Is he overhyped? Did we do a little too much there?
First of all, it's hard to say anything negative about a man who just got
Sure. I understand.
You hate to. But what I would say is, it's no offense to Pico. I would speak in general. The college wrestling environment breaks people. And
what do you mean?
I think the path that he chose, although he's had extreme success, everything has been based around him. You know, he doesn't know what it's like to walk into a college wrestling room, get thumped on and beat on, and beat within an inch of your life.
Because he bypassed that.
He bypassed everything.
Interesting.
He's had everything.
It's always been about him.
He's had everything.
Interesting.
Not that he hasn't earned it. He has earned every single thing that he's. The guy's beat Zane Rutherford, a couple-time national champion. He's beaten all these guys on the international circuit. He's a phenomenal wrestler.
Does the wrestling community kind of look down on him because he did that?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I would say no. I would say no. But I just think, like I said, I think Aaron Pico would have been better to have gone throughout high school, won his high school titles, gone to a Division I wrestling program, wrestled 5 years, become a different type of competitor, a more bulletproof competitor, and then step into MMA at 22 years old. That's what I think.
Okay.
Instead of bypassing everything, go to the freestyle tournaments, but that's what he did. I mean, if I had the opportunity to do that and I could get sponsored and a lot of stuff paid for and just wrestle for a living and not go to college and do that, who's to say I wouldn't take that opportunity?
Right.
But I just think the college wrestling environment will turn you into a different type of animal than the route that he chose.
Fascinating.
And Bellator did a very good job of putting a bunch of chips in his corner and making sure that people knew who he was, and now they know who he is. But that doesn't mean he's not a bad fighter.
Sure,
he's 0-1, but he's
a lot of fighters start out 0-1, like some of the greats.
Luke Rockhold lost his first or second fight, which is
I think Henna
crazy.
Barao, too,
I probably would have retired. If I would have lost a fight, I'd be like, I'm gonna go ahead.
Well, you're handling this one very well, remarkably well. It's unbelievable. What a lesson that we can learn from this. I mean, the fact I talk about it all the time. You really get inspired by fighters. At least I do. In the way they handle defeat. It's great to show up there when you're the champion and everyone's loving you and you're basking in the glory of it all. But, you know, I actually have a picture right on my desk, right over here. Let me show it to you.
Oh.
This is a photo taken by the great Esther Lynn. Look at this. This is not an interesting photo by any stretch, right?
No.
This is not. But you know what it represents.
That's the great. That right there was the greatest.
Never sat down. Dominic Cruz standing up. UFC 207 loses to Cody Garbrandt. Some might say he was outclassed. Stood up there and took that. I mean, I hate to say took that like a man because women take it damn well too.
Yeah.
Took it like a champion. Took it like a professional. And so I have so much respect for him. I have so much respect for you, how you handled it. That's when I sit there in the press room and say, I'm so lucky to be doing this and being around these people because it's incredibly inspiring to be next to you because I can't do that. No. I would go cry. But you know?
And it's tough, but I think, I mean, in Dominic's case, I mean, first of all, let me tell you where some of my inspiration to, I don't know how much time we have, but I'm rambling on, but I went through those 4 ACL surgeries with Dominic.
Yeah, I know you know.
Him and I were together training in San Diego. Well, I was training and, you know, he was watching me train. I saw everything taken from this man. There's not a man on this earth that loves fighting more than this guy right here. He loves it 5 times more than I do. and it was taken away from him for 3 years or however long it was.
Yeah, 3.5.
His legs would not work. They kept failing him. So to see a man like that go through that and see everything taken away from him, how am I going to sit here and say, oh, woe is me, my little sprained ankle or whatever you want to call it, and a loss, and oh, woe is me. Man, get over yourself, man. I'm so extremely blessed, all things considered. I mean, I could have been laid up with 3 ACL surgeries like this guy, and I probably would have just retired and just quit. But he stuck through it, and that night when he gave that speech and he stood up there and he took it, like you said, like a man, like a champion, his stock grew by 1,000,000%. And that's a great human being right there. So it's what we're called to do, man. We get this platform, we get opportunities like this to use our voice and use our actions to inspire and lift people up in life. And I will never, ever, ever take that for granted. So what happened on Saturday night was unfortunate for myself, but you're not going to see me cry about it. You know, you're not going to see me worry about it. It did end on Saturday night, and the sun came up this morning, and it's a new day to get better.
Well done, Mike. Really
Yes,
appreciate it. Thank you so
having
much
me.
for coming in. I can't thank you enough. When do you go home?
We leave Tuesday morning.
Tuesday morning. All right,
Yes.
so you got some time left here in New York.
Yeah, so we got
See the sights, walk a lot.
Yeah,
you know?
walk it off. Just walk it off.
I really appreciate it. Keep us posted on the doctor appointments, and looking forward to the return.
Absolutely.
And I hope you get that immediate rematch.
That's what I'm hoping for.
We're doing this on the fly once again. You can
Oh, we're
roll right
doing
out
it.
of here.
We're doing
That's
it.
it.
We're
That's how
outta
we
here.
do it. Yeah. There he goes. Michael Chandler. He will fight for the belt in the not so distant future. We appreciate him coming in. Appreciate his team for stopping by as well. Yeah, you can keep that there. No problem. I like to look at Dominic all show long. He gives me inspiration. Thank you so much, Mike.
Thanks,
We'll
everyone.
see you soon. There he is, the one and only Michael Chandler, the now former Bellator lightweight champion. I don't say that so that he punches me in the face. I have no doubt that he will be back sooner rather than later. Oh, you missed the moment with your picture there, Esther. We're having people take photos in the middle of our show. That's how long. There he goes. Michael Chandler, great performance from him in very trying circumstances. Brent Primus is now the Bellator lightweight champion, but you heard Scott Coker earlier say that they want to do the rematch. You heard from him. He is doing okay. He is, quite frankly, sounds like he dodged a bullet. And hopefully we get to see him sooner than later. And pretty cool news there from Logan Storley. Remember that name, July 14th. That's when he will debut in Bellator. 4-time All-American, University of Minnesota wrestling, Webster, South Dakota. Look him up. He is an impressive fellow. Speaking of impressive, let's talk to James Gallagher right now. The breakout performance, in my opinion, of Saturday night. He came into MSG, called his shot, walked right up to Chinzo Machida, and then shortly thereafter submitted him. And then, to add to all of that, walked around wearing a leopard jacket that had the word savage on the back. Talk about stealing the show. James Gallagher is joining us right now via the phone. James, are you there?
I'm here. How are things?
Things are going very well. Probably a little better for you. Are you back home in Strabane?
Yeah, I just arrived this morning, so I did actually in at like 6:30 this morning. I arrived, so I've been just trying to battle the jet lag all day. But I think I'm that high on my emotions from the weekend that it's getting me through it, and it's just nice being home.
And so I'm reminded of a famous line by the great Notorious B.I.G. when he said, "It was all a dream." Does this kind of feel like it was all a dream for you? Like to go back home? I'm always curious about someone who comes in to a big stage, you do what you did, you're incredibly successful, and then you come back to, you know, your familiar surroundings. What's it like now? Like you were just in MSG doing that. How do you process all of this?
Yeah, it's a bit mad. So it is. It's like if after now, I'm like, you know what I mean? It's such like a big thing. It's something I've dreamed of all my life, and I'm kind of like sad that it's over. I'm like, that was good. I want to walk back out tonight and fight in MSG again. So I do. I'm like kind of sad that it's over, but it's great coming back and just being around my people again back home in Strabane and seeing everyone and stuff. It's a good feeling, and everyone congratulate me. And there's never anyone from here that has done something as big as that, and to be just young and be like a role model for these kind of young people coming up around here and stuff. It's a nice feeling.
When you were envisioning all of this, did you think it would go this well?
Yeah, I did.
Wow.
I remember during the fight week, like during fight week, I was saying, like, I was saying to my people around me who was with me, I was like, I know he's like a tough guy, and I had a tough opponent ahead of me, and he's a knockout artist. He's knocked out a lot of people, especially guys who try and take him down. He can step off and bank shots from awkward angles, and he put people to sleep. And I was like, I'm really confident that I'm going to go in there and like I'm going to beat him, no problem. But I had a gut feeling that it was going to be really easy. Like there was something in me saying that I'm going to like absolutely annihilate this. I'm going to go out here and like I'm going to steal the show. Do you know what I mean? I kept telling my gut feeling was telling me this, and then in my mind I was like, nah, come on, switch out of that, like prepare for a tough fight. Do you know what I mean? But there was something in the back of my mind just kept telling me that I'm the best. I'm going to be better than this guy, and I'm not going to be fazed walking out here, and I'm going to steal the show. And that's exactly what I've done.
And so, I mean, you always look like you're enjoying the moment, that you're cool as a cucumber, the most confident guy in the room. But was there ever a moment backstage at MSG as you're about to walk out there where the nerves started to get you at all?
No, I really, like, when I was on my way, like, to the event, I was like gearing myself up for that. I was like mentally preparing myself to, like, I'm going to feel this. I was just, before the fight, I was like, I'm going to feel this nervous, this pressure. I said I was mentally preparing myself to feel that, and then I didn't feel it. Once I started moving around and getting warm, and I just felt invincible, kind of like I really, it was weird because I thought I was going to feel all this pressure and feel like. I thought it was going to hit me, just before I walk out, and the guys are calling me, let's go. I thought I was going to feel this, I thought I was going to get really nervous, and it's a big moment, and it's a big opportunity to me to take it, and I thought I was gearing myself up for it, but it didn't come, and just when I was standing at the ramp ready to walk out, I was like, this is just where I belong. This is me. Do you know what I mean? I just love being here. I don't want to be anywhere else. I don't want to do anything else. I just love being there and just walking out, and I took it all in. So I did. I looked around, I stopped on the ramp, looked around, and I seen all the people there just singing along and cheering me on, and I took it all in, and I was like, this is what I've been working towards since I've been 13 years old. Every day I've just spent in the gym and missing out on a lot of things that other teenagers do growing up. I missed out on a lot because I was just in the gym all day training and stuff like this. And this is what I've been gearing myself up towards. This is my moment. Do you know what I mean? And that's why I just stopped in the ramp and I took it all in. And then I was like, let's do this. I've got a man in front of me who's going to try and take away my dreams. And I was all, I'm not letting any man do that.
This is a bit of a crazy question, or maybe a silly one, but I mean, you have massive balls. I mean, to walk in there and to walk right up to him and stare at him in the face, this is not stuff that some of the most successful veterans in this sport do. Have you always been that way?
Yeah, I've always been this way since when I was 13 years old. I fought a 21-year-old man, so I did feel like I'm different than everyone else. There's probably smaller things that would faze me a lot more than doing this. Like if you asked me to go and go into a shop and ask someone for something, I probably wouldn't do that. But if you asked me to walk out in front of the arena and fight in front of thousands of people and like, do you know what I mean? I'll do this all day. I just don't get fazed by someone else. I feel like I've got so much confidence in myself that another person can't faze me. It doesn't matter who they are, they won't faze me. I don't get intimidated by people. I wouldn't be like starstruck by anyone. Other people just don't faze me. I always just feel so good about myself and what I do that I don't think I can be fazed by anything, to be honest.
It's amazing to watch. It's amazing to watch a 20-year-old act like that towards a 40-year-old, and then to actually go in there and do what you did to him. And I love that photo of you bowing down to Chinzo, because I mean, that's one of my favorite photos. I have it in the studio here of Mayhem Miller bowing down to Kazushi Sakuraba. So, you know, above all of the, you know, the showmanship, if you will, you do, I mean, you mentioned this in the scrum, you do have a ton of respect, maybe more so than any other opponent and maybe any other, you know, fighter outside of your team out there, the Machida family. This is a family that you've actually looked up to as you were coming up, right?
Yeah, 100%. When I first started training MMA, I started on the end of October. That was actually my 12th birthday.
Wow.
Then in December for Christmas, all I wanted was to get DVDs, the UFC DVDs and stuff like this of fights. This is all I was into. So I got a DVD, and Lyoto Machida was on it. I can't remember who he was fighting, but it was my first time watching him, and my uncle was telling me that he comes from the karate background and stuff like this, because this is where I started. And he was my idol for years. So he was the guy who, you know what I mean? He was the guy who used to stand up his karate style, to use his dynamic footwork to beat like the wrestlers and stuff like this. He was the one who was able to move different and confuse all these guys with his distance and stuff. And he was my idol. He was the one like I looked up to. You know what I mean? He was the one he was the man to me. And then I went and fought his big brother. You know what I mean? But that's the way it goes. And once I started, then I was like, I'm going to be better than all these guys. I'm not. You know what I mean? I don't want to be like just fights. I just want to be one of these guys who was known as a good fighter. I want to be known as the greatest ever.
What was the best part of the whole experience? I'm sure the win is at the top, but was there something, some moment, some person that you ran into just getting to fight at 20 at MSG? Is there something that stood out above the rest?
Yeah, meeting Lyoto Machida.
Wow.
That was probably the highlight of the whole thing, was meeting Lyoto Machida. Man's he's my idol. Do you know what I mean? He's the guy I looked up to when I was coming up as a kid, and so that was probably the highlight of the moment. But another great moment that I had, and it's still just, it feels like I can just remember it like if it was a minute ago, is when I ran and jumped on top of the cage. I just like sat up there and I looked around, and I wasn't celebrating. I was soaking it all in for motivation because I know I can be the greatest ever, and this moment just gave me that more confidence and a bit more motivation, and it inspired me. So it did. I inspired myself. I feel like that's how I've done it. I inspired myself after putting in all that work, and there's no other 20-year-old can face all this hype that I get, the amount of hype that I get, the amount of pressure that's put on me, the amount of criticism that I get, the messages that I get from people like criticizing me. Is like people say some harsh stuff to me, hit me down and stuff like this here, and I read them all on board. I read them all, and I take every one of them on board, and it just motivates me. Doing something that I love on the biggest stage in the world, fighting the best people, just all by doing something that I love every day. I don't have to get up and work because I just do something that I love. And I'm kind of glad that when I was like 15, I dropped out of school and I followed what I love rather than just going and following the crowd and not doing something that I love, just getting by. And maybe I could have turned into someone like that who hates on someone being successful. So there's no other 20-year-old on this planet that can face all that there criticism, face all that hype, act like if it's nothing, and then walk out in the biggest arena in the world and go and fight someone the way I fought them and just look at him dead in the eye and tell him that I'm going to beat him. Because that's what I've done. I just walked up to him and told him that I was going to beat him. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful or anything. I have the most respect for him than any other fighter in the whole division because of his brother and stuff. And I was just being honest. I was walking up and I told him what I believe and told him what I was going to do and done what I told him.
What are people writing to you? Like, well, I mean, I know there are trolls and things like that, but like, what's actually getting not under your skin, but what's bothering you here?
Nothing, not one thing bothers me.
Well, maybe not bother, but you said that some stuff that like really, it sounds like some really disturbing stuff.
Yeah, I get a lot of things like people just messaging me saying that I'm never going to make it anywhere. I'm like bummed. Bellator's build me up. I'm like, I'm a wannabe Connor. I'm this. There's no one's actually proud of me, and they just put me down. So they do. They just saying all these like things that just are not nice. You know what I mean? No one hears that, but I think I'm kind of sick in the head because I smile. It makes me happy. So it does. It makes me happy. I don't know what it is, but I smile at it and I'll be like, this is unbelievable. You know what I mean? That these people are going out of their way because I have such an influence on them. Do you know what I mean? I have such an influence on someone that they're coming out of their way to write stuff like this to me, and it makes me kind of happy because I'm just doing something that I love. Do you know what I mean? I'm not doing anything else. I just love fighting. Do you know what I mean? I used to fight all the time. I was at school. And what's the difference in fighting now? Only I'm probably fighting in a safer environment and I get paid for it.
What was it like? Was anyone waiting for you at home when you got home? What was that like?
It was unbelievable. As soon as I got back, my father met me at the airport, and you know what I mean. He wasn't with me over there. He couldn't come, and it's a great moment. You know what I mean? It's like I feel like not only is it the proud of me or the work that I put in, but I feel like it's a teamwork here. You know what I mean? My parents and my coach John Kavanagh and everyone else that I have around me they deserve the credit as well. Do you know what I mean? Because they go out of their way to help me and do whatever they can to make me be successful in what I'm doing. Do you know what I mean? And I'll never really repay my family or John or anyone for the kind of stuff that they do for me, and I very much appreciate it. Do you know what I mean? They're very selfless and put me first. And you can't ever thank anyone enough for putting someone else first. You know what I mean? And it's a great moment, and I'm looking forward tonight to catching up with my friends. And there's a local bar that's going to show my fight, and I'm going to go down and see my family and everyone, and we're going to celebrate it. It's a big moment for me and for my town. You know what I mean? I put my town on the map. You know what I mean? Just a small place in Strabane, and there's probably more people that could fit in MSG than there is in my whole town.
Is that
what I mean?
how many people? Do you know? Do you know how many people are from there?
I think there's 25 or 28,000.
Wow.
That come from Strabane.
That is unbelievable.
There is, so there's you know what I mean? What's the MSG? What is that, whole 22 or something?
Yeah, I mean not on Saturday, but at its capacity it's around 20.
Yeah.
That is unbelievable.
I mean, so more people can fit into that arena that I just fought in than there is in my hometown. So I feel great pride, and I'm kind of humbled by myself. Do you know what I mean? I feel like I humbled myself nearly, and just I showed myself that I can do anything now in this game. I've faced the highest pressured event that I'm probably ever going to face. Do you know what I mean? I feel this is probably going to. I'm going to go on and do a lot bigger things in my career. I'm going to win world titles. I'm going to do much bigger things than I've done on Saturday night. But this moment is going to be one that I'll remember for the rest of my life.
It does sort of feel like a turning point, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. It's a turning point. So it is. It's not the biggest thing that I'm going to do, because I'm going to do a hell lot bigger things than I've done on Saturday night. But it's going to be a point of the career where I'm going to look back, and this is going to be one that stands. This is going to be one of them bullet point moments where it's going to be written in the book. Do you know what I mean? My US debut in Madison Square Garden, facing one of the Machidas. Do you know what I mean? Being 20 years young. I'm going out there and beating them in under 3 minutes in the fashion that I've done with them.
Where'd you get that jacket? The leopard jacket with Savage on back. Where'd you get that?
It's not. I think it fits perfect.
It does.
I call myself a young Savage.
Where did you get it?
I I just got in a little shop. It's actually, everyone's like, oh, this is big designer brand. I actually just was walking past the shop one day and I seen it and it was like €20. It was only a little cheap yoke, and so it was, and I just thought it looked cool. I went and bought it. So I did, and I rock it. I think I rock it well.
You do.
You like it?
I like it very much. It caught my eye. And then I see Hoist Gracie coming up to you. And, I mean, like, it's crazy. Yeah. It's 20 years old. I don't even know what I was doing at 20. Certainly not that at MSG. I was dreaming of getting a ticket to go watch a basketball game at MSG. Those were my big hopes.
Yeah, it's amazing. I'm blown away by it also, but at the same time, it's what I expect for myself. I don't expect anything less. Do you know what I mean? I expected to go out and run through that guy, and I expect to win world titles, and because of the training that I'm putting in and the way that the work that I put in here and the team that I've got behind me, I don't expect anything less from myself. Do you know what I mean? I don't want to do anything else apart from this.
And so what do you think is next? What are you feeling? Do you have an inkling as to, what they might throw your way? Do you already know? Sometimes they have these things already booked. What can you tell us about what's next?
Yeah. I think November is next for me, and I'm thinking of going down and whipping a few 135ers. I'm going to drop down a weight class, I think, and I'm going to speak to my team first before I commit to anything, but it's looking like 135 is on the cards, and hopefully I can go down and get that belt. And hopefully I have 1 or 2 fights, and then I'll get the title shot.
So your next fight you think will be at 135?
I'm quite confident that it's going to be. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm quite confident that it's going to be at 135, and so I do.
Why go down when you've been doing so well at 145?
For just a different kind of challenge.
Okay.
Different, you know what I mean? It's different people and stuff, and I feel like if we're speaking like realistically, I know I want the belt and I'll call for the belt, but I feel like it's going to take me another 3 or 4 fights before they'll give me the shot at it. But I feel like if I drop down to 135, I only need 1 or 2. That's part of the reason, and I'm only 20 years old as well. So maybe in 2 or 3 years' time, I won't be able to make 135.
Okay.
So, but I can now. So I'm feeling I'm going to go and do what Conor did. I'm going to go down and get the 135 belt, and then I'm going to go back up and I'm going to get the 145 belt.
So what's your timeline here? When do you think you get 135 and when do you think you get 145?
I reckon this time next year, I'm going to have the 135 belt.
And then once you get that, you'll go.
And once I get that, my next fight straight after that's going to be for the 145 belt.
Like I said to your coach, John Kavanagh, who joined us earlier, it all sounds very familiar, and I'm not going to be the one who doubts you. That's for sure.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that do, but I don't care. I'm not here to show them that I can do this. I'm here to show people who support me that I can do this. I'm here to prove people right, not wrong. I don't feel like that I don't feel that people do. I don't feel like that I should. People don't deserve for me to prove them wrong. So they don't. I don't feel like they should have that. Do you know what I mean? I don't want to give people that. I just don't want to prove people wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to show the people that support me, who are backing me all the way, who are saying I'm the real deal, who know I'm the real deal, who know I'm going to be a world champion. I'm looking here to put a smile on their faces and go back to them and go, look, we were right. Do you know what I mean? We were right. We were able to. We believed in it. You believed in me. You then believing in me helps me believe in myself a lot more. Do you know what I mean? That there's a support there. This is why I do it. Do you know what I mean? I'm not here to prove people wrong and people who criticize me and hate on me, and I'm not here to prove them wrong. And I hope they keep hating. I hope they keep doing that. But I'm here to show the people that are close to me, who believe in me and who support me, I'm here to prove them right.
Do you think, James, that Bellator is on board with this? Like, do you think that they'll have any issue with this, or have you already told them?
No, I can't see why not. You know what I mean? Why not? I feel like that it's going to be only going to be good if it's only going to bring attention to the 135 division, because you just really you don't ever hear of anything in the 135 division. It's silent.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? There's never any big.
No.
You never hear big fights coming from it. You never hear of any names coming up. You never hear of any prospects in it. You never hear anything about it. And I feel like I'm going to be the guy that's going to bring attention to it.
Yeah.
So I feel like they'll get on board with that surely and make that 135 division a thing. Because now at the minute it's nothing. People don't even know. People know who the featherweight, lightweight, welterweight champions are all the way up. You know what I mean? But they don't know who the 135s are. People don't even know who they are. But everyone knows me, and everyone knows that if I go down, everyone knows I'm going to win that world title.
By the way, did you get a chance to see the Aaron Pico fight? I know there was some talk of at some point maybe you guys fighting, and if so, what do you think?
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it. I feel like before you talk, before you say that you're going to do this, and before you say that you're going to do something, you've got to at least know that you like it, that you can go in there and do it. That's like me now saying I'm going to go in and beat Cristiano. I'm going to go in and play football for Man United and go out and be the best ever when I've never played a football match before. Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
I've never went and played a football match. So how can you do that kind of thing? And yeah, you just fuck Aaron Pico and fuck him. Do you know what I mean? I don't give a shit about him. I don't care. He's not my thoughts at all. So isn't he just wanted to say my name and say what was I running from? I've got the best submissions in the fucking whole of Bellator. I would have submitted him at the blink. Do you know what I mean? But he's 0-1. I'm 7-0. I'm on a different path. I'm in world title contention. That's what I am. I'm on a whole new level compared to that. So it is. If I play the guy to beat him, Zach's a nice guy. He's a cool guy, and it goes to him. I hope he goes far, and hope he does the job.
James, it's been a lot of fun. I can't wait to see what you do next. Like I said, I thought you stole the show on Saturday. There was a great buzz about you going in. There's a greater buzz now. An amazing moment. I actually was in the back doing like the interviews, the scrums, and all that stuff for the undercard. But I said I just need to be there to see what happens here and to watch you in person go up and walk right up to Chinzo and then do what you did to him really blew me away. So kudos to you, my friend. Congratulations on the big victory. Enjoy your party tonight. Enjoy rewatching the fight with your friends and family, and very much now looking forward to your drop down to 135 to see what you do there, and then of course back up to 145. Thanks so much. We'll talk to you soon, and again, congratulations on an amazing week and an amazing performance.
Thank you very much, Errol. It's always a pleasure being on, and I really appreciate your good comments towards me, and it means a lot. And I'm going to get my jacket on now and head out.
Enjoy. Wear it well.
Thank you very much, bro. I appreciate it.
We'll talk to you soon. There he is, James Gallagher, stopping by, one of the bright young stars in Bellator. They have something with him. There's no doubt about that. The place went nuts for him. He had a nice, strong crowd backing him at the weigh-ins, at the fight on Saturday. Really impressive stuff. And look, you can talk all that smack if you back it up. And he's not only just backing it up with wins, his performances, one after the next, are topping each other. So, go on, James Gallagher. Keep doing your thing, and kudos to Bellator for signing him when they did, and now look what they've got on their hands. One quick note before we move along to our next guest. I mentioned when we brought in Logan Storley that was somewhat breaking exclusive news. I did notice afterwards that our friends over at Flow Combat broke that news a few minutes earlier, so wanted to give them the credit that they deserve on that one. Was not looking at my computer when we were talking to Michael Chandler, so wanted to give them props. Exciting news for the wrestling community, for the MMA community. Logan Storley, as you may have heard earlier, signing with Bellator. Flow Combat had that one first. All right, let's move along now and bring in our last guest of the day. Very excited to talk to Cortney Casey. She has never been on the program before, And quite honestly, I wish it was under different circumstances, but there is a silver lining to all of this, and hopefully more is to come as well. You may have heard that a few weeks back, the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation, the TDLR, had made public that, in their opinion, she had failed her post-fight drug test due to an elevated levels of testosterone. But on Friday, the UFC cleared her of any wrongdoing, completely exonerated her. And as of Friday afternoon, Texas had not done the same, but let's see if there's an update to the story. First, let's bring in Cortney Casey. Cortney, are you there?
I am here, Ariel. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks so much for joining us. And again, like I said, I wish we had some more positive things to talk about, but I do think that we're trending in that direction. First, let me ask you this. Is there an update to the story? Texas, as of Friday afternoon, had not said that they were clearing you just yet. Have they done so?
They have not done so. We did receive an email. Jeff Novinsky received an email from the TDLR yesterday, Sunday, the 25th, stating that my case is still under investigation.
Okay. Are you expecting them to make this right?
I'm hoping they are. As the way things have been going so far, I don't see it happening anytime soon. But you know, we can only hope for the best and just kind of wait to see what they're going to do.
Why do you think that is? Do you think that they don't want to admit any wrongdoing?
I think that has a little bit to do with it. I mean, they were pretty upfront with Jeff, letting him know that they kind of thought they were in the right with releasing everything as far as their understanding of the testing. But with, you know, Jeff kind of informed them on the additional testing that needed to be done to prove that it was a positive test, in which we did, and it proved that it had, you know, it was clean, everything was fine. So I never really tested positive for anything. And it was just an elevation. So, like I said, I right now I haven't heard anything from Texas. I hadn't heard anything from them since, like, I think June 9th was the last time I actually had a talk with someone from the commission. So I don't know. I really don't know what's going on, and I think that's kind of the uneasy part about it.
So this news first came out on May 26th. That's when they made the findings public, and they also overturned your win over Jessica Aguilar, which I thought was the best win of your career thus far, to a no contest. When did you find out that they were doing this, and what was your immediate reaction to it all?
I found out through Tiago via Facebook. He messaged me and just kind of asked me what our plans were in handling the situation. I didn't know what he was talking about because I hadn't been contacted by anyone. So I called him. He informed me. I right away called Jeff, and he said he just heard as well from media outsource, not from Texas. And then he went back and looked over all the paperwork, and that's where he saw that my TE ratios were elevated, and that's right when he called Texas. But I heard first through secondary hand from media, I guess you can say.
Wow. And how did you react? Like, did you think it was a joke? That is bizarre in its own right. But...
Yeah, it was very bizarre. I was kind of confused on what was going on because I mean I knew I didn't take anything. Like I barely take any supplements as it is. So like I instantly went and reread everything because, you know, we're given guidelines from USADA. We're given, you know, all the information we need, and I follow them, you know, very strategically. And as soon as I talked to Jeff, he said, you know, don't worry about it right now as far as gathering everything that you took, gathering, you know, like your food and everything. Let's just look into, you know, your passport and see what it is. And I guess there's a lot of variables that can cause elevated TE ratios. I didn't know, but birth control, age, just your natural biological makeup, all that plays into a fact of your TE ratio. And when they looked into it, that's pretty much what it is they can't really pinpoint exactly if it's my birth control or if it's just how I naturally run. But from what I've heard and from all the tests is I've always been a clean athlete. I never tested positive for anything performance enhancing or any positive for that matter under USADA.
Did you ask them, or did your management ask them, why come out with this until you had all the facts, until you tested the B sample, until you were 100% certain that I did fail a drug test?
We did. We sent emails showing them. Jeff Novinsky contacted them right away that first day, and kind of explained to them. And from my understanding is they just really didn't seem to care. So,
like, what do you mean by that? Like they just said, we're going with this and that's it? Like we have no regard for your reputation, for, you know, the win,
correct.
all that stuff?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. What Jeff Novinsky sent over emails with articles, you know, the USADA guidelines, everything like that, showing like the proper protocol that they need to do for a TE ratio, for an elevated TE ratio when all other tests, you know, come back clean, because my whole panel was clean. It just had an elevated TE ratio.
Uh-huh.
So I never tested for anything. So that's when the secondary test needs to be ran, that IRMS test and that carbon isotope scanning, and all those come back clean.
Have you ever been told in the past that this was something about you, that you sometimes have elevated levels of testosterone, that this is something to look out for? Has this ever come up on your radar?
No, never. Never have been informed about it. I think from my understanding is that it's really not high. It's really, compared to, you know, someone like a woman who would go in for, you know, treatment of some sort, for like hormone treatment. Like mine's not even close to a level where I need to be regulated or anything like that. It's just a slight increase or decrease. I don't know if it's estrogen or testosterone, because that's how the ratio gets played. So from what my understanding, from what I've been told, is it's most likely due to my contraceptive, which I've been on for, you know, I don't even know how long, like at least 10 years. So that could play a part in lowering my estrogen.
And so you know how things go, especially in sports. You're guilty until proven innocent. And I think the reason for that is, if I'm being honest, is so many athletes have come out and said, oh, I didn't do anything, and then you find out that they did do something. I mean, most famously, Lance Armstrong. There's many other cases. And so,
of course,
you see a performance like the one you had, and you beat one of the top, you know, contenders at 115. And I would imagine, I didn't scour through all the comments. Of course, this didn't happen to me, but I would imagine you got a lot of people saying to you, oh, you're a cheater. Can't believe you did this. What was it like? What kind of comments did you get? What was the reaction?
All of them. All of them. I got everything from, you know, not just this win, but my past wins. Like, oh, she must have been on steroids when she beat, you know, Randa, when she, you know, all this stuff. So not only, you know, is my reputation for the fight with Jessica affected, but my previous fights, my whole athletic career is now affected by it. You know, I was an athlete before. I played soccer and stuff like that. So all that's in question. You know, my character is in question. You know, my job, like I coach kids for a living. You know, that's what I do. You know, and our gym prides ourselves on technique over strength. And then for me to be associated with steroids, it kind of tarnishes that image as well. So, I mean, I've been personally affected by it. My family's been personally affected by it. My students have been personally affected by it. So, I mean, it's been a pretty crappy 5 weeks.
How did you handle it? Like, were you depressed? Were you able to put on a happy face? Now that it's hopefully almost coming to an end, looking back, how did you handle it?
You know, it sucked. It sucked not to be able to kind of defend yourself. But in that kind of situation, you kind of want to stay silent. That's what I was, you know, informed to do, is just kind of not feed into anything, you know, not get into battles with people online, you know, not just me, but my family, like having to tell my family, like, we just got to wait for, you know, what I've been telling people is I just had to wait for a test that I already knew the answer to. Like, I already knew the answer was going to come back as clean. I just had to wait for it. And there's no sense in, you know, trying to do damage control when no one's listening anyways to the science that's being presented to them, let alone, you know, when the test gets sent to them, it's always going to be something like I found a loophole or whatnot. And luckily I have a lot of people behind me, you know, showing that I didn't, you know, squeak it by USADA or get by with, you know, covering anything up. Like I didn't do anything wrong from the beginning.
I was told that people came up to you and were saying things to you and were saying things to your kids.
Yeah.
Is that accurate?
Correct. I don't know. I personally got verbally harassed in Target, told that I let the whole island down and that I was a cheater and everything like that. People were commenting on my photos of my kids on my Instagram, telling my kids not to do steroids and stuff like that. Like, it's just pretty ridiculous, you know, finding my mom on social media, my brother and my sister on social media, you know, and harassing them as well. So it's kind of affected my whole family a lot. And it just kind of sucks because, like I said, you can't really do anything until everything came out. And since everything took so slow and no one made a statement, and you don't really want to make Texas angry, so you kind of just, you know, wait for them to do the right thing. And at this point, we're still waiting.
When did you find out that the B sample came back, that there was, you know, nothing as far as foul play involved, that you're being exonerated, at least from the UFC's perspective? When did you get the good news?
I was informed on the 21st.
The 21st?
I think it was a Wednesday.
Okay. What was your reaction?
I just was just finally, like, like I said, I knew what the test was going to show. Like, I knew what the test was going to show. I knew it was going to come back clean. I've always been a clean fighter, so it was just waiting for a test I already knew the answer to, and then really just waiting to see what Texas did. And in that first 24 hours, we got nothing. The next day, we got nothing. And here we are still with just, oh, we have to continue to investigate this. So I really, I mean, I've been exonerated by the UFC, which is great. I've been exonerated by USADA, which is awesome. But at the end of the day, the people that need to be making an apology haven't.
Yeah.
You know, the ones that made the statement. And that's kind of what sucks for someone, you know, for a commission like that to just be so lackadaisical on such a very, you know, that affects me, you know, heavily from the moment it gets released.
So just to catch, to get people caught up, Texas said last month that your A sample came back with an elevated testosterone to epitestosterone level over their particular threshold of 4 to 1. And then you guys had your B sample tested. This was according to Jeff Nowitzki, who told our own Mark Ramundi all of this. And those results, which we obtained, came back negative for any banned substance. And they used the isotope ratio test, which I believe is the best kind of test to find out if there's any synthetic testosterone in one system, and to find out if there's, you know, any kind of foul play involved. That's basically, I mean, I know it's very much more complex, but that's the story boiled down to, right?
Correct. Yes.
And so when you're going through all of this, it's expensive. But from what I understand, the UFC has paid for all of these tests, the second B sample test, anything that you need to do in relation to this, they're paying for.
Absolutely. Yeah. They, from the moment, you know, everyone harps on USADA and all that stuff, but, you know, having to check in and change your calendar and everything like that. But it's for these reasons, you know what I mean? Like, they make sure they dot all their I's, they cross all their T's, they make sure everything's in place before they make statements, before anything. And they've been 100% supportive throughout this whole thing. The UFC, Dana White, you know, of course, Jeff Nowitzki, Sean Shelby, everyone. So, I mean, I can't complain about the system. You know, I guess if it was on the other end, you know, it would kind of suck. But, you know, I'm happy with the process that they're taking and all the steps, you know, to make sure that my name is cleared and to show that I didn't do anything wrong.
And now they said, I saw Jeff Nowitzki told us as well. He told Mark Ramundi this, that they're considering not going back to Texas. I mean, that's a major. I mean, to see them stand by you like that is pretty incredible.
No, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I know in the past, you know, there's been issues with Texas Commission and stuff like that, but I think this one kind of was the icing on the cake to accuse someone who was absolutely innocent, you know, and then also been given the information they were given to just blatantly ignore it. You know, and obviously I know that's not what the Texas fans want. And I know they want more UFCs. I mean, Dallas was awesome. You know, I hope we get to go back, but, you know, like Jeff said, and the UFC says that, you know, we shouldn't put the athletes in danger of stuff like this that can be avoided.
Do you think that you'll get your win back as well? I would assume so, right?
I would hope so.
Yeah.
I would hope so. I don't know. And, you know, everyone asks me, like, you know, how it's been since all this has come out. And I can't really, you know, be really 100% happy about it because I still don't know what Texas is going to do. I have no idea.
So you're kind of just in limbo right now, pins and needles.
Still just waiting. Yeah. Just waiting, training, trying to, you know, block everything out, kind of focus on myself. It's hard. It's tough, you know, but what are you going to do? You know, got to keep living. So just try to take it one day at a time.
Not surprised to see a commission kind of dig their heels in and not want to back down. But I can't imagine after the second, you know, sample coming back and USADA and UFC clearing you that they would hold on to this one. But Texas is a bit of a funky one. It was funny at the UFC 211 official weigh-ins, they kind of made a joke about the New York commission and the towel thing with Daniel Cormier. And I was like, of all the commissions to crack jokes about another commission, they're not the ones. They have a long history of doing things that would be categorized as you know, a little bit fishy. So this I mean, this is a bizarre one, but I do agree with your hesitation as far as, or I don't blame you for being hesitant, because nothing would surprise me as far as Texas is concerned, unfortunately.
Yeah. So, you know, we could just, like I said, just wait it out and hope for the best. You know, I'm happy that I have the UFC behind me and Jeff Novinsky handling this, and plus the cooperation that USADA has had with, you know, giving Texas all the evidence that they needed. So, you know, I can't really complain on our end as far as doing our job to protect me, but, you know, there's two sides to it. So we can't force them to do the right thing, but we can just only hope that Texas kind of gets their stuff together.
And they didn't tell you anything about, like, oh, we have a hearing coming up and we're going to look at this. It's just kind of, you know, hanging in the air.
Just kind of hanging in the air. Yeah. All we got was like I said, a simple reply back to an email, just saying that they can't make any comments on an ongoing investigation, something like that. Yeah.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
Do you have another fight booked yet?
I don't. At this moment, I don't have a fight book. Hopefully, you know, I can get one in. You know, I try to stay as active as possible. So, you know, everyone's saying, well, it's just a 3-month suspension. Like, it's not a big deal. Like, if it does still end up going through. But to me, you know, 3 months is a long time. I take a lot of short notice fights. I stay ready.
Yeah.
And it does affect me. But hopefully, I can get one in before the end of the year. I'd love to. You know, I'd love to get 2 in before the end of the year, but we'll see how it goes.
Wanted to quickly ask you about something that Felice Herrig said yesterday. I don't know if you saw her fight. Another great performance, a win over Justine Kish. But afterwards, she was very emotional backstage. Did you see this scrum where she spoke to the media about?
I didn't. I only saw her in-cage interview. I didn't see anything that happened afterwards.
Afterwards, she spoke backstage about, you know, she's overcome a lot, but she also said that she thought that she wasn't, you know, pretty enough and young enough to, you know, be pushed by the UFC. And I was reminded of your scrum after 211 and some of the frustrations that that you shared about, you know, being a women's MMA fighter and not getting pushed and seeing other people get pushed. And so I was just wondering if you know, saw that and echoed her sentiment. Quite frankly, I think a fight against, you know, with you and Felice would be a very good one and one that makes a lot of sense right now. But I was just curious if you saw that, because I feel like I'm starting to see more women speak about this and feel comfortable to speak about this. And I thought that you explained your feelings towards the predicament that some female fighters are in as they're trying to advance their careers and do it, you know, the right way in their opinion.
You know, it's a kind of a tough situation, because considering who it's coming from.
Yeah.
You know, I think her heart's in the right place. She means well and everything like that, but she also says one thing and does another. You know, I'm not taking my clothes off on social media. I'm not acting innocent and showing my butt off and doing things like that and saying I'm not getting the attention I want. You know, it's different. You know, I think everyone wants the attention. Everyone wants those big fights, and everyone's going to try to do what they want, you know, what they think they need to do. But as far as Felice goes, you know, I know she's been through a lot. I mean, everyone's heard her story and stuff like that. You know, it's, you know, yeah, I'm with her with the whole fact of, you know, not feeling pretty enough, or feeling that you're too old. You're not, you know, the 18, 20-year-old coming into the UFC. You know, we are a little bit older fighters, but at the same time, you know, you gotta practice what you preach at the same time.
Fair enough. Are you confident? I mean, after seeing what happened here with the UFC and Jeff Nowitzki, and clearly, you know, they are behind you. Are you confident that things will change?
I'm yes. With Jeff Nowitzki and the UFC behind me, I'm definitely confident that there is going to be a change in some way, whether we end up going back to Dallas or we don't. But I know that they feel strongly about the situation. They definitely don't want it to happen to another athlete. I don't want it to happen to another athlete. So I think we're, you know, me and the UFC are in agreement. We both kind of stand in you know, the same light as far as making sure that this doesn't happen to anyone again.
Yeah, there is no denying that with USADA involved, there's a lot of good that comes out of it. And we have seen some situations where, you know, people have been accused, and after some, you know, further testing, their name has been somewhat cleared. I think the best thing to come out of this situation is there is no fighter association. So it's not like you have someone going to bat for you, but the UFC and USADA seem to have gone to bat for you with a commission that clearly got this one wrong. And if there wasn't a USADA, if they didn't hire Jeff Nowitzki and his background, you'd kind of be left on an island all by yourself to fight this commission. So yes, there is no association, but I feel like this is a very nice byproduct of the relationship with USADA. I don't know if you agree, but it sounds like you do.
No, I agree 100%. I agree 100% with that. Like I said, I am extremely happy in the way that, you know, Jeff, USADA, and the UFC have handled this situation. You know, very professionalism from their end, and you know, I just hope that it continues, and hopefully it rubs off on these other commissions to kind of, you know, jump on board on just letting, you know, the UFC handle everything as far as commission-wise goes, however they need to hire. I mean, the playing field should be even no matter what state, what country we go to. You know, you play a basketball game in the U.S. and you go to Japan, the rules are the same, the guidelines are the same, and I feel like the sport's big enough where it should all be the same. You know, with the hands touching up and down and all that, I feel like everyone should just come to agreement on what the rules are going to be for the UFC, no matter what state they go to, and that should be in place, because right now it's just confusing to the fighters, it's confusing to the fans. You know, it just makes things a lot more difficult than they need to be. You know, and these commissions just kind of need to jump on board and figure out, you know, the best way for everyone. And right now it's just not working.
Couldn't agree more. I'm very happy for you, Casey, Cortney, excuse me, that this all worked out. And I hope that sooner rather than later, the Texas Commission will come out and just admit that they did something wrong, and we can move on, that you get your win back. I know that you can't take back the last month or so, but I hope that they at least publicly apologize to you, and not only do it privately, but publicly as well, and get your win back as well, because that is, you know, quite frankly, the least that they can do at this point. Thanks for coming on and talking about this. Congrats on at least getting the UFC and USADA to publicly say that, you know, that you are in the clear and that you did nothing wrong. And I hope in a matter of days that you will get that news from Texas as well, and keep us posted if you do get that news.
Thank you. I will for sure.
All right, there she is, Cortney Casey, one of the top fighters in the UFC strawweight division. A really crummy situation turns good. Not quite there just yet, but hopefully in the next few hours, days, she will get that good news. And I do really mean this. One of the great byproducts of having Jeff Nowitzki on board, having USADA on board, is that they will help if a situation like this comes up. And in the past, that wasn't the case. The fighters just had to do it on their own with their management, and some management teams aren't equipped to figure out these situations. So it actually helped her this time. That's great to hear. Hopefully she gets her win back. Hopefully they get that public apology, because I definitely think that it is warranted. Okay, here's the thing. We're going to do some Rick's picks now, and then we're going to say goodbye on YouTube and Facebook, and then we've got 30 extra minutes on Twitter to answer your questions, but you got to be watching on Twitter for that. Hit us up in the next few minutes using the hashtag #TheMMAHour. I know a lot of you have been doing so, but if you haven't just yet, the MMA Hour on Twitter, you can hit us up, send a question or comment. And if you've been watching us on themmahour.twitter.com, you can watch those 30 extra minutes exclusive for our good friends at Twitter. It has been so much fun to do this show for the first time live on Twitter. I keep watching these other sports leagues and shows do a similar thing, and I've been dreaming of something like this. Honestly, my favorite social media platform, And now our time has come. So this has been great. Mr. New York Rick, are you there? Can we hit his music? Where's he at?
And now it's time to open up your ears
Here we go.
and your minds, MMA fans. It's time for
Last week we were robbed.
Rick's Picks. Rick's Picks are lots of fun, and his hair is in a bun. You already know what it is.
Did he trim his beard? That's a big question.
Boys and girls,
I think he did.
The moment you've all been waiting for. It's the new craze taking the world by storm.
Yeah.
Live from the Vox Studios in beautiful New York City, it's time for Rick's Picks.
I saved the dancing for the very end. There he is.
Yeah, I trimmed the beard. I mean, you can see the sides are cleaned up a little bit. Somebody tweeted at
some
me.
Hate.
Yeah, somebody tweeted at me that I needed to. You know what it is? I get the hairs curl. I have very curly hair. The hairs curl over my lip, and I've had that said to me in person a lot. But when somebody tweets it at you, who's watching the show every week, you know it's time. You need to get the grooming on point.
It's kind of weird that you didn't notice this yourself. Like, I kind of felt bad. I didn't want to tell you, but I'm happy someone else did.
Yeah, no, my personal appearance is not something I really care that much about.
I mean, you are on camera, so.
Nah, they either love me or they don't. Just accept me as I am.
Yeah, sure.
So yeah, like unless somebody goes out of their way and says you're looking real sloppy, I'm probably just gonna let it. I'm just gonna let it ride.
Okay, well that's good. Thank you for that update on your facial hair.
No, I mean that's
it.
It's a plea for help from you.
What?
To let me know when it's time.
You want?
I
want me to tell you.
Yeah, I want the feedback.
All right. Cool. All right, what do you got? I've been talking for a very long time here, so the floor is yours. What do you have?
Let's start with our first Rick's pick. Cyborg and two-time Olympic gold medalist boxer Clarissa Shields released some sparring footage this week. Both of them, this video that I have here happened to come from Cyborg's Instagram, but both of them had put out something. So here we go.
Oh, there it is. Look at that.
Yeah, you know what's more than anything, obviously it's two high-level athletes, but what I find most interesting about this is you don't really see boxing sparring a lot from the top fighter. So I thought this was particularly revealing, and obviously with MMA versus boxing being a topical thing right now, this was timely on their part.
First of all, Clarissa Shields, two-time Olympic gold medalist.
Yep.
One of the very best in the world, now a professional. How about the fact that Cyborg is flying her in, but B, posting this? I mean, look, people are like, oh, you're getting tagged, all this stuff. She's the one posting it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That takes a lot of confidence.
I think both of them are kind of secure in how good they are, and that's why this perfect storm is something we got. It's fun to see both of them kind of embracing this.
It's amazing.
So yeah, this one's over at Cyborg's Instagram. You can check out Clarissa's.
Oh yeah, look at that, Jason Perillo.
Social media as well. But I thought that was pretty cool to see. Number 2, we're going to the advertising world.
It's about time you show Hot
Our
Sauce
buddy
some love.
Scott Hot Sauce Holtzman did a promo for Cholula hot sauce.
MMA gym. Figured I'd give it a try.
It's amazing.
Showed up one day
and I
just
think
never left, really.
It's an interesting one because
so
of the
good at it, and I'm a competitor. Love
the
to
nature of
myself,
MMA
so
sponsorship at the moment. There's creative ways that you can kind of do this, and here's a good example of it.
His nickname is Hot Sauce.
His nickname is Hot Sauce, and he's doing an ad for Hot Sauce.
It's incredible.
Make it work out there, managers.
Well, you know what this is.
What is this?
This is a testament to the best manager in the game, Danny Rubenstein.
Best?
Got this done. I just like to butter him up. But no, this is a job well done right here.
Yeah, very cool. And if you want to check out more of the hot sauce stuff, order of Cholula.com.
Look at that.
The Cholula helps break up that monotony.
It's incredible.
It's good to have a little bit of
It's good promo. There's a bunch of other athletes in it as well, not just hot sauce. So
who said UFC fighters can't get good sponsors?
That's the thing. You got to get a little creative. So good for Danny and good for Scott. Okay, we're moving on. We're going next to something that I was sent countless times this week.
Oh.
It's our Ken doll picture. Well,
that is
I had a lot of people tweeting that it was me, and even our own Stephanie over here to my left tagged me in it on Instagram. But we had Mattel release the new Ken doll with the man bun this week.
Yes. This is a big day for all man bunners.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows that, the time is now.
Can I just say something about the man bun?
Yeah.
I like the man bun like this. I like when it's all kind of one length. I'm not a huge fan of the shaved size.
Oh, the one that I have,
Well, I'm just saying, I'm not pointing fingers. But why not just let the whole? I always feel like your hair is nicer when it's longer, but all around.
I will admit this.
Okay.
I regret starting with the side shaved.
Well, you don't. I mean,
because
it's very easy to catch up.
No, what?
Yeah.
How is it very easy to catch up? There's going to be a point where I have to grow this to the length of the top, meaning I'm going to have hair off the side like this long. It's going to look absolutely ridiculous.
Really? I feel like
I'm too far gone.
I feel like it will get to a point where it will all kind of blend together. You don't think?
I feel like you've miscalculated this
really
immensely. What's going to happen is I'm going to look like even more of a douche than I already look like.
Okay, so if you could do this again, and
I would just grow the hair all long.
It's interesting that you just made that revelation, but I'm going to let that one slide. You would have just gone full long hair.
Full long hair.
Shawn Michaels.
And
then bun it up.
Our next pick, like Elias Theodoro, who also got the picture sent to him, obviously, and I think that's his new Twitter profile.
There is no more avid tweeter, liker, retweeter on Twitter. And then when this pic, so he's
prolific.
He's
for
prolific.
Sure.
He is nonstop. And then this picture came up. I actually thought it was you for a second.
I appreciate that. He's a handsome man. I'll take it.
I mean, not the best picture, but yes, he is a handsome man.
You know what? Shout out to Elias. As you said, prolific tweeter. But yeah, I mean, I think he and I are repping the man bun well. Him and his Pert Plus main event.
Is that legit?
Sponsors. That's another. Look, it's a theme. We're talking about good sponsorship stuff.
But is that legit?
Yeah, he's sponsored by Pert.
Wow.
In Canada.
Good for him.
Congrats to Elias. Next, we're going to something that I was debating whether we want to feature this, but you know what? I picked it. Because Cody Garbrandt's been playing with it.
Oh, this.
And
I did not know anything about this.
No, you don't know my picks. I was skeptical. I was on the fence, but you know what? Cody's bought in, so I'm gonna have to call this out. The guy's name is Matthew Klein Cater. He's a professional bodybuilder who's started a bit of a social media rivalry with Cody. He showed up to Sacramento. That's what we've got here in picture number 1. He's outside Ultimate Fitness.
This was like something he was billing as a pay-per-view, right?
He's just trying to pick a fight. But
what is the root of said fight?
He just wants to fight. He just wants to fight Cody Garbrandt. And you know what it is? It harkens back to like the gym storming, the dojo days, where people will come into the gym and thought they were tough and then would get shown that they're not. And so in picture number 2, we have that was I'm sorry. Picture 1 was Cody saying he was here. Picture 2 is Matthew saying he's arrived. Picture 3 is going to be, and these are all pictures outside the gym. Him saying Matthew says Cody is the biggest troll in the world. The little goofy dorks inside your gym try to fight battles. Got it on video. So they missed the connection. They didn't make it happen.
Shucks.
And we don't get a fight between.
So how did it end?
One of the highest level MMA fighters in the world and a professional bodybuilding troll.
Did they ever see each other?
They did not see each other, but we do have a video.
Oh.
Clip number 4 is a video from Matthew. I think he went live on Instagram.
Oh gosh.
Where
I just walked into your gym.
Oh my.
I mean, the look is incredible.
You weren't there. You told your fans you were there. You said you were at the gym on Twitter 5 seconds ago. You said I'm a troll. I walked in. All your little fucking goofballs that aren't even good to make it on the Ultimate Fighter want to call me out. For what? Fuck you.
Whoa.
You're a pussy. You're a bitch.
Whoa.
So there it is. The definitive word.
We're on Twitter now.
From
can't have that kind of language.
From our friend Matthew.
And so nothing happened.
Yeah, nothing happened from it.
Cool.
But Cody, enough with this.
Okay. Wait, but Cody's not the one doing it. Why are you telling him enough with
No, he's playing into it too.
Oh,
he's entertaining this. He's
so you're
he's
saying
back and forth
stop.
with the guy.
Just ignore him. Block him on Twitter.
I think we had our one attempt at it. It didn't fly. Let's just get rid of that.
Move along. Honestly, this has not been on my radar at all.
No, stop. Everybody's.
I know. I'm being honest.
Damn.
Time for this. There's like 4 million fights going on this weekend. You think I have time for this
This was the number one.
Yeah, right.
This was the number one booked.
Yes.
Okay. Moving along to something more important, obviously.
Okay.
Nice message here from George St. Pierre. Either this week, last week, I forget.
It was last week.
Because I owed a double episode, I went back to last week. George St. Pierre had some kind words wishing Matt Hughes a speedy recovery. I'll read it real quick. We had tough fights, but Matt Hughes is still an idol and one of the best there's ever been, inside and outside of the octagon. I have no doubt he's going through this battle like the great champion he is, and we all hope for a full recovery from this terrible accident. So I think we're all, hoping for a speedy recovery from Matt, and nice words there from George.
We actually got an update from his sister. Do you have that?
I don't have it because it happened during the show, but I know Mark posted an article with a bit of an update.
This is the quote. He is improving and continues to show us his heart and determination each day. He has a long road ahead of him, and your continued thoughts and prayers will help him with the journey. She also wrote, Matt has always been a fighter, but he is now in the biggest fight of his life. We know he will continue to improve with God's grace and mercy. So everyone definitely still thinking of Matt Hughes, pulling for him, praying for him, hoping that he continues to improve, continues to get better, and that we will see him very soon. I appreciate his sister for updating us continuously. Yeah. Also, they are holding a prayer vigil Sunday in Mount Olive, Illinois, and they are planning another one in Hillsborough, which, of course, is where he's from. So keep the prayers, keep the good thoughts coming towards Matt Hughes and his family.
Absolutely. Moving on. This one was from Twitter, but it was shown during the broadcast. A tribute, I believe they dedicated the event, in fact, to Tim Hague. The UFC created this graphic that they showed before the fights. John Pollock here with the cap. Obviously, a tragedy, and just wanted to say rest in peace. Unfortunately, it seems like we're doing this a lot these days. But
that kind of hit me because that's like, that has been somewhat of a constant in the world of pro wrestling, seeing this kind of graphic at the beginning of Monday Night Raw, and when I saw that, and we've seen that over the past year or so, it just kind of hit me. I was like, it was a bad feeling of deja vu, if you get what I'm saying. But I give the UFC a lot of credit for doing this in the past. They didn't really do this sort of thing, and I think it was a very nice touch, especially in this world of, constant news cycles and things get forgotten very quickly. I thought, 8 days later, 7 days later, for them to do this was very well done.
Yeah, and our last Rick's pick this week, Rob, it's going to be, our last Rick's pick this week is our very own Dave Doyle and Esther Lynn.
Oh, yes.
Doing a media roundtable on LGBT media members and, the various interactions they've had and how it's affected their coverage and things like that. I know you previously did a roundtable with Richard as well, but this one was to celebrate Pride Week here in NYC and I believe other places as well. So shout out to Dave and Esther for participating in that, and for Richard and SI.com for putting the whole thing together.
Yeah. Highly recommend the read.
Yep.
Very proud of them. Sent them some notes last night, and I just thank them for sharing their story, and proud of the fact that we have such great people. I mean, look at that. How many people are a part of this? I don't think that's the entire list.
No, that's not the entire list.
But I think it was like 8 people, and 2 of those people are part of our team. So 1/4, a quarter, right? If my math is
Your
correct.
math is correct.
That's incredible. So very proud of them. Inspirations, role models, takes a lot of courage. Well done to all involved.
And that's it. That's what I got for Rick's Picks this week.
All right. So there's a lot I want to talk to you about, but I feel like we need to save that for the exclusive segment. Do we get any questions about this stuff?
What exclusive segment?
Oh, exclusive segment coming up on Twitter. TheMMAHour.twitter.com. I've tweeted it. We have tweeted it. We're now part of the family here, and we're giving you some extra time. And I do believe we have some things to talk about. What did New York Rick think about BJ Penn's loss to Dennis Seaver? What do we think about Mario Yamasaki and his decision to call off that fight? What do we think about Bellator's second pay-per-view and their debut at Madison Square Garden. All that and more will be addressed on the exclusive Twitter segment. So for now, we shall say goodbye to our friends over at YouTube and Facebook. We shall hit my music as we usually do, but I will remind you, get to your Twitter, fire it up, do what you got to do if you're not signed on to Twitter. Create an account right now and type in themmahour.twitter.com. Hit us up using the hashtag themmahour. Fire off some questions, some comments, some thoughts. We're talking Oklahoma City. We're talking NYC. We're talking Mayweather-McGregor. All sorts of things. But for now, for our audience over at YouTube and Facebook and MMAfighting.com, we shall say goodbye. I want to thank everyone who tuned in. I want to thank everyone who stopped by on this loaded episode once again of the MMA Hour. Thank you very much to the Motown phenom himself, Kevin Lee. Congratulations on a massive victory for him over Michael Chiesa. Thank you very much to Scott Coker for stopping by. Congratulations on a great night, a successful night by all accounts thus far at MSG. Thank you very much to John Kavanagh for stopping by. Always a pleasure to talk to him. Congrats on the victory and good luck preparing for the Gunnar Nelson and, of course, Floyd Mayweather, Conor McGregor fight. Thank you very much to Holly Holm. Congratulations on the victory. So great to catch up with her once again as she returned from Singapore. Thank you very much to Derrick Lewis. Welcome back, Derrick. We hardly missed you. Congrats on the nuptials as well. Thank you very much to Michael Chandler. Some great news there. Great to hear that he's going to be okay and fighting sooner rather than later. Thank you very much to James Gallagher. Appreciate his time. Congrats. And thank you very much to Cortney Casey. Hopefully Texas is listening. Back next week, same time and place. I ain't going nowhere. Get to Twitter right now for more MMA Hour until they say peace. I'm out of here.